right should be text. There we go. And then let me change this. Oh wait, is my mic on? Is my mic capturing? And then my desktop audio is muted. Have the thing on front. Okay, cool. Oh, let me X these out. Yep. There we go. Okay. All right. Did all the checks. I had stuff set up for when me and Sai recorded before. What's up, everyone? Incredible Tangents. What's up, homie? Or Seal, homie Seal. I mean, I usually call you homie, but I feel like it's been a while. So maybe some people might have forgotten who the homie is. The only homie. Craven the Hunter has entered the chat. Yup. Par make a prediction for the chapter. So this is where I have to admit something. I got a little spoiled. It wasn't like anyone's fault per se, but I got a comment on a YouTube video, and it was an older YouTube video, so I was just like, oh shit, someone's watching like an older video. And I didn't see, because when they show you the comment, they don't show like the whole thing, so you don't see the whole comment. So I saw like coming back here, and I was like, oh my god, viewers watching my old videos. And then when I clicked on the thing, I was like, oh wow, this is the double layered eye video. And then I saw the word 1149 in the comment and immediately clicked off. I was like, oh no, I got hit with it, you know? Because I usually don't check. I haven't been checking my comments for, a while. I haven't really posted. Other than like the stream after it goes up and I do a little bit of whatever. So I don't know, because I didn't read the comment. But I was just like, okay, double layered eye video. There's not much we could really like. Not that like that tells me what happens in the chapter, but that particular video, there's not like, it's not like the Nami video where I'm talking about like Roger's dream and like the One Piece and Nami's backstory and Elbaf and things like that. That one is like, no, I'm only talking about eyeballs here. And so, don't take a rocket scientist to piece together a few eyeballs that are important right now. Though obviously that not really, it's not like the grandest of, because I clicked out quick. So don't I predictions. I think per last thing to happen was the Scopper situation, right? So the Scopper situation is just like, what's it called? Like, not polarizing, but it's like, I think I said it this way to Sai. I was like, this literally makes or breaks like the arc in terms of how you handle Scopper. At last I saw, it looked like he could 3v1. They'd have to pull out some like, yeah, I mean, there's like cards on the table that make sense to play, but where Scopper's at, it's just like, hey yo. And then maybe the Scopper Sommers interaction brings up like a flashback, which that would be pretty, I feel like, not standard, but it would make sense, though depending on how strong Scopper is, it changes the scope of things. If he's not super overpowered, not overpowered would be the weird word, like rightfully powered, that's also weird. Point is that Scopper's writing the story right now. He's guiding the pen. The ball is in his court. Ripley would agree. Pen is in his hands. So yeah. Yeah, I really been. I should probably change my YouTube name here. Nah, I like the homie seal. Um, could be worse, could be better. Yeah, I'm avoiding looking at more of the chats right now because I mentioned that I got lightly swiped, so I'm worried like seeing like, oh yeah, this is why they said the video. Um, but that was such a, to be fair, um, those older videos are interesting because I've said this so many times. The video, I think it just the video that came out just before the double layer dyed video, or maybe it was after. That one was to this day what I consider the craziest video, which is that Zoro would become a natural Zoan user, meaning that the whole point of the video was discussing the possibility that people would be able to transform into animals or otherworldly powers without a devil fruit. And that one kind of came true. And though it's not Zoro yet, but like there's some people that kind of like fit the bill, and it's like, huh, how much they pay for that? Is that a subscription fee? How do you do that? But yeah, that Zoro video is still crazy. So it's funny because like the double layered eye video is probably more tame amongst my videos because it's just talking about the specific design choice. Though I will say the topic did come up recently. A few people were asking me in regards to Robin in the last few chapters, like when Robin was like heard the library's books were threatened, her eyes got the rings around it. And I don't remember if I discussed it in that video, but I definitely discussed it on streams and afterwards when asked about it. Um, because I remember I brought it up saying that this was before Joy Boy got revealed, Nika, like a chapter 1044. Before that, I was on a call with Brago, Artur, and Joy Boy Theories, and Brago ended the call asking what's one prediction that we all, not we all agree on, but what's one prediction we believe in. And I think I went first and I said I think that if I'm right, then Oda's gonna give Luffy awakening into whatever Joy Boy Nika thing. He's gonna give him some very like prominent eye changes, including a ring around his eye, not a double layered eye, a ring around his eye. And I got that kind of spot on. Um, and so, people had asked me about that similar topic and other things. And so when I responded to the Robin thing in the recent chapters, like Oda does a thing where it's like, when a character is possessed by emotions, like they're fearful or they're scared or whatever, it's almost like the emotions uh, um, are controlling them. And one of the best examples of that would be Sanji when he gets his heart eyes. It's like the hearts guide him in his entire body and it moves him into that direction. And that's something I also, damn, I feel like I'm falling into the ParVision theory trope of um all the videos connecting, because the Sanji video is one talking about how Oda wrote a lot of the emotions per this philosopher Rene Descartes. So yeah, sorry, but who's your main in Smash Par? The last, I guess if it's not like Project M, the last time I played like significantly was Toon Link. But who was I playing? Oh, I played Ridley in Ultimate. Ridley and Piranha Plant, and there's one other. Oh, Pokemon. I think Bulbasaur. I should have. Oh, Game and Watch. Game and Watch. Game and Watch. I in Rogers Smash tournament, I was having flashbacks because I think I 3-stocked Zoro Fanboy with Ridley, and then I faced Rogers base and he's cracked. But I felt challenged because I beat him, I think, the first round, and I could have taken the win, but he pulled out Game and Watch, so I pulled out Game and Watch, and I got 3-0'd or something like that. And then I did a salty run back because I want to avenge my Game and Watch, but I could have just played something else. It is what it is. Damn. That's what makes your video so good. The sound you is still something I think about all the time. That's awesome. Kagurabachi's so fire. I have all the currently released English volumes. Yo, wait, Homie Seal, did you see the Kagurabachi video me and Sai put out? Let me see. Hi, Par. I saw your video with Sai. I was wondering if you thought about reacting to Kagurabachi in the future. Oh, yes. Yes. I don't know about weekly. Like me, I don't think me and Sai would do weekly Kagurabachi, but we're definitely going to aim for monthly updates, like during the break weeks. But yeah. Zoro's a plant. Technically, that's not a video, but it's a video in our hearts. But yeah, all right. So that's enough yapping for me. Wow, I didn't even this isn't even record levels of yap. What do I normally do? Anytime I play Mr. Game & Watch, I think of how Gear 5 can do any attack. Yeah. Game & Watch is literally Gear 5 for sure. Yeah, Zoro's a plant is yeah, exactly. Just trust me. I see this super chat. D Kutch. DK Utch. I probably butchered it, but $5 super chat says, Par, I think your viewers were onto something with Robin's eyes in 1147 and 1148, since that Robin turned out to be a clone. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is something. I had a more scantily positioned Robin video, meaning the thumbnail. But in that video, I was talking about awakenings and her proximity to awakening. And I did reference how in her demonio form, Oda emphasized the eyes, which predated the Nika reveal, which allowed, like, I think I said it in the Brago thing. I was like, oh no, and maybe I didn't. I think I said it in the Robin video, maybe. But I was saying, like, yeah, seeing that Robin situation and not breezing by that, because the manga made it not difficult to follow, but like it didn't emphasize or give us a lot of visual clarity on that Robin situation, to the point it's like, is that Robin or is it a giant clone of Robin? Is it like, just a lot of question marks. I mean, to this day, me and Sai talked about it, where it's like, in that form, her weakness was it's still an extension of her body, so she gets hurt. That's why Black Maria's like, it's just a bigger target. Meanwhile, Summers just stabs through the clone now, and then boom, he like doesn't get hurt, or Robin doesn't get hurt. So, but yeah, think we're good. There's one warning. One warning is I might randomly get up and swat the monitor. It's nothing. It has nothing. You guys didn't offend me. The chapter didn't offend me. But yesterday a giant spider was on my monitor, and I handled it way more, calm, cool, and collected. But on the screen, I gotta like add a few percentage points into like manliness or something. So then, for the camera, I can't do it the same way, like get like the stick, the electrocutor. You just gotta just boom, that's what happens when you're on camera. Add 10 points to whatever default setting you got. But yeah, what's it called? So that may happen. I'm in the basement, so spiders are bound to happen. But also, I've been shuffling things around, so probably unfortunately evicted some spiders from their locations, and they have complaints. So here we go. But yeah, that's that. We are 18 minutes in. Damn, I yapped for 4 extra minutes. That's crazy. Okay, have the title, have the timer's right here. kind of cool that on the green screen it looks like I'm holding it, but the green screen doesn't like register this thing. Huh. It's kind of cool. Anyways, yeah, and then the screen's there. Perfect. And we have the Kubari link because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Okay, wait. I can't, you know what's actually funny? I have the TCB thing open, but and the title's on the stream, but I can't see it because my camera mount is blocking it, so I actually can't see the title. But yeah, here we're gonna drop into the Baby Pluto with the 35 months membership. I'm gonna read the rest of the super chats and stuff after the reading, but I saw this one. It said, "Our by looking dapper, but we need a mink on you." Hello? I don't want to know the definition of minking on me means here, but you do you. You do you. Keep tissues at hand. But yeah, all right. Speaking of minking, I gotta do the thing. All right, we are 19 minutes into the stream. I talked about some things, referenced how I got lightly, I would consider lightly spoiled because I didn't read anything, but just for the reaction's sake, I am somewhat aware that one of my past videos probably could be, that's another thing, the comment could be completely off base. But yeah, my double layered eye video came up. YouTube's the real op here. I don't know why it decided. Actually, no, that makes sense. Like, it's a 4-year-old video getting a comment and then boom. So anyways, didn't read the comment through completion and obviously didn't want to think more about why the video could be relevant. That video is not really that crazy to theorize about why it would be relevant, but knowing how it could be relevant, you know, obviously I don't know. I'm gonna read the chapter, figure out. I mean, the continuation that I was more considering would be like, where's Scopper going? Can Scopper take me? You know, can Scopper adopt me? You know what I mean? Like, Scopper daddy. I mean, here we're gonna see like how does Scopper measure up against Kuma, right? Like, let's find out. But yeah, we're here for the knockup stream, chapter 1149. We're gonna start reading very soon, and other than that, it is appreciate everyone coming in. Break weeks on break weeks makes this feel a little bit more gap than I would like, even though I feel break weeks feel nice until they don't, and like, it's always random. You never know when you need the weekly dose of One Piece, but when you don't got it, it does feel worse, you know, sometimes. But yeah. Let's see. We have the Kubari link because again, we are not risking the channel. We have a very beautifully colored color spread. Wow. I like the color palette. It's like iridescent. The whites are all iridescent. Like, are my eyes working? That's really awesome. Dang. This one just like tickles your brain a little bit. This one is a little. Oh wait, it's timer. Fuck. Okay, hold on. We're adding a minute. We're adding a minute to the timer. You're right. Good call. Good call. Woo. I realized the same time I saw the chat and I was like, oh shit. But yeah, we got the timer. Is there anything? Oh wait, there's Lilith. Damn, what? Yo, why does Zoro look like this? Oh, why are you making eye contact with Lilith like that? Why he drinking like that? Yo, Zoro, sending signals? That's crazy. Sanji trying to defend it. Oh my god. Dang. Robin looks good. Robin looks great. Um, yeah, it's just a fun thing. Is there a caption? No, it's not translated. And then we have Rip. Yo, what? Yo, that's so funny. The monitor mount blocked the RIP perfectly. That's why I gotta move this thing. It technically that added to the reaction because I didn't see it in time, but RIP. It honestly looks like it says Bozo. RIP Bozo. Imagine this had no meaning. Oda just wanted to tease us, and this just says Bozo underneath it. But no, it looks like it's something A and then something. Maybe these two could be the same letter. I don't know. Boo? Ku? It's not Kuma. RIP. RIP. It's okay. 3 letters. Cat. Dog. Cat. Oh, maybe the cat's seeing the same thing. Oh no, this is the bill. The cat's paying the bill. My gold mine? Wait, maybe there is messaging in this. Was Lilith always 2? Probably. Hmm. Very interesting. But yeah, nothing too crazy. Okay, notes. Ooh. What the heck? See, this is what I'm saying. See, the last thing Sai was saying, like, oh, I don't care about the Oda notes, and that hurt my heart because Oda said I rented a garden and threw a party with the anime staff. It's a warm, cozy space. I have so much FOMO. I want to become an anime staff. My version of becoming an anime staff isn't becoming like an employee. It's becoming a little cosplaying as a staff, like Goku staff. Surely I'd be invited as Goku staff if I dressed up as, dang, what was the staff called? But if I was named or if I was dressed up as that, surely Oda would invite me if he saw me on the street, right? I rented a garden and threw a party. I don't know why. I can't imagine Oda. Not that I know Oda. But I just the from what we've heard about Oda, I feel like him renting a garden to throw a party doesn't fit the picture I had for him. You know what I mean? But I also don't know what picture. I mean, he like, is a bar guy, but rented a garden sounds like he's doing like a gender reveal type of thing. So it is what it is. It's a warm, cozy space. Dang, I wonder if does Oda garden? Has he ever alluded to that? I don't know. All right, now we're on the chapter. Let's see. Oh, and we have the chapter title 1 second. Okay. All right. Pretty straightforward. Just trying to say that they are cooking. Yeah, like as a barbecue. Yeah, but he's said he's had barbecues before. Like he's like, oh yeah, like I went to the park or got like a grill, started grilling up some things. This is different. I rented a garden. He might be doing like the bonsai tree trimming, you know? Um okay, we're on the chapter now. We're 5 minutes in. That we're locked in. Um let's see. What? Who is that? Who's that Pokemon? It's Scopper. Oh no, sorry. It's the Pirate King's left hand emerges from nowhere. The Pirate Who's that Pokemon? It's Ash's left hand. That's crazy. And then I don't know why instead of a Pokemon battle, it's just Ash throwing hands. Oh god. Oh god, the ADHD is also locked in. Wait, which one is the drink from today? Did I open up 2? Oh shit. Oh man, I think I opened up 2 drinks. Oh, gotta finish them. All right. Anyways, yeah. Why did that work? What did you do? I'm rusty. What the... wait, wait. This is so funny. This is so funny. For because me and Sai memed. Wait, no, this is hilarious because me and Sai made a meme about how what if the way to hurt the Celestials was like a rusted blade? Like I think we said like a blade that was covered in blood, and I was just like rusted, and then we were talking about it, and I was just like, oh my god, that means Shu is gonna come back, Vice Admiral Shu, the rust guy, and that this page is someone who listened to that thing and just memed on it. That's what the why did that work? What did you do? I'm rusty is like it's such a crazy, why is that a proper response to that? But also he is not trolling. This is not troll face. This is not. I know we had one panel last time and it's like, is Sommers trolling Scott? No. I would be mind blown if I scroll one more page and I find out he's trolling. Absolutely not. Why did that work? What did you do? I'm rusty. Crazy. Okay. All right. He's rusty. Oh, he's not letting up. What is this, One Piece? Let him recover. Let him sew his organs back. Let him do something. Scopper's like, this isn't not my One Piece. This isn't. The One Piece would have been 1,000 chapters shorter if I was the main character. Oh my goodness, dude is spinning his axe, going for the run back. Briar Barrier. Oh, that's Sommers. Okay, he's putting his hands up. Makes thorn bamboo shoots. Oh shoot. Sorry, family friendly streamer. We don't I probably cursed a lot beforehand, but oh my god. It blocked Scopper. Okay, hold on, let me finish this. Huff Mountain Eater. I don't, it's just kind of funny. It's just funny to refer to someone like that's your adversary and like you're not like from his epithet. That like, why not, like, I don't know, was he known like this? Like when he showed up at God Valley where they're like the Mountain Eater, why are you in Elbaf? Why is he saying Mountain Eater as if he's personally terrified by that? You know what I mean? That's like getting punched and like slapped by Mike Tyson and be like, oh, Iron Mike. And it's just like, wait, why? It's such a random, I don't know, it's just funny. Oh god. But yeah, so he blocks it with his thorns. And it looks like they're coated with hockey. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Why? Oh my god, why are you in Elbaf? I think like me and Saya talked about this too, where per the last reference to Harold from Sommers, it felt like they hadn't been here in over 20 years because they were like, what do you mean school? The library is a mess because the library has always been there, and then they got mad after the fact. But I guess because after Saul landed, that's when the school situation happened. So it's honestly, they'd have to do it after what, 26 years? So 26 years the Giants, not Giants, the Holy Knights hadn't been to Elbaf. At least that's what it feels like, which explains why they're so disconnected from everything related to Elbaf. Harold dying, Loki's situation, Loki as a person. Um, at this point, do they even know that Shanks is headquarters here? Like, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they don't know if that Shanks like frequently stops here. At this rate, they know nothing. They know nothing about one of the most important military assets that they could acquire, to the point that they tried to experiment on making giant children for centuries. And then also, it's prophesized that the giants play a pivotal role in shaping the history that they're trying to forge. And so, as one does, they completely ignore that military you know, priority for a quarter century. But yeah, it is what it is. That, why are you in Elbaf? Nothing wrong with the serious talk, right? Oh, why are you in Elbaf? Wait. Who's saying this actually? Is Scopper saying this, or is Sommer saying this? Because I realize this could be either way. Nothing wrong with the serious talk, right? That's Scopper, right? Nuh-huh. Nuh-huh. Wait, nothing wrong with the serious talk? Nuh-huh. Huh? You met him at the castle? Yeah, Luffy and Zoro were totally overwhelmed by him. Oh, Usopp. Oh, okay, Usopp's just starting the conversation from here. Luffy and Zoro were totally overwhelmed by him. He's the father of Colin, the kid we met at the school. Wait, hold on. This is not an accurate depiction of what happened, right? That's not. Luffy and Zoro were totally over. Is that Scopper Riz? Did it work on Nami? I feel like Scopper Riz Nami. No way. No way did she look it through this lens of Scopper. Huh? I mean, I get like, yeah, he's very impressive, but to say Luffy and Zoro were totally overwhelmed by him, I don't know about that. Like, I'm trying to paint back. I'm like, overwhelmed is a pretty biased take. I feel like someone said Nami's a Sanji fan. I see. I feel like this is a tweet from a Sanji fan after that chapter where Scopper drops the axes. That's a tweet. Yeah, what do you mean? Luffy and Zoro are totally overwhelmed by it. And everyone would just look at that tweet and be like, this is obviously rage bait. This is move, just ignore this one. But it's different coming from Nami. All right. This is fuel for some agenda, I'm sure. That old guy? Unless I misheard, he said he's Scopper Gaban. Whoa, he's equal to Rayleigh. He's the left. I feel like there's something about glazing the left hand also. Like right hand has always been, everyone's got a right hand. And, there's like an innuendo, I'm sure, of how that phrase came to be. Man's right hand, is very important. And it's like, I don't know, something about also glazing the left hand too. It's something about it. Left hand of the Pirate King. That sort of person is in the land of giants? I mean, it's not that crazy, right? I feel like it makes sense. The attacks are really having an impact. How come? I can't budge, but I can use my powers to assist you. Stop it, Robin. His iron thorns are a terrible matchup for your hand-to-hand combat style. Yes, very true. Good analysis. But she just demonstrated how she doesn't take pain from the clone. So like, interesting. Anyways, Thorn Rush and Hell of the Crimson Lotus. There isn't even a square inch for you to stand on. I feel like that doesn't matter. Like, I'm looking at this scene and I'm like, doesn't he just use the thorns as like platforms? Like, doesn't he just, he does like the, was it the praying mantis? You know, like that's the trope. You do the praying mantis. I know martial arts. I watched Kung Fu Panda. I know exactly what you need to do in this situation. Come on, Scopper. Are you gonna pull it out? Oh no, I'm in a hurry, you know. Just cuts them. They're just garden plants. Come as he watches his Crimson Lotus and Thorn Rush just be hurricaned away like a toddler. And cut. Honestly, I'd use, oh my goodness. This may be a play on words. Entenraku referring to a music competition for the Japanese mobiles. Wait, did he die? There's no way. Wait, no, he said no, he said he can't regenerate last chapter. Is he dead? Is the no, this is way beyond. This is insane. Wait, what? Yo, I said he 3v1, not just instant, bro. Did I not say last chapter? It looks like he could just instant. No way, bro. This is a dream. We're in Killingham's dream, right? You know what's funny about all those dream theories? Like, oh, we're in a simulation. There's a guy who could do that now. Like, technically, is this a dream? Did the only guy just get murked? What the hell? And he looks so. There's something about this that just looks wrong. This is crazy. He cut him down like bread. Like, there's no spine. The guy is spineless coward. That's crazy. And we see it through and through. There's nothing. Oh, wait, there is nothing. I mean, it's not like Oda would draw the organs. That would be wild. Whoops. Wait, did he kill him on accident? That was close? What was close? You chopped the, huh? All right, I don't get it. Oh, he's about to land on spikes. So he instead throws his axe down, does a barrel roll or an axe roll, the donut, the mochi drawing, Katakuri's mochi. It's the same like circles. Rolls forward. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way. No way. He pit stopped, killed him. All right, this guy is daddy, bro. What the fuck? He literally killed a holy knight. Okay, so I'm saying killed, but like I don't even believe it. Like there's no. He said he couldn't regenerate. It looks like he's trying. This is a name move. Cuts him like butter. It doesn't make sense that the Holy Knights would die here. Like that's wild. But like, just reading through at the moment, he should be dead. If I get surprised later, I get surprised. But the way he just killed him, the biggest threat was not even Sommers. The biggest threat was the residual thorns. He goes, whoops, I overshot, and he's about to crash into thorns. And it looks like he puts more effort in surviving the thorns than he does in cutting Sommers. Sommers says come, And he came. And then not in like the goofy sense that we normally talk about this word. Like he literally came on Sommers and Sommers didn't like it. It's crazy. And then he just says, "Wait up, Colin." Doesn't even look back. Has no words for Sommers. Did he even say a single? I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry, you know, to save my son. All right, this guy's crazy. Scopper's nuts. Oh my god. Yo, this is legit. This is it. This is the proper reaction to the Pirate King's crew. This is what the world, 99% of the world is going to react to 99% of the Pirate King's crew like this. And I'm glad even Jinbei is in this. Like, huh? What did this guy just do? He took him out. Is insane. Because, like, you know, it's still a shonen. He can't say, like, he murdered his ass. Like, here, let me translate this one for you guys. He took him out. No, he's deaded. He's been so killed, we can't even comprehend it. His dead body's right in front of him, and we're still censoring he died. That's crazy. I also like, because the Straw Hats have to they're coping with the multi communicated, like from various angles it was told to them that this person is immortal, and immortality is like it's like an unbelievable thing in and of itself. And so they experience it like, oh shit, these people are immortal. And then as soon as they like grapple with the fact that this guy is immortal, and like Robin tries to fight him, they just watch Saul get his ass beat. All 5 of the Straw Hats got clocked by one Holy Knight, and you know, all that stuff. And then a guy shows up, the Mountain Eater, and just he's like, no, he's still immortal. Guys, don't believe it. It's just propaganda. I need this super anime thing. If he was the main character of the series, we would get like an internal monologue or some explanation of how he did it, the training arc, the hyperbolic time chamber, a flashback even of who taught him this. Can we know, Scopper, tell me your secrets, please. Chopper, where are you going? Ouch, it hurts. How is he able to? What do you mean, ouch, it hurts? Is Chopper just running on the like he's just like stabbing himself through it? Like, what's happening? Oh, is he trying to walk on top of the thorns and getting pricked every time? Is that what's happening? How is he able to cut someone who's immortal? This could be critical information. Thank you, Chopper. I don't know why Chopper does not look like Chopper. He looks like something out of Dr. Seuss right here. This is a little spooky. Okay. Critical information. And where do you go to learn most of your critical information? You go to school. So naturally, Oda transitioned us back to the school. Look at that. Oda's like a big school propagandist. Love to see it. Guys, stay in school, go to school, don't do drugs. Like, look at these kids, bro. ODing on fentanyl. That's what you don't want to see on the sidewalks of your school. You know, and to our left we see a bunch of 20-year-olds ODing. Hate to see it. But yeah, this is who is this? Is this Ange? No. What is this? Who is this? I can't. No, it's a big. Okay, maybe I'm not supposed to know who that is. Wait, what? This person has horns, so it's not Ange. And Kiba and the wait, who is this? Okay, I'm probably just being dumb. I'm just let it rock. Okay. All right, well done. Killingham is here. Oh, Foom, crackle crackle. This should be good. The fire expert. Wait, Killingham setting the fire. See, this is what I was saying. They didn't need Ange to do it. They didn't need to ask the question. Killing him could literally just do it. Y'all really have an important decision to make. Burn your library. And they're like, it's on you. You just gotta say the word. All right, do it, Ange. Sets fire. I mean, Ange did it, but then he's just like, all right, I'm gonna add to it. He goes, this should be good. And then he throws the thing. I'm like, this could have just been done from the beginning, right? I understand you did all you can. That's enough. Damn. He goes, you're not even good enough to start a fire. You're not good enough to teach these kids. Yo, imagine, I would like it if Killingham, like maybe Killingham shows preference to Ange because he's seen her in all the kids' nightmares, right? Like, I'd like that. That'd be kind of cool. As for over there, I'll deal with that. So library, school on fire. There we go. Oosh. Now the big question, and this is probably the most abstract or like the funnier thing that me and Sai were thinking about, right? Which was does the owl do anything? Oh, can I keep this in my hair? Wait a second. No way. Wait, it could just stay in my hair now. That's crazy. But yeah, is the owl going to do anything? Now it's really burning the library. Saul's crying, Robin's shuddering. Sniff, it's not your fault, Chief Yarul. The word of our ancestors are, history itself is. Wait, what? Why are we cliff? History itself is alive? Is a survivor? History itself is immortal. Is that what is immortal? Can I have your history is immortal? That's definitely the last word, right? The words of our ancestors are, history itself is, and that would be awesome to juxtapose the immortality of the Holy Knights, right? Because unlike the Holy Knights, history is, I guess history can be severed. Huh. Okay, hold on. Oh, we have Ronya. This is Killingham. Oh wait, I don't know why I read it like that. This is Killingham. Ignition is complete. Withdraw, child. Is it so hard to show a little joy? I'm sorry. I'm super sorry for being alive. It's all my fault that everything is burning. Stop it, Ronya. Damn, bro. 20-year-old here. Ronya. Super sorry for being alive. No, that's valid. She wanted to make the sacrifice, you know? I'm sorry, that's not true, Ronya. Damn. Wait, where are they? Wait, where? These are the Dorian Brokey's squad. Wait a second. Are they nearby? Culture, history, children, even military might. You lot have no right to take that away. Oh, it's our guy, Scopper. Okay. The Pirate King's crew? You do know resisting means the hostages will die, right? Okay. Is this Roto's kid? This looks like Roto and Sanj. No, Roto and Judge had a kid. I forgot this kid's name. But this is the kid that was like, just save me, right? Interesting. Hey, it's Yasan. Colin, Yasan is here. Huh? He's come to rescue us. Oh, he's doing the thing. Don't give it away. No, he did it. This is the thing that me and Sai we were saying, oh my god. Oh my god. No, Colin. God damn it, Colin, bro. No, it's stupid. I only saw the word. I was hoping that the next line wasn't dad. I get it. My son would do the same thing, but my son's 2. And even if I'm thinking of my son, if I just showed up and he was scared, he would and he saw me, he'd be like, "Daddy!" He'd scream that, yeah. But if my mom, if not my mom, if his mom goes like, "Shh, we gotta be quiet here," I'd be like, "Daddy!" Like he would get the thing. You know what I mean? He would read the room a little bit. Dad, no, 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 Colin. You know what would have been better? Oh my god, I didn't even read the rest yet. The rest is crazy. I was gonna say that what would make it better is if the other kids spoiled it. Like if Colin was understood the situation and the context that he couldn't do this, but then all the other kids, the not warrior kids, if they scuffed it up, because then it would be like Colin is different from the other kids. He'd be like the bridge of like, you know, like understanding risk, life, putting your life on the line, like the predicament his dad's in, their situation. And they did do that, right? Because when the kids woke up, uh though Colin had a better perspective because he wasn't asleep from the start, he was the one who was like, "Hey guys, we're a hostage. We're hostages. Like this is a serious situation, right?" Um, but there was a world. Me and Sai talked about this. Where like Colin spills the beans because the moment they know that this is Scopper's kid, he becomes a target, and then he goes, "That's my dad, everybody." Yes, they know. They're the one. They know. My dad is stronger than everyone else's. Oh my god. Oh my god. He'll save everybody. This is though I will say like this would be like Luffy at Dawn in chapter 1, right? Like his Shanks, why don't you just beat up everybody that you can? Because you can, right? And he's like, "Yeah, but it's not worth it. Sometimes you have to reserve it for, sometimes it doesn't necessitate it, right?" Now Collins is like being super naive in a similar capacity to Luffy, chapter 1. So makes sense. Hooray. And per the mini spoiler that I had, I see Gunko's eyes seeing. Yo, honestly, is there did she smoke like weed? Why is this eye like bloodshot? Was it always like that? Wait, hold on. I feel like now because I'm like honing extra in on this. Like, is this shit bloodshot? That's kind of funky. She didn't say it, or maybe she got pink eye. We don't know how Holy Knights move, bro. Um, she could be getting that nasty pink eye. Um, glare, scopper. Oh no! Oh no! She surfed right up. Oh shit! Is she going straight for the kill? Off you, if you insist. Get off me, off you. If you insist, challenging me means only one thing. This is my last chance. If I act now, the fires can be put out, the kids can be rescued, and Elbaf will be saved. It'll have to be done in an instant. Colin, just give me 1 second. Hold on, you're a strong kid. Thank God. Got it, Dad. Oh, Just bear with the wounds for now. I'll save you. Oh my god, I'm a warrior. Please defeat her. A life taken cannot be returned. Colin. Oh my god, we got a flashback, but this wasn't the flashback that I thought. We were possibly getting a God Valley or like a Mountain Eater or Somers thing. No, instead we got a Colin birth origin flashback. He's our child, Yasan. He's such a big cutie. Yo, Scopper showed up at the hospital. He showed up for the delivery. He's already better than what. Actually, no. Like, we don't know. Dragon wasn't there at the delivery room. Per, like, you know, the data points, Dragon probably wasn't there at the delivery, but, like, I think he was. I believe. As a Dragon cope fan, a fan who copes heavily for Dragon, I believe the Dragon was also at the delivery room. Okay. Scopper doing the bare minimum, but honestly, the bar is low enough where this is respectable. Not even just in the One Piece world, the bar is low. Here's some crazy stories in the real world about this situation and not showing up to this. Thank you for giving him life, Ripley. This is a treasure of a lifetime. Facts. True. Damn. Damn, dude. Scopper be looking crazy good. What the hell, bro? Ripley too? Damn. Colin, please be okay. Huh? Okay. He does not know hockey. Right? Because this would be the moment to be using hockey. Oh, that was another thing. Does Colin awaken hockey? Originally, I was saying if Ronya fell off, then maybe he would awaken it out of the distress of that situation. Ronya got saved. Now he's on the chopping block. And it looks like she's stabbing him with the lance that she has. Which I wonder why she's not just using the arrow. I feel like way easier to just kill him with that. Scopper looks like a straight up demon, though. If I can't stop her here, this tragedy will worsen. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Future sight. Okay. Future sight. So he saw. Okay, so I was like, wait, what? She stabbed him and then she pulled it back out. And then he goes, I could take it. Because low key, the doctors did do something like this to me, for my surgery. The length of the lance proportional to him would be kind of like what they did with me with the biopsy needle. And they did just go like this. They like flossed my inner organs. So that was pretty fun. Yeah, and I didn't get numb for it because the guy was so good. He used hockey for sure. But yeah, and then I said I could take it. But Scopper sees the future where this is not a bluff. She straight up just skewers him. Please stop. I give up. Ooh. So this is like the Luffy Zoro situation. Like he went as far as seeing what Luffy and Zoro is capable of. Like he probably waited until he saw the future and saw if he would win. And then he's like, I give up. Swoosh. I'm sorry, Elbaf. Such a weak being. Damn, so this is what it was. This is my last chance. If I act now, the fires can be put out, the kids can be rescued, and Elbaf will be saved. And he's apologizing because he put the weight of his own child above everybody else's. And, don't blame him. Very different to be in face to face. But then also, the other part, that I would argue is it's not fair to put all the responsibility on one person. And there you go. Gunko dispatches him. Puts three. What is it with these dudes in the three hearts in the three stabs? Shamrock. Shamrock did this to Loki. The 3-1-2-3 with the Cerberus. She's doing the same thing. Very interesting. It's like the hooves, right? Like the Celestial Dragon claw, a little bit. Very interesting. The mark of the Celestials is on their victims. I mean, Scapper doesn't die from this. I'm sorry, Colin. It must have hurt real bad. I'm sorry. You know what's crazy too? I don't know if this does, like, I'm not saying Gunko can't kill Colin, right? But he goes, just give me 1 second, hold on, you're a strong kid. Just bear with the wounds for now. Like, he knows that he's going to get wounded. And like, I'm certain she could kill him. Like, this is probably could kill, but I have a feeling that like it would be also be crazy if like Scopper sees this and knows that it's not like with like Kid obliterating all of the Shanks crew, not the crew, like the other people, seeing them getting obliterated by a railgun, right? Like, I feel like Scopper knew that Colin would take an injury like this, but he's like, it's survivable, right? It's a survivable wound. I'll heal you or whatever. I'll save you, right? So it would be an extra weight to it if he saw a future and the future wasn't that Colin dies. It's just that Colin gets injured and he couldn't stomach like sacrificing that much of his son when he could just save his son by sacrificing himself. Why would he put his son's, life at risk for that if he doesn't know necessarily? But it's interesting. Regardless, must have hurt real bad. I'm sorry. And then like Colin's perspective is like Colin was fully ready for goddamn anything. He just wanted his dad to beat her. And if there was a moment to awaken hockey, Colin, it would be now. But you're just a kid. It's fine. It might be double standards, but daddy, damn, daddy, yeah, son, daddy, father. What is this memory? Yo ho ho. They really do look alike? Wait, what the we gotta think of an example. I don't give a what is this? Yo ho ho? Father? My apologies. Brooke? Brooke? Huff? Is that you, Brooke? Cree? What the hell is happening? What is this? What is with all of this commotion? Whoa, Sommers looks crazy. He's impaled on his own thorns. Is this Brooke and Gunko? Father? No, she looks father. She looks grown here. But then there's a kid. And that's just, I'm not even that's not racism, right? It's an Afro guy, but that's Brooke, bro. Like, dude, this is straight up. You see, my dream is to be a private, and he wanted to be in the military. Ouch. Great Emu, the Holy Land is currently. Wait, what? What is with all of this commotion? Oh, that's not. Wait, ouch. Great Emu. Oh, this is Emu talking? The Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames. What is with this person? Her face got all scary? What? You see, thou seems to require additional military force. Mu will show thee the dominion of God? God's advent? What just happened? What just... Oh my god, we did it. Oh my god, we did it. Oh, I tried to do it 4646. Like 406. Yo, we under. Oh my god. Eyes changed. Okay, hold on. Okay. Add a minute. Oh wait, adding a minute means I won. Because that means it's in between the 46, the 47 and the 40. Wait, I won. We're gonna let it go. Yo, look at that. That's crazy. Add a minute. All right, we'll add a minute. We're adding a minute. Okay, hold on. This. Hold on. All right. So there we go. I won 47. Cool. You're welcome, guys. Thank you. My computer wants to restart. The stream wouldn't go down, but I almost clicked restart now. Can I snooze this? Yes, cool. Okay. Eyes changed. You see them here? Emu has those eyes. I'm assuming they're Emu's eyes. Emu's taking over. Then, you know, it's interesting because Gunko had the half eyes, and so it makes you wonder, like, why that part's relevant. But the double layered eye theory was essentially saying that, like, these double layered eyes mean that people can take possession of others. And specifically, it was like, you know, we didn't have that many people, but it was like Emu. Is Emu able to take possession of people from a distance, and will it be depicted via the eyes? I'm pretty sure that's like the last 4 minutes of that video, probably talking about that. So that's one thing. We don't know if, like, the eyes are, because these are Emu's eyes. It's not weird to see Emu's eyes on a person they're controlling, but I do understand, like, that video kind of, if I had this panel back then that video wouldn't exist, because the premise of that video was saying, like, I wonder if Emu's gonna take possession from afar, and the eyes are gonna be a huge emphasis point to this power being utilized. And is that why Oda is using the artistic choice of showing, like, a overwhelming possession using these eyes, and a willpower that overcomes the other, you know, etc., etc. And I understand why it's relevant, because, again, like I'm saying, that, like, that video wouldn't need to exist had what's it called, this panel been there. Yeah, so I want to go rewatch that double layer eye video. I might throw up, though, because it's one of my older videos, recorded on, like, a terrible mic. I'm like super withdrawn with my voice, etc. Like, I'm just, you know, yikes. That's what it's so funny when people go back and watch my old videos because it's probably not as cringe for them to see, but it's definitely cringe for me. Anyways, but back to the matter at hand. Um, that is just one aspect. Emu taking control of Gunko. That was something that I think a lot of people had been curious about, considering the eyes. But like ever since Egghead, it had been like, can Emu do this? Is Emu already doing this? And that's where I'm almost curious too. Is Gunko the only, like, can Emu do this with Killingham, with Sommers? And if no, that might tell us a lot about the Saint situation with Gunko, because Gunko does not have the Saint name, so she's set aside. She's very special in a lot of ways. And now we're seeing, I'm almost curious about this too, because as some of the chat highlighted, her hair changed when the eyes changed. Now, intuitively, you would think, okay, her eyes changed and they're a reflection of Emu. So is the hair change a reflection of Emu? Because if that's the case, then Emu's a baddie, or unless Oda has his hair on a dude. But that's the one thing. I'm neither here or there with Emu being a baddie train, like count me in, but like, you know what I mean? I'll just say I was a fan of that art contest that Rogers Base, Tekking, Joy Boy threw, the Emu baddie contest, art contest. Um but That's where I'm also curious, because Gunko has a flashback. This person is screaming father, and that person has the hair that Gunko has right now, it looks like. And then paired with that older girl, because we don't, like, it could be a young person doing that. It doesn't look like, in that image, you can't tell. You don't see a full body. You just see a head. So it looks like whatever flashback Gunko had, if that is her or someone else, that hair and this hair is the same. So if Gunko is manifesting that hair, I'd like to think that that's just Gunko. But then we have Gunko, and it's funny because I was saying, is Scopper on, like, where does Scopper rank up with Kuma on a dad list? Turns out Brook is Gunko's dad? Is that is that like, is that his kid from when he was in his, before the military? And then he just left his child, or like his child probably died or got massacred or whatever, and then he started singing the blues, became a pirate to cope with it. Is that what it is? What is this memory? She recognizes, she goes, Brooke? Which, that's interesting, because if Gunko, okay, no. She's not Brooke's kid. That, because if she was Brooke, when Bonnie calls for Kuma, she's never like, Kuma, Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant pirate. Like, she doesn't. She just goes, Dad. Colin. When Colin sees his dad, he doesn't go, Yasan. He goes, Dad. So like, in this thing, if she was Brooke's kid, she wouldn't be going, Brooke, is that you, Brooke? So maybe Gunko was Brooke's wife? And they had a kid together? See, the thing also is, like, we had theorized about how deep of a past Brooke and Gunko had, and I think a lot of the tales or tales clues, at least that me and Sai discussed, led us. I'll say me because I don't remember where Sai was at, but I think we're both in agreement that the clues led us to believe that it was from like Brooke before he was a pirate. Um, it didn't necessarily like at the time. It didn't matter whether he was a pirate at the time or before he was a pirate. It just felt like there was this things that made it feel like maybe it was before. And I think yeah, Simon, we were talking about like the like his kingdom, they're paying tribute, and Gunko's there to facilitate the heavenly tribute, some shit like that. And I think we were erring on the side of let's not let's not assume that they're too close. Like surely they're not husband and wife, right? And I'm like trying to recontextualize the past. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat just yet. I'm still rolling off of how the chapter tickled my brain. I'm still being tickled at the moment. That makes sense. Um but the yeah, I guess with like what Brooke said in the past, if he hadn't seen his wife in 50 years and he's whatever age old when he pirate coup like he started as a pirate, so let's just add like I don't know, I'm just gonna randomly throw out 20 more years. So if it had been 70 years and let's say his wife died and that's why he became a pirate, then when he sees the spitting image of his wife, arguably though, like her arms are not the same because she's wearing like this tech stuff, face is covered, hat on, like high neck jacket, eyes are probably different. You may yeah, I mean yeah, that, when you put it like that, right? Like even if this was his wife, I'm not saying it is, but if it was his wife, I think it would be reasonable to assume that there would be no reason for him to recognize her. If everything changed, like her haircut changed, she's all covered up, and that would be insane. I'm just gonna, oh my god, wait, this is gonna be insane. Like, because Brooke is like, can I see your panties? Can I see your panties? Blah, blah, blah. Not saying that like Brooke isn't like a loyal dude, but um that whole shtick might have been something he did with his wife beforehand. And so that might be why Gunko naturally shows the panties because it's like a shtick from her past life. Or past life is weird because I don't know what the context is. Like, did she die and she got resurrected? Like, what's happening here? This is so crazy. Wow. 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 Ain't no way Gunko is Brooke's daughter. Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it the dialogue to me does not support that Gunko is Brooke's daughter because because though it says father there and the hair is different and the hair matches where Gunko's at now, the current Gunko, if she recognized Brooke and Brooke was her dad, per this chapter, per previous similar situations, that Oda would probably have them refer like, Dad, is that you, Dad? Colin did that earlier, Bonnie did that earlier. Like, I feel like she would say dad if the flashback was meant to show us that Gunko was Brooke's father, or no, sorry, I said that backwards. If Gunko was Brooke's daughter. But I don't know what the flash. I mean, we don't see much of it, but we do know that it's more intimate than I think most of us sat on with previous clues. Because previous clues told us that they knew each other, led us to believe a much longer, like way earlier, but we didn't know how close. And this would be interesting. This is wild. And maybe a niece, I don't know. I think the maybe by father she means daddy. Right, no, so no, I'm not saying that this part is the father part here. We don't know who is saying this in this flashback. And what I mean by that is we don't know if this is her or this is her. Like, is this the same person or are these different people? When she's saying father here, is like, what is this? Like, did she lose a father? And then is it possible that Brooke became the person? Like, you know, not saying Luffy in the situation, but like, you know, someone who took the role of being the dad in an absent dad situation, right? But I mean, even in that situation, Bonnie, I guess, was too young to like separate it out anyways. But point is that what I'm saying is that the current Gunko, Brooke, is that you, Brooke? Few minor dialogue clues, which I am hinging on, because I feel like when I looked closely at the dialogue before regarding this exact scenario, all the dialogue that Gunko and Brooke had been giving us, it led me pretty goddamn accurate to this spot here. Like when I was looking really deep into the you look familiar, and you know, when you look at the raw and the translations, the various translations, it made at the very first mention of it. And I know me and Sai had a huge back and forth about how he's like, oh no, that didn't mean anything by it. But then 2 chapters later, it's like, this definitely meant something. I feel like following that same level of scrutiny of the thing, it's hard to say. Like, I'm saying wife, not because like that's the only answer, but there's just something about it. Like, I feel like the panty thing makes that a little bit more interesting, because now it's like, if they were close and she became a fan of Soul King and started doing the panty thing because of Soul King, that's one thing. But if they were intimate in the past, it could have been from then. But it would be weird if Gunko was like a child to Brooke, and she did the panty thing as like a ingrained thing from that moment on, right? So that's where it'd be a little interesting. Because that was another thing, like the whole, her aesthetic, the panty thing, that was one of the huge things when we realized she was a fan. Everyone's like, yo, that's gonna be a huge connection point. And it didn't. It ended up not mattering really, because when Brooke and Gunko first clashed, Brooke didn't even mention it. There was no acknowledgement of this obvious like gag in our face that usually gags Brooke. And we just walked by it. And so, which is funny, because you could look at that and be like, oh, maybe this is Oda's way of saying like the panty thing isn't relevant because of Soul King. It's actually relevant because of his past as Brooke, the guy who dreamed to be a private in the military. So it's pretty interesting. That memory might be Emu's memory. Yeah, what the fuck did Emu mean by Holy Land being on fire? Is Anne so incompetent she started a fire in the wrong place? Blaze fan 1218. There's a theory that Gunko was the princess of the kingdom Brooke served. Yeah, me and Sai had talked about that a little bit. I mentioned it earlier. It says pirate, not private. My dyslexia is so crazy. How many times did I reread that and say private? How many times did I? Does it? Do I start the timer back up? Does it? Did I really read the chapter? If I reread that so many times, and I swear to God, it said private. And then when I read Homie Seal saying it's pirate, not private, my brain looks back. I see, I saw private, and then I'm like, no, he said it's pirate, and then my brain just, boom, now it's pirate. That's crazy, bro. What in the world? That's not fair. Why? Like my brain's autocorrect be insane sometimes. You see, my dream is to be a private. Why did I pirate? Is it the font? I think it's the font. That's what it is. Yeah, because some fonts may like trigger dyslexia worse, um, which makes sense. I remember the psychiatrist was telling me like, oh yeah, um, like because I told her I self-mediated in school, so it didn't affect my grades or anything. Because that's usually how it's like, oh, this kid can't read, he's illiterate. And it's like, no, let's look into it a little bit more. Oh, he's dyslexic, right? But none of my teachers said I couldn't read. They just said I just didn't listen to them, which is fair. I didn't listen to teachers. I just did the assignments. You don't have to listen to your teachers to do the assignments. It's pretty simple. But um, I would change like fonts. They would say use this font for a thing. You have to use this font, and I wouldn't. And I, after the fact, the psychiatrist was like, yeah, you chose a font that's easier for people with dyslexia to read. And I was like, I didn't intend for that to happen. They're like, yeah, you just naturally found the solution. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Um, so yeah. I mean, TCB doesn't have to cater to my I mean in that regard I'm DEI, you know. TCB, if you want to make your text more accessible to the to people who, you know, in previous eras would be considered illiterate, um do me a solid. But you see, my dream is to be a pirate. That makes so much more sense, honestly, but it's fair. Calling Roger a rookie, yes, Brooke was old, but calling Roger that as wild. Yeah. It's not like you're dyslexic, yes, like effectively, but like I don't know if my like doctors put it as an official diagnosis because it didn't impede my adult life, and I feel like you'd more often get a diagnosis as a kid because it impeded your life. And it probably did, but I just maneuvered myself because a lot of it is you have to like teach yourself or use other techniques to deal with it. Anyways, off of dyslexia. Thank you, Homie Seal. That seems to require additional military force is wrong. Emu is saying that the Holy Land requires additional military force, not the God Knights. Hold on. I'm still jumping off of the comment that I was reading before. That these are Emu's memories. What is this memory? See, I took it as these are repressed memories, forgotten memories. Maybe she died and the past thing, kind of like not kind of like, but like in a way like Moria with the shadows, right? The past life was kind of barricaded, and so when you were exposed to it, it was a shocker a little bit, like a revelation. That's how I took it. But I'm looking at it. What is this memory? The hair changes. Emu takes over eyes change and the hair changes to what Gunko was before, or what Emu was? Is that how some people are interpreting this? Because that is interesting. That's not how I'm reading it, but I can see how that can be understood. But I don't think that makes sense unless Oda's doing like the most cracked, like it's cracked, and I don't know if it's a good kind of crack. You know what I mean? There's bad crack. It would be cracked if Brook was tied to Emu intimately, not meaning like romantically, but like closely, like 1 degree of separation in their past. That would be cracked for Brook. Would that be good cracked? Like, is Brook being associated with Emu? Is that good for Emu's story and Emu's thing? Like, I don't know. I don't know what that would mean, bro. That would be insane. Would we change Brook's story? That'd be crazy if we change like it. Oh my god! Imagine I mean, this makes no sense. Okay, prefacing what I'm about to say makes no sense. Because like we have lines like, yeah, Brook calling Roger a rookie, which gives us proximity to time. He was pretty spot on with the 50 years. But I know with like Elbaf, people have the whole, oh, what if we're in like a time flux, like time moves slower here, and that's why blah blah blah. And arguably that hasn't really made a lot of sense with some of the details, like Scopper being here. Because if time were moving slowly, then he would age slower. I don't know, like, exactly how it... Or no, time moves slower, so then he would be much older, right? Is that how it would work? But then the giants age slower because of the time... Like, I don't know. There's just conflicting things. I don't know if someone made a comprehensive theory on that. Point is that, what if the cloud, like, you know, the Florian Triangle had like that, and Brook got stuck in a time flux, and we find out that like Yorkie was actually just like Nika, and Brook wasn't from 50 years ago. He was actually from 800 years ago, and he was actually like pre Nika, you know, not pre Nika, pre Joy Boy. That would be a wild like thing, right? And then these memories from Emu are of Brook, but not from 50 years ago. We find out that Brook's flashback actually is much, much older. And when Brook goes like, oh, my old kingdom, etc. in the West Blue, he was actually referring to like the ancient kingdom. Like, oh, sorry, did I fail to mention I was a part of the ancient kingdom? Obviously, guys, I prefaced what I said with none of this makes sense because I didn't like take the time. Like, yeah, obviously, none of that theory made like full sense. But that would be like, I don't know how this would be Emu's memory in an effective way. Yeah, things like a boon, things like all that stuff. Yeah, Yorkie is Joy Boy is crazy. Yes, I know. I don't stand by the theory. I'm just saying that like if this were Emu's memory and Brook was proximate to Emu's origin story, then it's like, all right, is Brook immortal? Like Nerona, yeah, exactly. Nerona Brook. Like, what are we talking? Like, we find out the Nerona family. That would be kind of nuts. If Brook was a Nerona, that would be one of the craziest. We're talking Zoro Shimotsuki, like Monkey Family, the Vince Smokes. Let's make Nami a Celestial Dragon, but Brook being the Nerona family, that would be crazy. I don't know what Nerona is. Nerona is Emu's last name. It's Gunko's memories. Come on, guys. I agree with you. I am on the boat that this is Gunko's memories. I am on the boat that Gunko is proximal to Brook. All I'm saying is that situationally, in this snapshot of evidence here. I could see why people are doing contemplating the possibility that this is Emu's memories. But then when you take a step out of the snapshot and you start looking at the bigger picture, it's a lot harder to stitch that into a logical, cohesive thing that doesn't rely on some insane like revelations about the Neurona, about Brooke, about etc. So I think this is Gunko, which isn't any less crazy because if Gunko, I think the primary way to think about this would be that Gunko is Brooke's kid, given the visuals that we got. I think a secondary way would be that Gunko is a person who witnessed this moment, maybe saw Brooke with a child. Maybe Gunko is the princess and these are two different age points, maybe. It may be that Gunko lost her father and Brooke ended up being a father figure friend. Like you could say that Shanks was like a father figure to Luffy, but Luffy doesn't call him dad, he calls him Shanks, right? Why not both kid and wife? Why not both kid and wife? Hey, am I dyslexic? This is where this is where I'm like, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, I read that wrong. You know what I mean? Like, uh, um, I'm sure you meant that like a normal way. Maybe not like Sweet Home Alabama way. Um, we could say like, hey, times were different back then. Kid and wife is crazy. Isn't like Elon Musk's dad like that, right? Like technically he has like a stepdad and now he's like dating his stepdaughter or something like that. It's like a 60-year gap or some shit. Like crazy. Crazy. Um now he's talking about the power of incest is God. Okay. So now we talked about that. Saeed is saying that seems to require additional military force is wrong. Emu is saying that the Holy Land requires additional military force, not the God Knights. So they're saying you guys see. So what I'm reading right now, what is all this commotion? So Emu is looking at the state of Elbaf and goes, the Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames. You guys seem to require additional military force. Mu will show the Dominion of God, takes over Gunko, and the way I'm understanding that is Emu's like, yo, you guys are dicking around, which they were. I'm glad that Emu's actually putting a stamp on it, regardless of the context, because effectively it's like, yo, you guys, why are you asking them to burn down the library? Just do it. Just burn down the library. We're on fire, right? So there. But Said is saying it's not saying that they need additional military force. They're saying that the Holy Land needs additional military force. And that would also make sense. Honestly, it would make a little bit more sense because they withdrew Shamrocks for that very reason, right? They were like why couldn't they have another Holy Knight? Why would you need the captain to why would you dispatch the captain and then call him back if you didn't need more additional military force, right? Now it is, you could argue that like, oh, like, you know, at this point, like Shamrock's not enough. That'd be crazy. But I do see it as that it could, I think what Saeed's saying does make a lot of sense too. Guess we have to wait for the viz, but I'm assuming Saeed checked the raws and is pretty confident here. So Emu would be saying, wait, so then hold on. Is this the case of, is Sai coming? Yes, should be. This chapter is a little wild, so I'll message Sai in a bit because I don't want him to wait too long, but I do want to get like We've been stuck on one page, which is wild. That's how crazy this chapter is. Wild. Very, very awesome chapter. Okay, hold on. Going back to this real quick, and then I'll message Sai, see where he's at, and then we'll get him in. If that's the case, is Imu even talking to them? What? Because then wouldn't it be, what is all this of this commotion? The Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames. We need additional military force. Would that just be Imu like just talking to themselves? Like, or even the Gorosei? And he's just broadcasting the open mic, saying Mu will show thee the dominion of God. Because like that could also make sense too. If it's saying that we need additional resources here, it's not like necessarily they're having a conversation with Gunko. Because like normally you'd be like, status report, what's going on? Imu doesn't give a fuck. Imu's like, nope, timer's up. I don't care. No conversation needed. Why would I need to talk to you guys? I can just do this myself. And that's where I'm also curious, right? Because we see Gunko's state. But I think, again, this page is insane. This page is so insane. Because we talked how long on this? I don't even know. Like probably like 30, 40 minutes just on this, right? And Imu, center page, just drops probably one of the craziest things that kind of tells me that we're not 1150 won't be Elbath, or at least won't start out on Elbath, because the Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames is a crazy revelation, like, or update. Like, we didn't know that it was in a sea of flames. We knew that they were being barricaded. We knew that their supply lines are being taken away from. We knew that their food situation was in dire straits, hence why Shamrocks need to go back. But we didn't get it elaborated on that it's currently in a sea of flames. Who's doing that? Why? Like, did the Revs take action? Because that's something that we had talked about. Are the Revs activated now that the Holy Knights are over here, or some of them? This would be a great opportunity for the Revs to take an offensive, because their opposition is split up. So the Holy Land is currently in a sea of flames, and if Imu is actually saying we need additional military force, they have Shamrock, the Gorosei, Garling, and like Akainu was just there. And whatever is causing the Sea of Flames is grander than that force of the Fagarland family, the Gorosei, and Imu themselves, right? Because that's another thing that, like, if Imu is demonstrating that they don't have a qualm with directly interfering. It's questionable that Imu didn't do this on Egghead, but because Imu trusted the Gorosei, is that what it was? Because Imu had no qualms with straight up executing off of perceived failure, right? And betrayal almost, and a shortcoming. And you could argue that, like, okay, if Imu could do this, what Gunko's doing right now, Imu could have done that on Egghead. I'm sure there was readers that were like, what's all this commotion? Why is this still going on? We need it. We need this shit to end. And Imu takes over, right? So maybe Imu can't do it the Gorosei, but at minimum, if Imu's in the Holy Land and is willing to take an active role, which we're seeing apparently visible right now, Gunko is at the moment a vessel for Imu who Emu is going to demonstrate the power of a god on Elbaf, why can't Emu do this at the Holy Land? And why is it Emu plus Garling and Shamrocks and the Gorosei is not enough that they would need Somers, Killingham, and Gunko to come back? Right? Because that's crazy. It wouldn't, because if the Holy Land is currently in a Sea of Flames and Emu is still in a passive role, then the question would be like, okay, why isn't Emu just activating? Why isn't Emu just enforcing themselves if it's that much of a problem? But no, we're seeing Emu enforce themselves right now. So whatever's happening at the Holy Land is insane. And that context is buried in the Brook, Gunko, or whoever the heck this person is, in the Emu dialogue. Somers died. Did we? He's dead. Is he dead? Is Oda? Is this dead guy right on the screen? Like, we always talk about how, like, oh, there's no body, so how can we, but like, I mean, he's saying ouch. But if you can't regenerate from this, we had talked about this too. Like, so, I mean, I think last week we talked about like the possibility that these aren't real bodies, right? Like that would diffuse a lot of the Scopper threat to the Holy Knights, because yes, they would get demolished, but would it make it better if the Holy Knights weren't using their real bodies and they got demolished? Because then it's like, oh, but then when they have their real bodies, they're stronger, or they have more ability here. That's a possibility. That would be kind of funny too, if like Gunko was like playing a game and that game was controlling this body that we see, and Emu's just like, you're terrible at this game, and then takes the controller from Gunko. Kind of like Marvel in I forgot what the nation, like the gold people, the planet of gold people that just played video games, drones in Guardians of the Galaxy. He regenerated his hand. He can regen from this. I don't think his hand regenerated. I'm gonna be straight with you. It's the last panel we see his hand. It's still gone. Right here, gone. Right here, it's gone. Right here, it's gone. All right, I see. Okay. I'm sticking to my theory of the anti-immortality hockey being just Rio, so Somers has to wait for Gabon's hockey to dissipate. If it's just Rio, that would explain why Wano is so feared. But it wouldn't explain why the Giants are like children to them. Because the Giants know like Kogu sovereignty. He's hockey cauterizing. Yeah, I did read Jabba's reincarnation or whatever. They did it with like something similar. Kind of like that. It's interesting. It's a new love based hockey we haven't encountered yet. Joe D. South. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we've encountered this hockey. There's a 90-minute video on my channel talking about that hockey. You may not have encountered it, but your boy is proficient in the hockey that we haven't encountered yet. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole video. It might even be titled Love Hockey, baby. Yeah, Branford, you know it. When there are reveries, there are big streams where your boy comes out swinging. But guys, Garb's fist of love, the love fist, the love hurricane, and they're like, no, not Grandpa Par, back at it again with his hits, his records, you know, like, and then I say exactly what Saf is saying, and then they're like, man, we gotta stop bringing this guy around. This guy just goes on all on this, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, because it's important. We be talking about the fist of love all the goddamn time. In Japanese, there was no subject in the sentence, but it's clear from context. I guess it could go either way, but I'm leaning towards the Holy Land. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I think I'm leaning towards the Holy Land too, but it depends. I think it depends. Like, we need to see the emu for the context, right? Like, because if emu's talking to the Holy Knights, then it's probably what TCB is saying. But like, this also could just be emu just like speaking, just like not necessarily orders, right? Because there's no orders. It's just like, this is my analysis. I'm taking over. I'm taking the wheel. You know, the saying, Jesus takes the wheel. Well, I'm Jesus. That's what emu's saying right now. So, you know, translating shit right now. Gotcha, homie. I like Element Hockey more. That's what I'm saying. The more, see, that's what I'm saying. That's the real reason why I took the break off of my channel. It's so I could let my old videos breathe. If I kept on piling video after video after video, a lot of people would forget the old ones, the hits. You know, it's like when you know, like the Backstreet Boys, you know, like they took a long break. They had the hits, and so you listen to the hits over and over, and you know, like, I like it that way, you know, like classic. And then they come back and they make a few new songs, and you're like, damn, this song's not bad. I like this song. You know, but the classic's still the classic. But if they just kept going, you know what I mean? They didn't breathe, then it might tarnish the entire feeling of Backstreet Boys, you know? Kind of like Kanye West. Like, is his new music as good as his old music? Maybe you need to take a break and then come back. A revival. You know what I'm saying? It's not fully relevant to my hiatus because I'm making shit up. I've explained the hiatus before. Yeah, that, and don't want to neglect the sun, but TCB translated, what is with all this? Oh, so no, he's talking to them in the first line. What are you dawdling for? So, okay. This commotion. Gotcha. So, yeah, if this line is directly referencing them, that's funny, because I was saying that if what you're saying is that this line does refer to the Holy Knights. So then, per that interpretation, then the way TCB translated this, I think, makes sense for that. But it's funny because the way I read their first thing, it's like, what is all this commotion? It doesn't make it sound like it's talking to someone. It's like I just walk outside and there's a bunch of hoopla going on. I was like, damn, what's going on here? You know, I'm not necessarily talking to somebody. I'm just like asking myself, I'm like, I don't even know. You're a Ye fan? I feel like everyone was a Ye fan at some point. Some people are Ye fans now, and that's more telling of what it is, you know? Some people, no, hold on. Some people became Ye fans recently. Those are the fans you gotta be like, huh? What changed? What made you like Kanye now? That's a little interesting. Take a shot every time Par brings up Kanye and Naruto. Wait, hold on. I don't talk about Kanye that much. Um, um, it's just okay. We talked about it on 50-50, but it's because he might actually win this dentist lawsuit because I think it makes sense. Anyways, this is a good time for me to message Sai. Hopping in. Oh wait, hold on. Am I leaking DMs? I'm not, right? Cool. Plug in my headphones. God damn it. How do these always get tangled? I literally untangled these before our last call and now. Good enough. Good enough. Cool. Cool. And then let's cool. Yeah, I'll turn it up. Let me know if Sai comes in. Yeah. I mean, he should show up on the screen too. There's that. All right, we're locked and loaded. I think my dentists are scammers, damn it. Yeah. Yeah. If you guys know my history with dentists, I successfully, as a young child, like I think I was like 14, 15, I precogged that my orthodontist would get sued for malpractice years down the line. My parents didn't believe me. Then it did. Then it happened. Drink water. I like the name. The main ingredient in my drink is water. So thank you for the reminder. €5 super chat says, gonna call it. It is permanent infusion. But depend on which hockey you use, the effect on the regeneration differs. Okay, I like that. Me and Sai had discussed that on the podcast, like the hockey rope. That had been, another thing in the scope of theorizing about hockey, which we did a lot on this channel in previous videos. And then when Oda shows the hockey rope, mind rope, etc., just a bunch of things related to that, the mind rope theory, which I love. I love that Sai always throws me a bone. As much grief Sai gives me for all the other ideas, he calls it mind rope, which warms my heart a little bit. But yeah, the what's it called? Hockey infusion, like poneglyph, like there's a lot of things that infusing the hockey makes sense to, and the part that I like that you super chatted is the difference, right? Like if you use observation, I'm assuming armament or conquers, and you infuse it, it might affect their regeneration differently, or this immortality thing differently. I like that. I like that a lot. It's very, very, very versatile. I almost there's a certain aspect of like Oda's power system that makes you wonder if it's evolving or it's something that Oda laid out and he's just fleshing out and like recontextualizing. Like I'm not saying that he is adding new things, like things that he didn't originally think of, but a lot of my idea when I made my, double layered eye theory video, or the mind rope theory, or the theory that like people will be able to transform into Zoan monsters without a devil fruit video, which is my first Zoro video, like all those videos, I kind of like at the time, and I said this a lot, was like the understanding that I have with One Piece, or the understanding that I accept, and I think this is a huge thing with, why One Piece is so varied with ideas and theories in the first place, is everyone has watched enough to accept pretty confidently like their own understanding of how they think about One Piece. And the way I came to it is that like Oda had a vision of what the end fight looks like and the kind of powers that exist, and lengthening the story allowed him to smooth out the power creep, but the power creep would always exist. And that was low key kind of a flaw of a lot of series back in the day, where you'd have like a shorter story and the last arc or the last fight sequence even took the power creep, the level of the powers, and went to like set like conscious level ninth dimensional god of super philosophical. And you went from a guy who boxes on a Sunday only to a guy who's now like gets hit by a truck, now fighting demons in another dimension, right? Like it's crazy. But the longer the series is, the more time you have to smooth it out, which, you know, benefit of like Dragon Ball, with Dragon Ball still did the power creep stuff, you know, and the shonen things. But I think that Oda would have always done the power creep, which is why, like, I think that a lot of the stuff Oda has shown us in various ways. And I don't know if Oda is going to go super complex and intricate, because like the way you not, I'm saying you described it, but the way I'm understanding, like, oh, like observation haki, that affects the regeneration differently than armament haki. I feel like that's how like a JJK, like a modern power system, like how intricate, even Nen, I would argue that Hunter x Hunter has a pretty dope power system, one of the dopest. And it's one of the dopest because in contrast to most other series in its entire run, it was very intricate and very complex, very nuanced. Not saying One Piece wasn't, but it just doesn't feel like that. But who knows? Might be adding a little more yap. But I said all that to say, like, that was kind of a background to a lot of my previous videos and videos going forward. But I you know, Oda has the potential to surprise us here because magic. I think a lot of the ideas will change, because that's the one thing as a theorist, especially, or as a, you know, person who loves the series and thinks about the series, is like, magic was something that I believed existed, and I think a lot of people believed it existed. Whether or not they would call it magic, they would describe a certain aspect of One Piece, and in another series they'd be like, yeah, that's magic here. And then in One Piece, like, no, that's not magic. That's just the One Piece. That's just how the One Piece world works. And so, you know, I think a lot of theorists probably avoided using like, oh, this is like a magical element. Like, this is magic, the magic power system. But then that got turned on its head very quickly once the Gorosei got revealed. And it's like, this is just dark. This is just the dark magician, bro. Like, this is just straight up like Yu-Gi-Oh summoning card. Like Togashi will have 2 separate arcs entirely focused on explaining every detail of the power system, and Oda will be like, okay, you get 1 chapter. Yeah, exactly. Is Sai coming today? Yes, we're this when you see this box right here, which this is I would update it, but this is all going away very soon, so what's the point? This box right here is the waiting room, the Sai only waiting room. When Sai has the privilege to enter whenever he pleases. His face will automatically show up, we are waiting for the Sai vision to show up. That's crazy. A yellow man will appear if Sai shows up now. That's because he's in the chat. He's just waiting. He's as much as he likes villains, he is like he is. Probably no, I don't know, actually. I feel like he would be the type of hero that shows up last minute, right? Because like it's on his time. No, but Sai's super efficient. I feel like Sai would be a boring hero, like the type of hero that wouldn't let himself become a hero because he would just be like, why would I wait? Just take care of him beforehand. Like, this is silly. Like, why don't we just kill him when I saw him in chapter 10? Like, yeah, it could be that too. That's true. Homie Seal could also enter. That's true. Yeah, I mean, Homie, if you want to, you do have the power. I gave you that power because I knew you would be able to wield it. It's like Spider-Man. You're like Spider-Man. Um, you know, I'm not like Uncle Ben, but I'm also not like Tony Stark. So like, I don't know. You take that with Spider-Man. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. So that was a compliment. That was a compliment. It wasn't. I feel like there was a lot of ways it couldn't be. Maybe you don't like Spider-Man. Do you like Spider-Man? That's also. I feel like Spider-Man's a universally loved superhero, right? Are there Spider-Man haters? I never like contemplated that. Yeah. Ciderman? That would be his name. Yeah. Is a vigilante not a hero or an anti-hero like Punisher? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love him so much. All right, all right. That was me assuming like everybody likes Spider-Man the way I do. And I'm like, wait a second. Spider-Man haters? Only Tom Holland haters. I think Tom Holland did what he could with what the Spider-Man. I feel like Marvel, not Marvel Spider-Man, but like given Spider-Man's IP, he did pretty good. Um, I mean, my hot take is I like Andrew Garfield. I like his Spider-Man. I like the movies. I always like the movies. One of my favorite songs is in that movie. I think two of my favorite songs, like Kendrick Lamar's song in thing. I listen to that all the time, all the time. If the Tornado, I like your name, and I'm wondering, I'm like, wait, how have I not seen your name before in the chat? I definitely have, but if there's Ronya haters, there's Spider-Man. I feel like that's the brain brokenness that like I don't think is benefit. Like for me to know that there's people who like when Sai hates Ronya, it's like not real hate. You know what I mean? Like it is real, but it's not like real. But there's probably real haters of Ronya. You know what I mean? I blame the writers for the unwarranted hate. Yeah. I like Andrew Garfield for sure. Garfield is more like the game. That makes sense. I like the Spider-Man games. Maguire. Oh yeah, yeah, Tobey Maguire is like, yeah, I rewatched all of those movies. I think like there's a movie my wife watched over and over. Like everyone has like a childhood movie that they rewatch a lot, right? I think Spider-Man, like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, was that for me when I was a kid. I'd always watch the rerun. It was one of the movies that was like action packed and there was like violence, but like my mom wouldn't be like upset that I was watching Spider-Man. Like it would all the same things could happen in another movie, and because she doesn't recognize like, oh, it's Spider-Man, she'd be like, this is too much. Why are you watching this? You know what I mean? But like I could rewatch like the kiss scene, right? Like my mom would be like, why are you watching all this like I mean she would say like hanky panky stuff, right? Like why are you watching all the hanky panky, right? For another scene, right? But then Spider-Man is just like, it's Spider-Man, it's fine, you know? So um Marvel Rivals is single-handedly killing Spider-Man's. No, no, that's crazy. Um, the nipple scene. What nipple scene? Wait, I don't even know what. No, actually, Andrew is more fun Spider-Man, but the original movies were better. Yeah, yeah. I mean the main Spider-Man movie. I like the scene with Electro. That's it. That not that's it, but like that's one of my favorite scenes. It's been getting clipped on shorts and TikToks, I feel like recently, but yeah, that's a dope scene. No idea about MJ's nipples, bro. Doesn't the Green Goblin blow up Aunt Mary? I feel like yes, all the time. Um, that can mean a lot of different things too. Um, uh, 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 um, We have okay. I'm gonna get the super chats. That's just a good thing. Let me read this one since it showed up in my face. Zamd Al, $5 super chat says, "Who do you think is?" Oh no, dyslexia is going wild. Wait, am I in the Discord? I am. Okay, cool. Let's double check in. Oh, Oh wait, not gonna dox it. Let me check here. Let me not dox Psy. Discord. Oh no, I opened up Google Docs. What the heck? Let's see what Psy messaged me. He said, "Give me like 20 minutes and I'll be there." Oh wow. He messaged that 20 minutes ago, so he'll be here soon. I just didn't see it. Miss Other, no, I read your super chat, Drinks Water. But yeah, I'm gonna go back and just see this one. What do you think is going on in the Holy Land? My guess is Lafitte either put bombs in Umid's fleet heading to Merdroit, or he went there himself, causing chaos. I don't know, but whatever it is, I don't think it could be small. Like, no, I'm not saying Lafitte is small, but yeah, what T D Legacy said, it might not be just Lafitte. I would argue that Lafitte would be helping, but that might not be the motion set yet. Like, that might not be set in motion just yet. Because what I had said before, and again, this is another crazy thing, before I took my long hiatus, I had made a Lafitte video. Theory about Lafitte. I think it was one of my last videos. And I think 2 chapters later, we got like a Lafitte viewing, and I was like, I made that video. It's like, I'm pretty sure Oda's gonna show us Lafitte very soon, and then 2 chapters later, we got Lafitte update, which is pretty awesome because he did exactly what I said he was gonna do. But now his role would be kind of painting Blackbeard in a positive / valuable light for Emu. And the question that I was having in recent chapters is, what could be so grand that they would require additional help now that the Holy Knights are mobilized and Shamrocks is back in more or less defensive position, right? Because now you have to crack the Holy Knights who have Figarland and Shamrocks running defense because they are active. We could look at Fisher Tiger in those moments, right? And just say, like, the Holy Knights weren't activated then. That's why he was successful in his raid. Now, any raid moving forward should be a lot more difficult because the Holy Knights are activated. And so with that in mind, what do you think is going on in the Holy Land? Another thing to talk about is that Emu's activated. Emu had been more or less in a spectator mode. Now it's no longer spectator mode. Emu is putting on the big boy gloves or big girl gloves, whichever one. And that would mean that if the Holy Knights like timeline got pushed, that not only once but twice, that they do a personnel like retrieval, right? Because they sent Shamrocks here for the mission of subjugating Elbaf and then pulled him back immediately, substituted him with 2 Holy Knights. And I remember saying, like, why would whatever is happening would be insane, because surely the Holy Knights are strong enough that having multiple Holy Knights to deal with multiple threats would be a lot better than having Shamrocks deal with multiple fronts, unless whatever is happening is a consolidated insane event that requires the power, I would theorize, equaling Shanks, right? A guy who single-handedly stopped the Marineford War. You bring in that guy's twin brother, and it's like, what threat are they facing? And what threat are they facing that the Gorosei, 5 Gorosei, Garling, and Shamrocks can't stop? And so I saw someone bring up, like, how do you, would they say, like, how do you know it's the Revolutionary Army? And that's, I like, it gotta be Dragon, Big Daddy Dragon. Listen, I had 2 back-to-back videos of Dragon, and I got called the biggest Dragon slobber, whatever it's called. And a year before that, amongst all the content creators, and the top 30 lists came out, and I was alone. And I was given a near 30-minute, if not hour, solo on a stream with all these people to explain the Dragon take multiple times. I did it multiple times. Dragon number 1. Always had him there. And those 2 videos back to back, not gonna repeat what those videos were per se. Oh, well, one of them was that he can do mirages, which is really cool. But I had 2 more videos, and they're still relevant, that could be put out. They're not priority anymore, so that's why they're not gonna be put out ever, probably. But I was painting that picture. I love Dragon as much as the next guy, probably more than the next guy. I might be the next guy. And if I'm the next guy, then there's not many people that probably like Dragon or talk about Dragon or defend Dragon in a reasonable way. And I'm here to say, ain't no way. Our position as a leader of the sane Dragon front, because I know there's some insane people that I probably don't fully agree with on Dragon, or probably other things, but Dragon being the threat that Emu goes, we need additional military force, and so just the revs, like, it makes sense that it's them, because they are literally the dominating force that's trying to create the 8 nation allegiance, and they have the Flame Emperor Sabo. Yes, I understand that, but like, still, like, because they raided Merijois already, and it's not like they asked for reinforcements. They didn't ask for the Holy Knights like a month ago during the Reverie, when their defense should be elevated. But then if it was like, did the Revs raid again, and then Dragon showed up this time? And Dragon is so insanely strong that he's beating Shamrock's Garling, the Gorosei. At that point is like, I think it'd be not crazy to think, is like Roger reincarnated? Like, did Roger revive? Did Roger and Whitebeard like revive? Are they running a siege on Merijois? I might sooner believe that Moria freed himself from Blackbeard, found the corpses of Whitebeard, Rocks, and he's solo raiding Merijois with the dead bodies. Like, that's what it sounds like. Like, if I'm thinking of a threat to Merijois, yeah, it's those 3. Roger, Rocks, and Whitebeard. Dead, immortal zombie bodies, full hockeyed up. Straight Naruto Great Ninja War, full infinite hockey. Give them infinite hockey. Yeah, that's probably a threat, right? That'd be insane. It might be in flames because they're attacking Merijois itself, not the Celestial Dragons. It'd be crazy. So, like, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about this. He was saying that, I think it was him, that, like, sensitive topic, but the nukes as a force during World War II against Japan, obviously, like, we have the history of, like, that it wasn't necessary to do, I think, either or the second one or whatever, because, like, there was already, like, retreat, surrender, all whatever, and pulled the trigger anyways. But I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said that prior to that, to like prep the location, there was the fire bombings or whatever, and they did like a special technique or something where they did like a fire circle, And because of the way that worked, it like when you do that, it like brings in the fire infinitely, like it just collapses, and it just like insta kills everybody. Like it's insane or some shit like that. They could do that to Marriage Law, and then I'm thinking like Dragon sucks up the air or something, like with wind powers or something like that. It'd be crazy. How do the nukes power scale to Buster calls? That's a video. We need someone more intellectual than me to scale the Buster calls. They destroyed their food sources. What's next? Their houses. That's fair. That's fair. It's just like I feel like they're not that protective of the houses. They're not that protective of the land of either. There's been what 3 successful raids now. They're not protective of anything. I don't know what they're protecting. Like at this point, like I maybe like eat like there's a meme situation, right? Where like Emu is in the same situation as York when the Straw Hats took over, and she's like at gunpoint, and York is like flexing over the phone and like act like acting like it was normal because that was what she needed to do. Maybe Emu's like held at gunpoint and it's like we need additional forces, and it's the reason why is because Emu's currently being threatened, which that makes no sense. I don't think that's the case, but um you think Dragon sucks? No. No. Let me see. Celestial dragons are just puppets for Emu. I mean, we haven't seen the Eve tree. If it's in opposite to the Adam tree, we could suggest that it's a fire tree. And Saba Odi could just be what the tree is like when it's exposed to water. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I forget. I don't know. I think Dax posted our video. We talked about the Adam tree, not the Adam tree, the Eve tree. Um, I'm just forgetting what I said on call and off call because it was a few weeks ago, or a few months ago at this point. And I remember I wanted to make an Eve tree video, but maybe I just because I remember on that video I was like, I'll just say it here, it's whatever. I don't know if this video will ever come out, but I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. If Dragon has wind powers, not only does he suck, but he blows too. That's yes. Water then Karasu combos the Sut. Let's see. What the hell am I reading? Dragon has no gag ref. How did we get here? I was rewatching scenes recently, and Papagu first tells us about the Celestial Dragon, and he goes out of his way to explain that the Celestial Dragons weren't always like this. It's just years of that lifestyle turned them evil. Did he say that? I'm trying to remember when. Because I remember the other stuff he was explaining, like the process of getting over the grand line marriage law. Oh, I see. When it would be when they're walking through the amusement park, right? And then they're talking about Celestial Dragons. It'd probably be then. Yeah. I'm remembering now. Bonnie holding tombstone of Kuma Man. He's not making it. Is it Kuma? It looks like a 3-letter thing. Rip Bozo. I mean, Bozo's not 3 letters, but that could be an O and that could be a Z. No, that's too square to be an O. It's probably an A. Oh, Rip Dad? That'd be crazy. Would be crazy. Oh, let me get to some of these super chats also. Let me see. We have Jason Tarantino with a 34-month membership. Wait, I didn't even see this earlier. Wait, what? This is before I started streaming, or not before I started streaming, before I started the reading. So I didn't see this. He said, like D stream, appreciate you, and said all of your videos are spoilers. LOL. I can't show bias here because, you know, um, whoa, my videos are spoilers. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Trying to, it's funny because like I'm in the basement now, so it's hard, it's getting harder to hide that Oda's in the same basement, you know. um it's getting harder and harder to hide my source for my videos, my theories, that I looked at the manuscripts of One Piece. The brainchild of the series speaks to me, whispers sweet nothings. Is that the saying, in my ear while I sleep, even though I don't sleep really. So that's, you know, is Oda the black box? Wait, what's the black box in a car or plane? So we got to get into a car accident to Anna. Is that the what the maybe black box means something wildly different. I feel like it can, but I don't know if that's what you mean. Do you use ChatGPT or Google Gemini for research? They've gotten much more accurate recently. No, but I feel like Google Gemini you have to use, because if you just do a Google search, it automatically uses the AI. And I've been impressed. I've been impressed by Google Gemini. I don't use ChatGPT. Not because I think it's bad per se. I just feel like it's not needed. I haven't needed it. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, most of the use cases that my normal friends have divulged and confessed, it's not needed. And then I extrapolate a lot of what's being, it's like, yeah, most of these people don't need ChatGPT. That's why Gemini is better. It pulls from search. Makes sense. You're not off by appending. Oh, see, that's why Homie Seal's awesome. Look at that. That's crazy. You just type what you want and then dash AI and then doesn't use. Wait, what? Is that real? Who is Luffy's dad? Okay, we have the AI overview. Who is Luffy's dad? Yo, Homie Seal's a genius, bro. The heck? That's so much better. I don't need this AI in the anime and manga. I'm reading it like that because that's definitely how the AI says it, right? 100%. In the anime, a bum is a funny answer. See, if the AI said a bum, then we're cooked, right? If the AI answered a bum, we are immediately, you know, we're super cooked. In the anime and manga series One Piece, Monkey D. Dragon is Luffy's father. Dragon is a legendary figure, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and known to be a formidable force. His relationship with Luffy is a significant aspect of the story, though he is not explicitly present in Luffy's life as a parent. That's a really good... That's actually pretty good. AI responses may include mistakes. I copy it. You know what? I'm gonna give some feedback. I've never done this before. I'm gonna give, that's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs. Good job. Good job, AI. He's a legendary leader. Yeah. Now let's look at what this one. Monkey D. Dragon, also known as Luffy's dad, was once a member of the Marines. However, his disillusionment with the organization began. Yo, what the hell? Why is the One Piece wiki spoiling me so hard? The anime onlys don't know this. Oh no, they're about to know this. Probably one more episode, I think. Oh wait, what? Why did Google give me this? The quick answer? When has this been a thing? Huh. Very interesting. Because it didn't do this. Well, thank you for that, Homie Seal. Let me find let me find like something on Google search terms. Where's Sai? I don't know where Sai is, but Sai's definitely coming. He might be literally, might be figuratively, but that should be always the assumption. If you watch the most recent episode of the anime part, it was rather goated. I have not. What is Sandman tweeting, bro? There's no way they're making emu figure and it's just a silhouette. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Wait, no, that's all. I would get that. It's just eyes on a like a Diglett looking shadow figure with the eyes. Sai was laughing at Kuma's dad getting, oh my god. The start of the flashback. Oh yeah, I haven't watched the recent anime. I've been wanting to stream it, like watch party, but I've been busy every weekend, which I should like know. When summer hits, I don't have 7-day weeks anymore. The end of the week is like I sometimes don't clip this out of context, but sometimes when I go up to my wife and I go like, what's up? Like, just, what's up? Or like, what we got going on? Or like, what we doing this week or something like that. Anything like that. I get a little scared because then she'll drop out the calendar. Why don't you check your Google Calendar? And like, I should check it, but maybe it's because like I'm scared to look at all the weekends that she has like already booked up and scheduled, which, is fair. It's good to keep, like, if not for her, people wouldn't forget about me. They would wonder where I am. They'd be like, is he okay? He's definitely still breathing, but like, is he breathing the same air we do, or did he like evolve into another species? I don't know. Let's check his wife's what his wife is saying, and then you'll just see me being like a silly hooligan on her like story. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Sai just dropped a video right now. Oh, that makes sense. He was uploading per the schedule. If not for wives, we'd be free like pirates. Yeah. Except like other people are probably way more social. If it were me, and I said this all the time, like I would just need a room and a computer and a bed, and I'd be pretty good. I don't need a lot to keep going, What's up, Axe? What's good, bro? Yeah, it's been. God bless the family. Appreciate you. Coming to Anime NYC? I believe so. I haven't looked at the schedule, but I did get tickets. But I might need to like check stuff. Surfing a different type of wave. Wait, what? It's a good, but it's
surfing the good wave.
Oh my god! I heard you just dropped a video. Is it a banger?
I just dropped it like 2 seconds ago, but yeah. No, well, not really. No.
Wait, what? Sai, you're known for dropping bang after bang.
Shut up. You don't hate that shit. Come on.
Was it just
nothing I hate more than gassing myself up?
Is it just the chapter like a chapter?
Yeah.
Gotcha. 1 second.
Yeah,
so
discussion.
Everyone was like, is Sai coming? I kept on saying it's 1 second, guys. 1 second. That's all it takes to Sai come, right? And then
any minute now.
Yeah. So like, as you guys can tell, we have transitioned into the Milky Way podcast or Milky Way stream. There we go.
Yeah, the Jizzathon is what I also call it.
You call it that? To who?
Yeah.
To your wife? Do you tell your wife?
No, just like,
sorry, wife, I have to go to the Jizzathon. That unironically might be a convention that's like actually a thing people go to.
I'm one of the masked contestants.
Yeah. That's I'd
one
imagine.
Of the donors.
What would like a fertility doctor convention be? A Jizzathon, right? they'd have to have conventions too. I imagine they'd name it that. Not-
Yeah, I don't know how sperm doctors work. Do you think they like how in depth do you think they get?
I mean, it's like what they live, sleep,
Do you think
eat.
they're like wine connoisseurs?
All right, that's wild. But like, they probably swish it around a little bit, but not like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pars from New York City, I see.
This looks like New England. Oh my god, that would be.
The way this swirls, he must have an unhealthy diet, huh?
This looks like a good 1976. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, that's woo. Okay, yes. Speaking of,
we could go down a rabbit hole, but I don't think the people
That's
in the
a
street want
50
to hear about this.
that's a 50-50. You know what's funny? It's like that's probably reality though. Like not even like that's not even like Diddy type of shit. Like that might actually be like
Like a real thing, like
are that
like
good.
an actual jizzathon. They like
Yeah, they like they probably what you said, like can you tell the health condition? This is a healthy person. This is a healthy sperm.
Can.
Yeah, I think you can.
Like based on color, thickness, which like I said, people don't want to hear us go on about this. So I'll stop there. But
yeah. So speaking of
crazy
surprise things, I didn't really know a transition here. So Lilith looking crazy, double spread.
Love Lilith. I'm glad everybody's gooning to Lilith in that color spread, dude. I thought it was just me at first.
What are they doing to what? Huh?
Gooning to Lilith.
That's crazy, dude.
Like people were like, "Oh, look at Robin, look at not." Like, dude, who cares, man? Look at Lilith, brother.
Oda's doing the most to try to prevent it by he didn't have them in like traditional maid outfits. He did like the age appropriate thing where instead of just letting them wear like spaghetti straps, he puts a long sleeve underneath it, which
is the way to do it.
Yeah. And so he's keeping it wholesome, and still people are crazy. Like we don't even see. No, Oda still drew cleavage in somehow, even with the black shirt. Like you could see Oda did the shading.
It's realistic. That's why it's realistic, you know?
I mean, if they were really wearing these shirts, you wouldn't see, like, unless they were wearing like, there's no there's no hybrid fabric that both ruffles like this and then also contours the body perfectly around every crevice like that. We don't really have something.
Yep. For sure. You just haven't been around e-girls, man.
Thank you. I think that's a compliment. I think that's a great.
Where do you see the color spread? Is it on TCP?
Yeah, they have it.
Okay, I'm on OP scans now.
But yeah, speaking of surprises in every corner, it's funny because I was mentioning how when I was on the TCB website, especially because they have a giant banner that says like read, what does it say? The manga schedule. Check here to check the schedule. Wait, I'm gonna check it off screen. What happens like
oh yeah, it's like the giant thing, manga schedule. Like I'm not clicking that, brother.
Yeah, I clicked it off.
Who do you think I am?
It is not. There's no ad. There was no ad on it, and it did take me to a schedule. And this is what I've been asking for my entire life. So like, or not my entire life because I haven't been reading the manga my entire life, but this is awesome. They gave us all in August the breaks. This is great. Obviously
Wait, really?
These are probably scheduled to change. Yeah. What are we? May 26th, 11:49. What day is it today? Oh, these are the official release. Yeah. Okay. So they have their own thing straight on their own website. Pretty dope.
We need Oda to take a double break. Oh my god, yeah, look at that. Oda break and a WSJ break.
Yeah. So that's awesome. Thank you, TCB, for that. So, but because they added that, it positioned it on the screen where my microphone arm is blocking the title of the thing, so I couldn't see it. And then similarly, when I got to the cover spread, it was blocking the RIP that Bonnie was holding. So I reacted to the whole thing, and then I scrolled and I was like, wait, what? Bonnie's holding RIP, and then the letters.
Bonnie's gonna die.
The letters looked like Bozo to me at first, and I was like, surely it's not saying Kuma. That'd be so crazy. Like
Rip Bozo, just in reference to Kuma.
Yeah, but I was just like, she wouldn't be holding a tombstone laughing maniacally while holding "Rip My Dad." Like that would be crazy, right?
Well, she wouldn't know, right?
I mean, it would be like the cat reacting to the bill, right? Like, I don't think that Bonnie, like, I think Oda's making them aware of the situation that they're in, right? Like, the cat has to pay the bill. He's looking at the bill, and he's realizing it's way too expensive. I'm certain Oda's having Bonnie holding whatever she's holding, and it's not like rip my dad on it, and she's happily running away. That'd be kind of crazy.
I wouldn't mind it. If Kuma died here, I don't think it would be awful. I just wonder how. Like, I think it's just like, I think it's just a coincidence because apparently the Maid Cafe is like a rip-off bar, so that's why it says rip.
Oh, rip off bar. So that just says rip
Yeah,
off.
yeah, it's supposed to say rip off apparently.
I'm gonna assume that you guys were probably spamming that in the chat while I was reacting, but I don't look at the chat while I'm reacting so I don't get spoiled just in case. I don't look sometimes if like there's like a mod messaging multiple times, and then I'm like, oh, did I fuck up? Like the timer. I didn't start the timer, added a minute. That was on me. But I'm just gonna go on a limb, and you guys were probably saying rip off bar, rip off par, rip off. That's what botakuri means. Thank you guys. I'm just gonna assume that you guys were helping me out. Rip off
Just
bar.
assuming the best.
Yeah. Rip off bar is an interesting name. Not sure what that would mean. Entail.
Apparently, it's based on a real bar in Japan.
Gotcha. Also references Shaki's rip off bar in Sabori. Wait, Shaki's bar is called the rip off bar?
It is.
Oh.
Yeah, Shaki has the rip off bar.
Wait, so is this just Sabaody? Like, are they working at Shaki's bar?
Oh no, this looks way better than Shaki's bar. Shaki's bar is kind of ugly.
Oh, this is the maid
This
cafe.
is
So this is like the
higher class.
like a business venture. It put Shaki's an investor. They're using her licensing for this probably. Yeah.
Isn't that all maid bars? No, some maid bars are kind of cheap. I think most of them are pretty cheap.
Oh, people were thinking rip off bar like the person's not getting their money's worth. I thought rip off bar like a bootleg, like a copy.
What?
Yeah.
What would be bootleg here?
I don't know. Like it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's Kentucky's fried like chicken. You know, like they're just copying. It's like the lady who opened up a restaurant and she would just buy Popeyes down the road and then repackage the Popeyes and sell it as her own. It's a rip-off bar, but because she was like rip-off.
No, she got arrested. Thank God. What a madman.
Yeah. Or like like a rip-off, like copy. I wasn't necessarily thinking like, but that makes sense. The cat's getting ripped off. Haha, got it. So I do have to tell you, Sai, I was spoiled a little bit on this chapter.
Were you?
Yeah.
By me?
No, not you. No, you don't spoil me. You like to be annoying sometimes, but like not.
Yeah, sometimes before the chapter releases, I'm like, Pars, it's a good one, brother.
Yeah, and then like you say that for the wildest chat. Like you'll say that for like Recycle Curse showing like Par, you wouldn't guess what happened this time. Ange is not evil, and I'm like, wait, what? Why would this be unbelievable? Like, like it's some shit like that, where it's like, what this?
Hey! But I was being serious this time, though.
Yeah, no, but so I got spoiled.
Was great.
Yeah, it was. It is. I was spoiled because YouTube gave me a notification of a comment, and the YouTube comment is like it's not full the comment, right? So I'm just seeing like came back to this video, and I'm like, oh damn, like came back to this video, that's sick, let me see. And so I saw the video, and it was my double layered eye video, and that video in particular is not a wide topic to video. It's very focused, and there's only one topic, and there's kind of like a main conclusion, and it's something that stuck through to the point where like that's what I talk about with Nika, with Robin's thing. People brought it up recently, and I didn't see the full comment, and all I saw was 11:49, and I immediately clicked out. I was like, shit, no. But like again, I didn't know what that meant. But like, obviously, it's like, okay, that video was talking about like, hey, Emu has these eyes, and we talked about all these other examples, and the what makes sense to me 4 years ago is that these eyes are Oda's way to show a possession of some sort, like a will taking over another will. And we dissected Minx, we dissected Cavendish, talked about what the reason why Cavendish's eyes the way they are. And I'm pretty sure at the very last part, I talked about how, I wonder if Emu will eventually take over someone's body, and we'll see like a thing. I didn't rewatch the video, obviously, so I don't remember exactly what I have, but I do remember talking about Mihawk and then jumping to Emu and talking about that part. And so, again, none of that was super fresh in my mind. This is like a 4-year-old video. And so I'm just thinking like, oh, like maybe Robin, because people are talking about Robin being in the last few chapters, and then there's like the Gunko stuff, but no, I did not that last page was crazy for so many reasons. I'm honored that someone remembered that video and went back, and I'm not mad at them commenting that. That was a very valid comment. It's my fault. It was actually YouTube's fault. I don't know why YouTube decided to do me like that. But still could not have predicted what that last page was, because I think we had talked about that last page like in various scopes. Like I think last chapter we're like talking about the possibility, even more so, like a lot of clues are lining up, like, oh, maybe these bodies aren't their real bodies, and maybe the vessel thing could be a thing, and there's a lot of stuff there. Just gotta see more. And then Emu just was like hit us with like so many things all at once in the midst of a Gunko flashback with
and they cut the flashback off, which is so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And so there's a lot going on, and we'll talk about those things, but I think because we talked about this part a lot on the stream, at least the podcast. So I want to at least continue the conversation last podcast where we talked about Sommers, and then after that, then we'll go to the super chats, which will go to the rest of the chapter. But the Scopper Sommers situation, because when I was reading it and just fast forwarding it, and Scopper just like insta no diffed, and the face was not a troll face, which was what like I was met with last time. I was like, no, this is so crazy, because like I didn't want to think that Scopper could 3v1 him. Then Oda gave us that panel. I'm like, maybe he just kills them all. And like we had inserted like, yeah, but Colin's there, and then we had literally said like the worst thing that can happen is Colin self-divulges that he is the son, and
we didn't believe it. We didn't think it would actually happen, which is so funny, because we're like, surely Colin wouldn't say that this is his dad, right? Like, surely Scopper would like be mindful and say, hey, like maybe we don't bring out the father-son relationship. But Colin instantly drops it, which the craziest thing is, I agree now, Scopper could easily 1v3.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he was going to do. He literally said, if I just get to Gunko, I can put out. He even said he was going to put out the fire.
Yeah.
He even said he was going to be a firefighter. He's like, yeah, I can get to the library. I can put that out. Like, he was going to solve all of our problems if Colin didn't open his big fat mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you remember it the same way, because I memed on Colin so hard. I even paused because I'm being too harsh on Colin, and I sat there and I was like, would have made this situation a lot better for me if the other kids were the reason why if the other kids like, that's your dad, that would have saved Colin's reputation, because it would have separated Colin from the other kids who aren't warriors, like, because and then Oda did the amazing thing of having Scopper definitively and explicitly reflect, please don't say it. And that's what we were saying. Like, Scopper's obviously cognizant that like he cannot reveal that that's his kid, because then he's fucked, and that's what he showed. And then he's like, no, don't say it, and Colin does it. I'm like, nah. And then he
does it multiple times, which is so funny too. He says it 3 times. before Goku even points a sword at him.
And so then when he does that, right? And I forget where it was. Oh my god, I skipped another funny thing that we talked about, but just on this topic, he goes, don't give it away, Colin. And I was stuck there. So my screen's there, right? And I scrolled like a centimeter more. And I'm just like, I'm praying. I don't see a 3-letter word. And I see dad. And I stop there. I lose my shit. I don't even see Colin yet. Okay? I lose my shit already. And I'm like, no way he just did that shit. And I see a stupid ass face and it makes it worse. I see Congo.
Yeah.
And then I don't even read the rest. And the rest made it 10 times worse. 100 times worse. No. And all I'm thinking, and I didn't say this in action, I'm like thinking like if I was Scopper, I would be like, they're all my kids. I care about all the kids, every kid. Who are you, kid? I don't know who you are. Like, what do you do if you're Scopper? Like, the only options is like, oh yeah, because you wouldn't deny that he's your kid, but like maybe you could be like, no, he just means all of them are my children. I'm a beloved.
They're all my sons. Yeah, like some Whitebeard shit. Which, people are saying, I see people saying that, Colin didn't give himself away. It was also the other kids too, by saying, hey, Colin, look, your Yasan's here. But the thing is that at that point in time, even Scopper is still in his head saying, don't call for me. Like, yeah. Colin is the one person that shouldn't have said dad.
Yeah.
Like, even Scopper realizes that too. So, yeah, like, that's such a big fumble, man. Such a huge fumble.
And I wanna just, so that was funny. We'll go back. We'll talk about the Scopper thing as a whole. When I looked at the first page, I was reminded of something hilarious. If Oda doesn't watch our streams and memes on us, I don't know, because when I read this, I was just like, so the first page opens up, who is that? And I'm like laughing, like, who's that? Pokemon Scopper, blah blah blah. And then we see Summer's face not showing, yeah. And Usopp goes, why did that work? What did you do? And he goes, I'm rusty. And like, I started dying because remember we were talking about what are the ways of him injuring the Holy Knights, and we were,
oh my god, a rusted blade. Yeah. I think we joked about that, didn't we?
And we were like, wait, that would be so cracked because then Vice Admiral Shu would show up.
Oh, we did talk about Shu.
Yeah, and like when you follow the dialogue, it makes not much sense for him. Why did that work? What did you do? And him to say, I'm rusty as a response. And it just felt like a meme on what we were talking about. Because if you were to watch that thing and him saying, why did that work? I'm rusty. We had actually thought that maybe the blood carried within the sword rust the blade, and so rust is actually the weakness to the Holy Knights or some shit. And so if you watch that and you just looked at that page, this looks like a fan-made panel where we made the panel where Scopper actually answers, it's because I'm rusty. Like, it's just kind of funny. I just thought that was crazy that we talked about that like that.
Dude, shout out to Chopper. Chopper is like the one character out of the group who really cares about how Scopper was hurting the Holy Knights. Like, he's running after him.
You know what would make this so much better?
What's up?
If Chopper goes brain point, and then
that's what I was waiting for, man. Where's the brain point, Chopper? Huh?
And then he figures out exactly the weakness that Scopper knows, all from his brain point, the scope.
Instead of doing that, Chopper just jumps off the branch
and
jumps off the branch after Scopper, which is cool, I guess. And like that.
Proceeds to hurt himself. Because,
hurts himself by running over the spikes and then jumps off the branch to hopefully break Scopper's fall too.
Yeah, yeah.
Which now more than ever, I do not think that advanced Conquerors Hockey is how you hurt the God Knights. I don't think that's it. Because do you know how underwhelming and weird that would be if Chopper follows Scopper to the pits of hell, to the underworld, and Scopper says it's advanced Conquerors Hockey, something that 90% of the strats don't have? Yeah. Like that, I feel like Oda would not put Chopper in that position. That would just be too weak. Like, imagine Chopper gets this info. He goes back up to the Sun Realm and says, guys, all you have to do is use advanced Conquerors. And then everybody's like, oh, we're fucked. We're done, guys. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we can't do anything. Like, I really don't think that's the answer at this point.
Yeah.
100%.
Even me, who
No
believes
way.
I have made an argument in throughout my channel that I can make an argument that all the Straw Hats would get Conkers, but you'd be hard pressed to have me believe that all of them would have a usable level of advanced Conquerors hockey
That could hurt the Holy Knights.
that would be that's not where I draw the line. Obviously, that's way past the line that should be drawn. At the line is like even before all the Straw Hats having hockey. Period. We don't even know if some of them have hockey, and I'm saying that I could believe that they all have Conquerors. I'm past the line too. So I agree with Sai's logic here because Chopper literally goes. I feel like if he didn't have this bubble saying like this is gonna be vital information for everybody. If he didn't have that line, maybe, but because he says that, like Sai said, it'd be hilarious. It would be comedic to be like,
He gets the vital information and it's not for everybody. It's for like 2 characters of the crew. It's like, okay, that sucks.
Yeah, it's just
it's got to be something Chopper can do. It's got to be something at base level Chopper can also do.
Yeah,
which I go back to what you said last week, and I hate that it might be true, but you talked about life return. It's like maybe this is a life return thing, and I hate that so much because I think life return is fucking stupid. But I think it could be it. I think this could be like life denial, which I'll trademark that one, by the way.
Life denial is crazy.
Yeah, life denial, guys. That Par is about life return. I'm about life denial. So
which is it's funny because I didn't say it outright because I don't want to blush too hard, but I was saying how I appreciate. Don't holy shit that's come on.
I know my theory is
no. Cinnamon bread, chill out, bro. Okay,
bio unfeedback is what I also call it. Biofeed forward is the opposite right there.
This is exactly why this isn't a side TM moment. You're literally taking something that like the I said or Oda said and just put the reverse. Yep, this one. Like, and what I'm saying was that
and he hasn't trademarked it, so I'll take it.
We talked about I was saying how like Sai opposes a lot of the ideas that I give, but the one that he positively referenced and it warms my heart is the mind rope thing. Like when we talked about Joy Boy's thing and you're like, the mind rope. I'm like, damn, that's cool when Sai does that because most of the time he does shit like this where he goes, I hate life return to my core. You know what I'm about? Life denial. Like what the fuck? Stupid ass.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I love that idea.
I
love the idea so much. I do my own.
Yeah. No, yeah. Spin it however you want. You literally entered it. You're like, oh man,
it's literally a compliment.
It's an embarrassment like that you brought up life return on. Wait, what do you say, Sai?
It's like what you tell a little kid when they get bullied at school. No, son, they don't hate you. They're just jealous of you. They're just jealous of your fat cock.
Wait, how? Oh. Wait, so you're saying, you saying it's life denial is you saying you like. Wait, I'm so confused. Anyways, point is that life denial would go like imagine. Could you imagine how edgy it would be if Scopper said that like word for word? Like, how did you do that, Scopper? Tell us what you did. Life denial. And then we just see like Usopp and Chopper preface all their texts. Life denial? Like, and then say Sakura Bloom. And then like that would actually be insane. But I also don't see that happening. But I do
totally happen.
Think that it is something along that realm. Like it is something like fourth hockey energy, like natural energy, some type of shit like that, which would be life return, right? Like when you look at life return and how it's described, you could, and I hate to make a Naruto reference here, but you could insert.
I hate doing it, but I do it every day.
Yeah, the Kumadori explaining life return and you insert that to when Naruto's learning Sage mode and just replace what the frog says with what Kumadori said, it would make the same, it would be the same thing. It would literally be like, yeah, if you train like a frog for 100 years and sniff like a frog and act like a frog, you can become a frog. But be careful, because you may actually become a frog and turn to stone. And like, you know, that'd be the Naruto side of things, where in One Piece, Kumadori would be like, yeah, then you'd become a frog. And that's what I've always been saying, which is like, that's how you get, again, you know, thematic here. This stream, you know, as a person said, was my older videos all connecting. But that's how you get to a point where you think like, oh, Zoro can probably transform into an animal without a devil fruit. That's crazy. And then flash forward probably what, 200 chapters, 250 chapters, and then you have the Gorosei transforming into giant monsters with no devil fruits, and you're like, wait, that's not so crazy anymore. And then you flash forward to the end of this chapter and you look at the double layered eyes and the way Imu's using it, and you're like, wait, that's not so crazy anymore. And then you look up other parts of that same theory line where I'm like, oh, like hockey via love, like love hockey, or emotional based hockey, like that kind of stuff. Like, hey, Scopper's the love merchant, bro. Like, like I could easily see him turn around and Chopper like, how'd you do that? And he's like, you just gotta love what you do. Like,
I love Sommers. Oh
yeah, or that one. That see, yeah, that one too. I love
violence.
Perfect. Exactly.
There we go.
Love being involved in there. He imbues all of his ability. Like you could argue that he loves Colin, and so his attacks were wielding the love that he had for Colin. And so the reason why he could no longer fight was because he couldn't put his love for Colin aside, right? And that's why he gave up. And going back to what Sai, I like the way that you put it, because I took this like almost literally, like I obviously didn't say it out loud, but like it sounds like when he says, this is my last chance. If I act now, the fire's gonna be put out, the kids can be rescued, and Elbaf will be saved. The way he's saying it and the way he's winding up, it's as if he thinks that like he could do all of that with one swing. Somehow this one swing kills all the...
goddamn, he could.
Yeah, like I was like, yo, I want to see this.
Like, what if he does like what hits California all the time, like giant hurricanes? Like, imagine it's like, because it starts in the Pacific and then it just travels all the way through. Like, maybe that's it. Like Pacific Axe, and then it just, the farther it travels, the stronger and stronger it gets.
I don't think California, that's like Florida more than California, because the winds go towards Japan.
All right, nerd.
Okay. No.
Okay, nerd. Okay. Whoa, geologist in the chat, guys.
Yeah, geologist for meteorologist is crazy.
Exactly. No. The messed up word makes it better. Come on. We have a videographer here.
Oh god. What were we talking about? I just had amnesia. Yeah.
Scopper one-shotting all of Elbaf.
Pacific Rim
all
slash.
Of problem.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, he could do that, man. I could see it.
Yeah, and so like I don't think this, but while I was reading it, I did enter this into the reaction, which is that he says, Colin, just give me 1 second. Hold on. Title of the chapter. You're a strong kid. He acknowledges that he has like one chance. But he's telling him to like, hold on. And then he goes, just bear with the wounds for now. I'll save you. It's almost like he knows that Colin is going to get injured. Like the sacrifice of him doing this one attack will result in Colin being injured. And then he gets a future sight. And I'm not saying that Gunko can't kill Colin. I'm not saying that strike wouldn't kill Colin. But I was also thinking like it would be crazy if like, because he accepted that Colin would be significantly injured. Heck, he got significantly injured and I don't think he's going to die. Do I think that Colin could survive like a attack to the throat like that? Well, we've seen Drake survive that. So, and he's a giant and he's getting stabbed with the lance. It would be crazy if he just couldn't stomach, like he saw Colin getting injured. This isn't a picture of Colin dying. This is just an image of him getting injured, and not even that. Like Scopper couldn't sacrifice that, and that's why I'm like, damn, maybe it was that, because he did accept that he would get injured significantly, but obviously.
I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that stab to the neck would kill him.
Yeah. I when I first,
I get what you mean. It's the world of One Piece. Maybe he would survive that, but I'm just gonna say the easiest thing to say is just that Colin would get cooked with that.
Yeah. No, so when I first started, I was like, yeah, he's dying, right? And I was confused because I was like, wait, like did Gunko stab him? And then so at first I thought she did like what my doctor did to my neck and just started flossing his neck. Because like I didn't realize it was future sight at first, so I saw it was it went through, and then she pulls it out, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And then he goes, "Please stop!" And I'm like, "Please stop what? Like, did he just flossing his neck with the lance in front of him?" But then I was like, "Oh no, it's future sight! Like he would stab through and through."
I just love the thought that Colin gets hurt with this, or he gets hit with this, and he just survives somehow.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like,
no way, no, he wouldn't.
I'm just saying, like,
Colin would not survive that
we've
attack.
seen crazier things. Would a giant
pull it.
Would Scopper? Okay. Let's. This is actually a fun.
You have.
This is a
would
fun
Colin survive being stabbed through the neck? I gotta see. I gotta see the poll.
I'm not saying I believe. I'm just saying that I'm wondering. Like, is there a world where he survives that? I don't. I think that Scopper saw that he died, right? But there's a world. There's a world. Would Colin die from that one
guys? Don't fail me now.
Gunko stab,
guys.
If there's
I need
the reality aside, if it's over 20%, that's my point.
I feel like even Tammy from 600-Pound Sisters would vote yes, he would die. And Tammy, by doctors, has been only has 14% of her brain active at any given moment of her life.
I'm telling you that this is exactly why I said what I said. Like 30% at the moment out of 50 votes. That's actually a decent amount right now. Like
they're just memeing, brother.
No. When you get a dissenting vote,
just like the people of Lelucia, they need to be erased. They don't count.
That's what I'm saying. Because like Sai, you know this. Like as a content creator, right? When you make your videos, you may not think a certain thing, but you have to precog, especially your own viewers, their thing, and you address them in your video. So like, some of your videos like, some people may think that Ange is a good person for teaching her kids about fear, but I personally think she's a horrible villain and she should be.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you got to explore all the options.
Yeah, and so when I'm reacting, I
don't think this is a viable one though.
When I'm reacting, I'm like,
at some point you have to like draw the line and say, okay, guys, we got to cut the shenanigans. This is where we're stopping.
I'm just saying that, like, for the same reason why people, like Kinemon didn't die. Do we know Hawkins? Is he dead? Drake, did he die? Like, so many different things, and we see the body, we don't see the body. One stab wound, one explosion. Ashura Doji dying was a surprise, but if you'd shown me another character dying from an explosion and then just off-screening it, I would assume that they live per Pell example, right? So that's what I'm just saying. We've seen people stabbed. We literally saw a character stabbed in the neck and live through and through. So, I'm just saying. Wobble had his head cut off. M20 put it back on. Damn.
Did he?
Yeah, wait, did he have his neck cut off? Is that a thing?
Yeah, did Wapple get decapitated? Am I forgetting something?
Yeah, wait.
I remember the 20 MD like helped and they like resuscitated him after he got attacked by Luffy or Chopper, but
yeah,
I don't think he was decapitated though,
He
right?
had in the manga, not in the anime. That's crazy.
Really?
Wappo, like Wappo also had a submarine.
We're getting a lot of Wapol lore in this stream. What else do we know about Wapol, guys?
No. We knew about that, but like I don't remember him getting decapitated. Well, did you know he had a submarine? Like, it's so funny addition. Oh God. What's it called?
Wait, I see the image, but isn't it just like a move? Wait. No, he did get his head cut off. Huh.
Wait, what chapter?
Yeah. I don't know the chapter, but yeah, the 20 MDs say, wait, Wapol-sama, don't move. We haven't connected your head to your spine.
What the hell? All right. Who said this in the chat? Who said this?
No, it's a real thing, brother.
No, I know. YouTube doesn't have VIP. I'm pinning this. You get recognition. Huh. A few more. Keep it going, and you might find yourself as a mod. That's crazy. Wappo had his head cut off, and to pull that out of your ass like that, because to be fair, that's an ass pull. You're just lucky it's true.
Head to body. I inserted the word spine there.
Yeah.
I think spine sounds cooler.
See, and pinning that. And boom, this is why you might be a mod. After I pinned your comment, you single-handedly moved the poll 6 points. It went from 25% no to 31% no. So that's how much movement an author, I can never say your name, that's why I don't read it. And you guys saw my dyslexia full blown. At the end of the chapter, when Brooke, allegedly Brooke, I'm not being racist by looking at an afro on a guy and thinking that's Brooke. There's lots of people with afros, but that's definitely Brooke. He went yo ho ho. But when he goes, you see, my dream is to be and then I thought it said private, and that was just and I read it multiple times. I said private.
What?
Yeah, and then my homie Seal was like, part that says pirate, and I'm like, and then I looked at it. It still said private, and then I like shook myself a little shaking baby syndrome, but like to myself as an adult. And then boom, it changed to pirate. So yeah, dyslexia. So, but yeah.
No, yeah, hey, that happens to me all the time. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. So, but Colin dying from that one single Gunko stab.
The more dyslexic I get.
The more what?
Dyslexic I get.
The more the more you blank, the more dyslexic.
The older I get, the more dyslexic I get.
I heard. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's
like a natural thing.
Memoji, Par's the delusional theorist that ruins it. I'm not theorizing here. I'm literally talking about, this is not a theory. This is just an interpretation of this thing. And I'm telling you, there's 30 people who said no, Khan doesn't die from that. But to the point, I agree that it doesn't matter whether he died or got hurt. Scopper throwing down his arms still makes sense. But the difference would be like dying versus accepting just an injury on the thing. That would be like how much he values Colin, right? Like if it like, cause it's not life or death if he future sights it and he just doesn't want him to have a scratch on him, right? But yeah, this isn't just like a normal scratch. Like I can say that because like I have a neck to ear scar on my neck, so like that's pretty painful. Might I? Let me tell you something.
Okay. Would that panel make you more decisive if after Gunko stabs him in the neck, like arrows shoot out from all directions?
Arrows shoot out from all directions?
Yeah, like the minute she stabs his neck, like the arrows like sprout from her
she didn't
sword
stab him with
and
her
like totally decapitate him.
Oh yeah.
If Colin had his head chopped off all the way, so what you're saying? So since you're like one of those crazy conspiracy theorists,
what?
Even no, hear me out. Even if Colin got his head chopped off, you would reference Wapol and you'd say, "Oh, but it happened in the past." He's totally
I didn't say that. No,
that's the type of person you are.
No, if it's okay, no, if it's
right, it's not a 0% chance. Technically, Colin could put his head back on. We saw Wapol do it, and he just had 20 doctors do it. These are the doctors of Elbaf we're talking about here.
If his head was decapitated, then I wouldn't see it as an injury. But when I'm looking at panel to panel, right? Like I'm literally looking at Scott Bird being shot through the heart, the stomach, and the liver. Like, and I don't think he's dying. And I'm just supposed to, and he lives this, and what I'm just supposed to believe, like, oh, it just miraculously missed his heart. Like, you could do the same thing with the neck. You'd be like, oh, it just didn't hit his thing, which isn't that hard to do.
It didn't hit his neck.
It didn't hit his the vein. It didn't hit the vein.
Yeah, a body shot. You know, you can hit so many different things, but a neck.
No, Sai, you literally talked about, and guys, this is the kind of thing that Sai, and this is why it's so important.
Well, it didn't exactly pierce his trachea.
This is why you guys need to watch Sai's Twitch channel, because he gives you tutorial on how to consensually apply choking in the bed. And so he was demonstrating like on himself, like, oh, you don't do like a front choke, you have to do a side choke, because the front one is just like actually, and the other one's a blood choke. And he was demonstrating the particulars of the anatomy and how you have to do it correctly, and some things are just painful. So I was doing a great job. Really, he should be a sex ed teacher, honestly. With that,
be careful, all the virgins in chat, do not choke your partner out the wrong way.
Yeah. He was doing a PSA, to be honest. See, it was like a reaction, like something like, oh, this guy's terrible person for, and so I was just like, guys, here, let me show you the proper way. I think you demonstrated on like on your cup or something like that. But point is that the neck can survive a lot. Some people do neck things, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
I mean, you can survive that one, right?
I mean, guys, you know, like I have a neck to neck scar here and there, and the, you know, like the doctor made it pretty in there, pokey all over, you know.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Wait,
And
can I see that neck scar again?
I mean, you can't really see it because the doctor was pretty good, but when I noticed recently, I was getting a little self-conscious because I've been talking sideways a lot or anything, and when I talk, sometimes it folds on the thing, and I'm like, damn, I didn't realize like it does that. But
no, dude, that's so fucking cool. Don't be like self-conscious about that. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, self-conscious, like in, not in the way of like feeling not shame about it, but just like I forgot, like sometimes I forget what it, and then it was just like a reminder of it, right? I was like, damn, like I was just like doing something else. I'm like, shit, bro, I have cancer.
I have cancer, god damn it.
Yeah, I was like, damn, bro, I went through that. What the fuck? Like, it's kind of, because you don't see the scar all the time. It's like kind of, it's not on, but when you see the scar, one of my friends, I tried to get my doctor, I'm pretty sure retired, so he doesn't do the surgeon who did it. So like, I try to get all my friends best surgeons, and after their surgery, this one person who had the same exact problem as me, she's just like, bro, I hate my scar and blah blah blah. And I'm like, damn, like I can't really like relate, because like if I show her my scar, she'd be like, what the hell, bro, you don't even have a scar, what do you? And I'm like, I'm not complaining about it, but I can't like oh, I feel you, I've been there, you know, like I know what you've been through, because with that one I can't. Like mine was like an anomaly where like I went to another doctor, and they're like, you just had surgery last week on your neck? And they were looking at my scar, and it's like, I can't tell you have a scar there. So that's how good that doctor was. He was like Odin cutting the boar on the atoms, bro. That's how good that surgeon was. That's why I believe Odin's real life. You know what I mean? But yeah, going back to
You're kind of like a real life Wapole, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Especially like they don't tell you how the surgery goes, but there's a very graphic image that I told my wife that I'm pretty sure how the surgery went, and she almost vomited. And I was just like, yeah, it's kind of weird to think about, but like that's pretty sure that's what the doctor described to me, but he did a very good job of not describing it visually like I did. And yeah, so but yeah, I had to pull it out of my doctor too, because yeah. So the reason why he told me was after my surgery, I was in a lot of pain. They ask you like, how much pain are you in? And they tell you like 1 to 10. And I wasn't in pain from my neck or my surgery. So I was like, I'm in a 4 like on the scale of right after surgery in a 4, and I didn't want pain medicine, I didn't want morphine or anything like that. But my arm was at a 10. My God, this arm was at a 10. It was in so much pain, more pain than I've ever felt, like ever. It was insane. I almost said like 12. I was like crying. It was insane. And they're like, all right, this guy's crazy. He just had neck surgery. He's complaining about his arm. We gotta put this guy in the psych ward. And like the lady just heard me and without hesitation shot me up with morphine. And I'm like, no. And then I like, as I see her pumping it in, I'm like, no morphine, please. Let me talk to a doctor about the arm. And I wake up like 3 hours later and I'm like whispering to a nurse, I'm like, please get me someone else. This lady's trying to kill me and stuff like that. And so I talked to somebody and they bring in the attending that did my surgery. And I tried to describe to him. I told him, I said, and I wasn't looking at him. And I go, it feels like a 246, like I just threw out a number. I said a specific number because I was out of it. I just like my brain's on autopilot. I was just like, 228-pound man was put his full weight was stepping on my arm for hours. And it's in so much pain. And I know that I went through neck surgery, but you gotta believe me, man. My arm is in so much pain. And then I looked at the doctor and I'm like, oh my God, he's a 226-pound man. And then he started laughing because what he described. So what happens? My surgery's 8 hours, right? And they have to hold my arms taut. So my neck is taut.
Oh, so he was like sitting on your arm?
They had to have one person on this side and one person on this side. So the person on this side was a lady. He was on my right side. And he was saying like, because you're under anesthesia and you can't respond, we don't know how much pressure to put, but we need to make sure your neck is taut so that the surgeon can properly operate. And if it's not taut, it makes the cutting harder. It makes everything a lot harder. And there's extra stuff that I'm not going to explain. But so he was literally putting full force on my arm for 8 hours straight. And I clocked his ass and his weight and everything. And I didn't realize because I talked to like 7 nurses. And they're just like, this guy is crazy. When do we admit him to the psych ward? He had a neck surgery and we're trying to give him pain relief for his neck surgery. And the guy's complaining about an arm? What the heck? And then the attendant came in and he's like, nah, he's that. I'm that man. And I think he's like, I am that way. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, guy. I didn't mean to just clock your weight like that. But yeah, he was putting a significant amount of power. Big dude. His hands were like the size of my torso. Huge dude. He was like a 7-foot tall Australian guy. Okay, not 7 foot tall, but very big.
He could be like a One Piece character, like the world's like, I don't know, baddest man or something.
But yeah, Par's arm is an accurate scale. Yeah, maybe. It was just, I always talk about it like this. Like, it's like my AI. Like, I was born with an AI that just auto clocks thing. I don't do any of those calculations. I just wake up and then it's there. That's the same shit that happens with like, you know, when I'm looking at the Colin panel and the AI is processing like, there's a possibility people think that this is not Colin's death. This is worth bringing up. And then I talk about it. And then people are like, Par, why do you think that? I'm like, no, it's just the AI in there. I'm telling you guys, it's not me. But yeah, point is, going back to the Scopper stuff, it kind of played out the way we thought, but in a way we didn't think. Like, Ronia didn't fall. Colin didn't have a hockey awakening. Colin was abysmally worse than what we wanted and anticipated, and kind of like, we're like, please, begging. We were begging that Colin didn't do this. He did it. We even got the meme line of the rustiness. Sommers is in dire straits, but I do want to ask, where are you at with Sommers? Like, he's not dead because he says ouch, but like he's not dead, regenerating. So like, is this his real body? I know we talked about the possibility that there was like their avatar, like, you know, like operating like a vessel type of thing, but there was some back and forth, but like more so like how, why, where we saw him changing, like that seemed like his real body. Where are you at with Scopper? And then not Scopper, Sommers, and then we'll get to super chats.
So when it comes to Sommers, he is definitely alive. I think now that Emu is here, he's definitely gonna just put himself back together, or maybe Emu will fix him too. I think there's a pretty high possibility that Emu will give them additional powers. You know, somebody who said earlier that they wanted a Bleach reference, so maybe it could be like Yuhawaha, where
Mhm.
Emu can distribute more powers to the God Knights that he's nearby.
Did you pronounce
I
that
think that's
correctly?
fun.
Did,
Yuhawaha, yeah, I think so.
I feel like you pronounced it differently last time. I've only read the thing because I didn't. Well, no, I watched that part where he shows up, but I don't remember how it's pronounced. I've heard so many
I
pronunciations.
don't remember how it's pronounced. It's something like that.
Yeah, but I
It's
don't
close. It's
remember
close enough. He has a stupid name, guys. Come on.
Yue Haha. Like you,
He has a really stupid name. Hey,
you,
it could have been something easy. Why not just John or Adolf? Like, come on.
Yuhabach.
Like
Yuhaba.
Adolf the Almighty. Like, why didn't he just have that? Why didn't he just have that name, Kubo? Come on.
You
They're supposed to be German, man.
Yeah, Sai definitely said Yuhawaha. That's what I heard the first time, and I was like, that's not right. Yuhabaha, that's what I've heard, but then people are saying it's Yuhabach. See,
You know, before we even had the pronunciation, you know, back in the manga when he was first introduced, I just called him Watch.
yeah, that's what I thought what it was.
Yeah.
You watch. Like something like that.
Yeah.
Some weird
Watch. Or
cuck
just something
name.
like that.
You watch like so
Johan be good too. Like they gave him the hardest name known to mankind.
yeah. Honestly, Sai is right. Alejandro, where have you been? And that's okay. No, you typed. Okay, I was about to ban you if that was the first chat you had, but I scrolled back and I see the other chats. It was just when I was on my personal story thing, but it's it'll be illegal to enter the stream, and this is for anybody entering the stream. Heed my warning. If you enter in, and even if Sai is not here and you go, honestly, Sai is right, I'm gonna ban you.
Like a trigger word for you.
Like there's no relevance, and then their first thing, honestly, Sai is right about what? Like
No, I'm right that Yuhawa has a weird name.
Yeah, I know, but like
not pronounceable, dude.
Yeah, I agree with that part, but they could be saying like the first pronunciation or anything else. Like I don't know what are they on. Like, is Alejandro watching live, or is he talking about some unhinged thing you talked about in the past, right? Like, I don't know. Sometimes the viewers do that. We're like, they're 10 minutes ago, and then they're saying some shit, and we're like, huh? And then they're like, oh, and then...
He's referring to the Jizzathon?
Yeah, the Jizzathon. No, Par is not... No, I scroll back and saw a lot of your comments, so the AI processed it. I'll remember this, Alejandro. But yeah, awesome chapter. Definitely didn't take 1 second to read. Oh, but I'll have you know, Sai, I won this reading. I got in between. So I usually do under a certain amount of time and then over a certain time, and I have an in between time. I was under 50 minutes on this one. Pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're speed reading. You're not really digesting the information then.
I mean, Sai, think about this. I fully thought through, not that I believed it, but the possibility that Colin didn't die while I was reacting. So that's really efficient. Really, really efficient. So just, awesome. Great. Pat on the back for that one. I read this one before, but D Kutch with the $5 super chat says, Par, I think your viewers were onto something with Robin's eyes in 1147 and 1148, since that Robin turned out to be a clone. And in reference to that conversation regarding the double layered eye video. And I do have a video again talking about Robin and those eyes and her powers. I think we are in a weird spot with her powers, because last chapter we saw that the damage to the clone did not hurt her. But then we see it reiterated that like Jinbei is like, hey, hand-to-hand combat isn't really your forte. You shouldn't be doing that. It's dangerous. And it's like, wait, is she good or is she not with this whole recoil part? Because the Demonio Floor, if that was a clone, that incurred damage. We just saw a clone incurred damage and it didn't cause damage. And now Jinbei's now saying that it will. So I don't know where she's at. But going back to the clone and eye things, especially now seeing the end of the chapter, I think that I might pin, if there was a way to pin a video on my YouTube channel, the double layered eye one would definitely thing. Maybe I should rename it. Just read 1149. I told you so. Like maybe that's the title.
I told you so, you losers.
Yeah, that's the new title. Could be.
Suck it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
Who most famously said "suck it" again? Was it Adam Sandler?
I didn't. You would probably know. I like Adam Sandler as much as the next guy. I didn't know "suck it" came from him.
Your people love Adam Sandler.
Hold on.
What's up?
What do you mean? What do you mean by your people, huh? Huh?
I don't know if you guys know this, but the reason why Adam Sandler is all over Netflix is because India eats Adam Sandler up, brother. Adam Sandler gets average views in America, but in India, he's like 5x. Like,
Bro.
Adam Sandler's the funniest guy in India, brother. Like, that's respectable, man. He knows his audience.
Yeah, and you know what's big for your people? A shark, bro. Meg 2 outsold Oppenheimer, Barbie, everything. What did that say about your people, huh, Sai? Huh?
We like sharks, dude. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, me
like,
too.
You're acting like this is some sort
Am
of
I
insult.
one of your people?
Like, oh, Indian people like comedy? Like, that's not an insult.
Yeah, I like sharks too.
Like sharks. Like,
I'm your people too. I'm one of your people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you like Adam Sandler and sharks, dude? If there was like an Adam Sandler Meg collaboration, you'd be busting, bro.
No, actually, no. You're actually like if I got a Jaws 17 and Adam Sandler was like, I would actually...
You know, I really regret the fact that I've never watched Meg 2 yet.
Meg 2 is actually really good because I didn't
That's
watch.
What I heard. I heard Meg 2 was really good. Like it's just that my wife just hates the fact that Jason Statham's in there. I don't know why she hates him so much.
Oh, I see. That's in my.
He has like a genuine problem with that guy.
I like that's my brain broken. This has always been a thing. I don't remember actor names like that. Like when they're in
Jason Statham is like the bald guy that's like 5'2".
Bald guy that's 5'2".
He's the one who kicks Meg and like stops him from like attacking the beach.
Oh,
he's the main character. Yeah,
main character. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean his character's whatever. He's kind of like it's like Meg 2 is like Fast and Furious and like Final Destination, but with sharks. And yeah, it's insane. But
that's a crazy comment. Jason Statham is not for everybody. As if he's polarized. What do you mean?
Yeah,
he's like the most like cookie cutter guy out there.
He said 5'2" bald guy Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
Yo, if Joe Rogan,
I see Jason Statham. He's like the white version of The Rock.
If Joe Rogan was in Meg 2, that kick would have made sense. Honestly, the way Joe Rogan kicks, if he kicked Meg like that would make sense. But like, you know, you also have to throw in Taken a little bit in there, where like Liam like is like just has a crazy confidence in random shit like in himself. Like he the same thing in there.
Well, he's like a trained agent though.
That's true.
He's like a John Wick.
Yeah. But so in with Meg 2, the thing was Meg 2 was so good that it made me want to watch Meg 1. And I did.
Really?
Yeah. And Meg 1, because the reason why was because there was actually story that it was building off of. And I was like, wait, I'm actually invested. I want to see what they were building off of. And it wasn't as good. I don't think I don't really remember Meg 1 as much as Meg 2. But I remember I watched it with people. And it was funny because they were all like, Meg 2, haha, this is a stupid movie. Surely it's not going to be good. And we were like, wait, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's what I heard, man. Meg 2 is the bee's knees. Everybody's talking about it now.
Yeah, it was
really having like funny. A renaissance.
It was really funny. And, you know, it's not like a top 10. It's not like it changed my life, but I don't regret sitting down. It's actually funny. When I was younger, I remember. Are
the Chinese in it?
Is there what?
Are the Chinese in it?
Yes. Well, the Chinese? I don't know.
They're like the number one like shark hunters, right?
No, they're doing I think they were
I
the
just want like Chinese people to like run into the ocean saying shark fin soup, shark fin soup.
I think they were the
Like, that'd be really cool.
progenitors of a company conserving sharks. But
Oh, that makes sense too.
yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
we
Um,
love sharks, brother,
but I don't know
so
about
much.
the Chinese. I don't know about like the monolith of Chinese. I don't know if they showed up, but I think there was Asian people in the.
Okay, okay. You know how people talk about like the gorilla thing? Like, do you think if all of China were in the middle of the ocean, no boat, just floating and swimming, do you think that they could beat the Meg? Hand to hand, no weapons?
All of
Like the
China?
entire population of China, yeah, just in the ocean. But they're kind of like sitting ducks because, obviously, we can't like swim like fishmen.
I don't think so. What would they do to the
Huh.
Meg? Oh, no, they would. The Meg would choke and die. Like
Just eating that many people who would show.
yeah, they would just
Maybe.
maybe like if it's like Szechuan food, maybe it's just too spicy. You know what I mean? Maybe it's like, oh, this
Mm,
needs some soy sauce. It's not edible without the soy sauce. Oh god. Yeah.
maybe
Um
that's it.
yeah. I mean, then you could be a little bit more racist and just assume that all of them carry soy sauce on them, and then Meg would have no problem, right?
Oh, that would be nuts. Imagine. That'd be like DPS poison damage. Quick, we're Asian, so we're like soy sauce is like coming out of their pores and it pollutes the water, and that's what kills the Meg.
Yeah, a billion, one soy sauce packet, but how about a billion? Like
Yeah, the ocean turns black for a couple minutes,
that would be the best way to calculate the difference between like
and
one
then you have
a
like the World War
million.
II veteran just like out there saying, "I think the Chinese are at it again."
Yeah, like a difference between a million, and a billion. Like they would show the calculations of soy sauce in the ocean and how much damage a billion soy sauce. That would be fucking funny. Oh my god. And then they do the funny thing is like, and this is how much Elon Musk's net worth of soy sauces would be in the ocean. Like that like viral video thing. Oh god. I always laugh when like it's Neil. And if you had Elon Musk's net worth, you could go up to the moon and back and wrap the earth in 15 Gucci belts. Like it's like, wait, what the fuck is that?
It was a random statistic. Yeah.
How
Oh, I
did we
love
get
that,
to
man.
Meg 2? What did we do? How did we do this?
We were. What in the chapter got us to Meg 2? Now that I think about it, like what was it?
Was it a
Did we
super
compare
chat?
Stopper to like Jason Statham or something?
The last thing that I read was Robin's cloned eyes, like the double layered eye theory.
Adam Sandler. Oh, because your people like Adam Sandler.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
that doesn't help us to get to
Oh yeah,
like
Adam Sandler saying "suck it." There we go.
like I'm trying to get us like unlost from a forest, and you just like that doesn't help us. Like we're still lost, bro.
but we're backtracking though. It's like seeing a tree you walked by a couple of times. Yeah. So Adam Sandler said "suck it," but the reason he said "suck it" was it because Scopper got hit? No, it's because Summers was in pain, right?
Wait, what? What are we talking about?
Like, how did we get to suck it?
I think that was you. I think you did some shit. You did some voodoo shit, bro.
I didn't do anything. You can't put this on me, dude.
I think you did this one.
If your people didn't like Adam Sandler that much, we would have been on to the next topic. We'd still be talking about the chapter right now, man. All right.
Yeah. I thought it was funny. By the way, the dialogue was interesting. I don't know where I'm at with it now because I haven't like reread this part, but I found when Sommer said "mountain eater," I just kind of laughed a little bit. It's just kind of because like he just got cut, and then he instead of like Scop, like he already said Scopper Gaban, but and like it's like everyone on Elbaf's like Yasan, and then like the left hand of the Pirate King. He just pulled out the epithet, and this is like wild to say that before you get slashed. But the why are you in Elbaf? Did he say that or did Scopper say that?
Sommer said it.
Sommer said that, and that
Yeah.
fits what we were saying. Like that would mean that they most likely hadn't been here in the last 25 years, right? Since since Scopper been here, right? That's kind of what we were talking about, and that would fit like the school being built timeline. Like they didn't know about the schools. The library had always been there, so that's their issue. But like, does that also corroborate that like the Holy Knights have not interacted with Elbaf for a very long time? Why are you here in Elbaf? Because then I was like, wait, like we don't actually know. Is Scopper asking the Holy Knights why you're here in Elbaf? But then that would also be weird because like they kind of said why they were here in Elbaf. We're here to make you guys a military force and swear fealty. So
Yeah, the
yeah,
reason why I think it's Somers who says it, by the way, is because of the next panel
yeah,
where Stopper's like in lowercase, like nothing wrong with the serious talk, right? Like, I mean, it would be odd if he says, "Why are you in Elbaf?" Nothing wrong with the serious talk. Like, it doesn't flow well. So I'm pretty sure it's just Somers saying
it
it.
still doesn't flow that well either because like, yeah, why are you? It's the same. It's almost. Why did that work? Why did you do it? I'm rusty. Like it. Like I get where.
Yeah.
But it's just like Scopper's on something, bro. But I like whatever he's on. I like it, because you know he. And I want to get to this part actually right before we get back to the super chat. Is he is demonstrating like a level of power that validates like the world government's fear, because this guy wasn't even first ring in his organization. He was third. Rayleigh, Roger, and then we have the Rocks Pirates, and it's like these characters are capable of instilling this level of damage and fear, and not really curious about we've talked about the Holy Knights and the Roger Pirates and like, you know, the levels and where we're at, but I am curious because yes, the last page, and I'm sure we'll get to a lot of the details of LeBrook, whatever, but something that I pointed out, which was huge, which was buried in the midst of all the other stuff, is the fact that Emu is admitting that they, regardless of how it flows down, they need more military force, whether it's like the Holy Knights are taking too long in Elbaf and they need them to return, or just the dire strait of the Holy Land, that with Shamrock, Garling, the Gorosei, and Emu, who is demonstrating an active role. We have never seen Emu take like an active role in any conflict. You could say the Sabo situation, but like that's a reactive role, and it's not like Emu was looking to change anything of that. Otherwise, like why didn't Emu straight up just stop Sabo and Walpole, right? Like even to the extent of Lelucia, Emu was just giving out orders, but this is Emu like stepping on. If we're to take this moment with Gunko as Emu taking, like Jesus take the wheel, but it's Emu as Jesus, like that's what's happening. So you could say that Emu, Garling, Shamrocks, 5 Gorosei, well 4 Gorosei minus Garling, are dealing with the situation at the Holy Land that is that significant. Like what do you think is happening that requires this much like power?
Yeah. So I believe that the Holy Land is being attacked right now by people who are strong. Okay, what do you want me to say, Har? What could I? What other conclusions can I draw here, man?
Are you sure? When you first said like I believe he's getting attacked, I was like, let him cook. Stop! Don't interrupt, Par. Don't shoot him down too early. Spoil.
Okay. Think about how you worded all of this, all the buildup. So, Sai, you know, the Holy Land has the Gorosei, they have Shamrock, Garling, and Emu, and you know, they say they need military might. What is your conclusion from this? Well, Par, whoever is attacking the Holy Land, they must be powerful. Let me tell you.
Yeah, like, no. I would assume that you would already know that they're being attacked. Who is attacked? Who?
Well, there's only a couple of options, Par. I mean, I hope it's Dragon.
You know, okay? See, that's where I'm walking you to. Okay,
you walked me to Dragon.
You think that dragon? So and this is what I painted out to
Gotta
people.
be, dude. If it's
It's
not Monkey D. Dragon, if it's not him, the amount of slander that will come out of it would be absurd.
wait. Why would
People
there be
already meme on
slander?
Dragon to hell and back.
The problem isn't
Brother,
that it's not.
99% of the time, whenever you talk about Dragon, it's just, oh, is he still looking east? If this attack is not by Dragon, that meme will only be amplified.
Okay. So there's a few things about this. Okay, so first, I think the proper assumption, right? Because like the question is, who's positioned to attack the Holy Land? The Revs. The Revs just attacked the Holy Land, and when that happened, they didn't mobilize the Gorosei. They didn't defend. They didn't even act the Holy Knights. And so, if they didn't do that then, and they didn't use the Holy Knights, do I really think that Sabo, Karasu, Morley, and the vice captains and the vice captains, are they all necessitating more power beyond Holy Knights, right? And so naturally you put Dragon there. And then it's like, okay, let's not shoehorn Dragon here. What are the other options? And then, but then the bar becomes crazy because it's like, the person has whatever threat is that they're facing is so insane that like we have to rely on the mythical man Dragon. And I straight, people were like, it's Dragon. I'm like, bro, do you understand? If Dragon is the threat, like if we had the Revs, all the captains there, they didn't have the Holy Hands, they didn't have the Gorosei, they let Sabo leave. And you're saying all you need is Dragon, and you add him in, and now Garling is overwhelmed, Shamrock is overwhelmed, the Gorosei are overwhelmed. Like, that's a huge bar for Dragon to now fill. And I'm like, listen, guys, I'm the biggest Dragon slot. I explained my history of Dragon. I had in top 1 in multiple top 30 lists, and even I'm like, inserting Dragon there is insane. And like, maybe it is Dragon. And I'm with you, Sai. The most logical choice off of my questioning, what's happening? Someone's fighting them. Who's fighting them, Sai? Dragon. That's where I think it makes sense. But it's like, is it just Dragon? Because if it is just Dragon, that's beyond like...
What if we learn that the vice commanders are just that OP? Like, Jerome! Like, oh, like they get like crazy epithets.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, it's Jerome, the madman of goggles. There's Ushianu, the mad milker. Ahiru, the cock twister. And then here is Gemba, the egg boy.
Yeah, and
like, maybe that's it.
Yeah, and they're raiding, and we cut to the thing, and the Humpty Dumpty ass looking dude is standing over Shamrock. I told you to let me sit on the wall, like.
Yeah, we cut back. We see like another version of Gunko and Ushiano shoving his udders in her face.
Please don't animate this, guys. Like, it's so, oh god.
Please, Oda, bring it into existence.
Oh,
I want to see Ushiano shove his udders in somebody's face, please.
I said I still stand on it. I do not prefer any chapter of Ushiano. Reading that is worse than reading the Giant's Laughters. That is definitely on my tier list of when I react to the stream. The thing that breaks me out of my like persona is definitely Giant Laughs. I can't do that. And Ushiano speaking. I will skip the dialogue bubble. You know what? I'll put money on it. I bet money. And oh my god, this would be so insane for Oda to do. I bet money that I could skip Ushiano's dialogue for the rest of One Piece and not really, like, I don't have to react to it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, sure, I could read it, but I guarantee you there's probably nothing of valuable substance that will come from those udders, bro. Nothing will be uttered.
Soon, man. That is what I said about Ronya. And now look where I am, Par.
Yeah, but that's because you have an
never say never.
A ridiculous hate for random people. This straight up, the cow's pointless, bro. Like,
exactly, random person, the cow.
No,
we're in the same boat, man.
No way. You're saying Ushiano's like Ronya, like that. I'm not gonna die.
No, you had no. My hatred for Ronya is just so out of nowhere, kind of like your hatred for Ushiano. People love Ushiano out there.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Pull it right now.
I'm already on it. Who?
Pull it now. Aronia or Ushiano?
No, wait, Ronia. No, isn't the question, do you love Ushiano? You said some people love Ushiano, then said Poland, then said put Ronia or Ushiano. What kind of poll is that?
We need a comparison, man.
Do you
We gotta see where people are at.
all the yes people are definitely your viewers, the furry lovers,
Anyhow,
bro.
going to sleep. All I gotta say is Sai is right.
So on what?
Thank you, brother.
Who is getting banned? Who said that shit? Who said? So is this your
Who's
first?
Ushiano? It's somebody working with Koala. I'm pretty sure that's Koala's guy right now.
What do you mean by Koala's
I've seen like
guy?
Ushiano Koala fanfic.
There's ain't no way you just you read a fanfic about Koala and Ushiano and said I've seen a fanfic. No, you read that, and no way you're taking that as canon material. I'm sure that's Koala's guy off of a fanfic that you're acting like you didn't personally. Oh, I just stumbled upon it. No, you are whoa. That's crazy, Sai. That's crazy. Now I know why you want the udders so bad. That's crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anime Dimension with the 29 months supervisionary, and I'm gonna get the other super chats too, said sad part about Gunko is she is very old. If Brook or Luffy liberates her, it means death or becoming so old that she is close to dying. It's heartbreaking. That is a context that is on this page that is kind of like a little spooky. We'll get to that a little bit later, and I'm gonna reread your super chat when we get to more of the super chats, and because that's a big topic. I want to talk about that.
It's like Mars dying in between each.
I had a burp, sentence. And then I need to cough, so I did it all at once. But then I was talking.
Do you ever like burp during a video?
What do you mean, like on stream?
Yeah, like or like while you record a YouTube video. Do you ever like burp? Because that be a lot, and you know, my wife says I should leave it in, but I always like to edit it out because I think it's kind of gross.
No, I mean I edit my my videos are scripted, so there's no burps being scripted in.
I mean, like even like in a scripted video, you still burp. You don't like stop being human for a minute.
I actually don't burp that often now that I think about it. Unless I'm drinking. No. I do burp when I drink like fizzy drinks, but I don't drink fizzy drinks when I do my recordings. That's why. I just drink water because it's easier to record with. Yeah. But there was something else I was gonna say on that note. Recording, burping. Oh, there was one time where someone's like, is that a cat in the background of like one of my videos? And I listened to it, they timestamped it, and it did sound like a cat, but it was my son like downstairs or something, like running around screaming. And so I guess the way the video chopped it, like I chopped it up, and like when you apply the noise gate or whatever, it like alters the voice. So yeah, it just kind of made the thing a little bit funkier, and people thought that my son crying was a cat, so that's pretty funny. Made sense. It sounded like a cat to me. But yeah. Anyways, Dragon being the threat that is coming here is, I think it's just kind of insane because like I think logically it has to be Dragon, because for a lot of reasons. It's not, I don't even think like you have to like, oh my god, how many ellipses later, how many east later, but like we had talked about how what's happening at the Holy Land. We discussed this, and we're like, well, if the Holy Lands are here and Dragon has been monitoring them, or we'd like to hope he was, then this is the great time to strike when Shamrock's left, which is what would have been the time that they striked, and then Shamrock's come back, and then he's not enough, which would be wild for a Dragon thing. But just Dragon in general also makes sense because like I was saying, like the kind of power that you necessitate is like I would imagine like Rocks, Roger, and Whitebeard all got revived. Like the fourth, like the Great Ninja War, Infinite Hockey, their zombies, they rolled up. Like that's how it feels that like the world government, like Emu, like is activating, taking like you're too slow. I need to fast forward this so that we have more power. Like I don't know who is attacking them, and honestly, it doesn't feel like Dragon fits the boots for all of this. And then like I want to put Blackbeard there, but like I really don't think Blackbeard would be griefing the world government because he literally said he wants to be a part of the world government. I don't think this is the moment where he has them in the vice grip. And then outside of the Revs and outside of Blackbeard, is it Shanks? Is Shanks doing this? Like that doesn't make sense. Because then
We
it's like,
apparently have like an odd panel too, calling back to this moment.
what do you mean?
People are sharing it, and it's getting a lot of popularity nowadays. But it's a manga drawing that Oda did a long time ago for World Seeker, which is like an older One Piece game, like 4 years old, and it shows somebody attacking the Holy Land. And the caption says, "The Holy Land, Marie-Joie, engulfed in flames. Who is this mysterious figure in this untouchable sacred place?" And there's like a silhouetted character standing in front of the Holy Land.
That could be Fisher Tiger.
I don't think it's not. I don't think it's supposed to be Fisher Tiger because that's after we already knew about Fisher Tiger.
World Seekers. When you said old, I thought you meant old. I didn't know.
Yeah. World Seeker is like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Oh, that's not old. What in the Zoomer, bro?
I mean, well, it's not like the most recent One Piece game.
Yeah, but we're in a 30-year series, bro. 30 years ago is recent.
Nah, that shit's old, dude.
No,
Awful
dude.
game, by the way.
449 seems like a reference to this. What? Let me see. 449.
I'm never wrong, Tornado. What are you talking about?
Wait, what do you say? The color spread in 449 seems like a reference to this?
Color spread in 449. Let me see.
Monsters of Thriller Bar. This is the Momo reference. But they're wearing the European clothes.
Who the fuck is Ushiano? It's one of the Rev commanders. He's really popular with the ladies.
Why is this poll 50-50?
I'm surprised not more people. I'm surprised by the amount of people who do not know Ushiano. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that is also surprising. But yeah, this I don't know how it relates to this chapter or this predicament that we're in.
Ushiano's not him. No, you get him. He's like the coolest one out of all the Rev commanders. Like not like the big commanders like, you know, Karasu and them, but out of like the second string, he's like that guy. You gotta admit.
Is this so wait on. It says it's like Mare Joie and they wear stuff like the God Knights in the picture. Okay, I got that. Look at the window and a dragon engulfing in the flames. I don't see the building in flames, but yeah, the dragon, Celestial Dragon. I looked at this as a Momo reference because like Eastern Dragon or Japanese dragon type of thing. I am more curious about this totem that's behind Luffy. I've seen this panel so many times. I've never actually looked at this thing behind Luffy. That's actually random as fuck. Do you see this, guys? What the heck? It's honestly giving me a little heebie-jeebies. Let's see this little... Where's my stream? Oh, it's like I'm covering it. Let me see if I pull it up right here. That's Luffy. And then you guys see that behind him? Like
I don't like Ahiro and I don't like Inazuma.
This one.
I mean, it's not like I hate them, but I just don't like them as much.
I appreciate that perspective, JD. You entertained a lot of the idea, and then you said could also be nothing. That's a very healthy
it's a healthy way to go about life.
Yeah, or at least One Piece conversations. You know, or your own take, you know. It's very common for your own interpretation to spin you off the rocker a little bit, but you're like, yeah, no, I saw this, but it could also be nothing. Like, you know what? There's someone else who did that. Me, with the whole Colin dying thing. I never said that. That's how I said it could be nothing. It's very similar.
I mean, yeah, but Parr is also like one of those guys who's like, oh, I have a friend that believes in this theory, huh?
No,
He does that all the time.
That's
Parr does
correct.
that all the time.
No shot. Why would me, a One Piecers who post about the theory, go like, oh, my friend has a theory that is actually my theory, and then
you do that so often.
When I talk about the theories I can't post a video and be like, so I heard there's a theory going around town.
Oh, I have a friend that has a foot fetish. and then you look at my wallpaper, it's just a giant, it's just giant feet.
Wait, like, right. Yeah, if I looked at your wallpaper and it's giant feet, then I would be accurate in saying my friend has a foot fetish. What do you mean?
But you argue so hard for the Colin stuff, so it's like it's gotta be you. It's like a self-insert.
No.
It's a total self-insert.
Yeah, no, the Colin thing is me entertaining a different perspective of my own, but but that I could see plausible.
No, you couldn't see it. You couldn't just see it, Parr. You knew that it was going to be it. You knew that was like
watch the Sai is just clip tripping me. This is crazy. In the reaction, I was like, wait a second. After the fact, I gotta stretch out the time on this reading. Let me insert this unhinged take. No, that's not that. I mean, that's another perspective people could have of me, but
Parr still thinks that Rox is a fraud. That's crazy too.
First of all, I've never went. Some guy had a theory. I very well know that a lot of the sentiment came from that particular video that I made. I'm just saying that when people run around saying stuff, it's just like not perfectly accurate to what my video tries to portray in a 40-minute video. That's all I was saying.
What the title and thumbnail says.
Yeah, but my editor wrote the title.
Your editor? You?
Shit.
We're one-man army star. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Looking, the AI can't find an answer right now.
Ushiano's a stupid-looking cow. What the fuck? No, that's why he's so cool.
Why are we still on Ushiano?
Ushiano could have so many powers. Like Ushiano, I think is the one who set the Holy Land on fire. Even
the power is so grand. His milk is too powerful. It lights on fire.
Yeah, like
on discharge.
Like current day, if there was a legitimate cow deity, right? Like there's some Asian countries. I'll step away from your people for a minute. There's some Asian countries and communities that believe in cow deity. So what if that's it? Like, what if Ushiano is the cow god? And every time a cow gets eaten in our world, it powers Ushiano up. Like their soul goes back to the originator, like Yubahala in Bleach. Like Ushiano's just that cracked now.
You definitely pronounced it differently than you did earlier. Just saying.
I don't think I did.
Someone go tell Parr he has a TFT tourney to go watch. Wait, are
the Blazing So?
Wait, I thought that's on the weekends. It's happening right now. I'll go watch it. I gotta watch.
Are you missing the TFT tourney?
Yeah, that's also another reason why. Because technically I could participate in some of those, but I just don't. I'm not going to. But if I put more time into it, Cookie Ninja could too. Actually, yeah, if he really wanted to, he could be in the. I mean, he probably is in the tournament. He just doesn't say it. Yeah, but what's it called? Do you like warm milk?
Me?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I remember I don't know, back in the day, milk had so much propaganda, and I remember warm milk before bedtime, makes you sleepy or whatever. That shit never worked, and I just disgusted by it, and I never got on this warm milk trend. And so I was thinking about Ushiano setting the fire, and I was like, damn, warm milk is kind of cursed. That would be problem. Imagine a fire and then there's milk there, and then the milk is on fire. That'd be rancid. That'd be disgusting. crazy. Or would it just turn to cheese? Would it flash? No, it doesn't flashbang into
I don't know. I
cheese.
mean, Ushiano could be the cheese god, or maybe like one of his udders gets like blocked, and it gets hardened over time, and then that's like an ability he's been storing up. So like it's like a one shot potential like ability. Like,
Is this like Powder Abachi reference?
No, it could be like Elizabello and how he's like constantly winding up the punch. Ushiano just has a bunch of like plugged milk ducts, and then one day when he's ready to release it, it's like this super hardened, calcified bone that just shoots out and kills people.
Yeah. What Sai said, Sheesh asked me, Par, are you working on a new video? If not, a Gunko emu video would be nuts. I was working on a Gunko video, but obviously my schedule, there's no video up, so you guys can tell.
Is the Gunko video still gonna release?
Yeah, as far as because I talked about the Gunko stuff.
That's so funny.
Before, I would say okay. Actually, that's actually a very a good segue. I want to get the super chats, but that was a great chat segue into the Brook stuff. At least touching on it, which I think at least this corroborates. You know.
Whoa, you want to touch Brook?
Yeah,
Grody,
touching Brook, bro. Which, you know, I had been really heavy on looking at the dialogue when Gunko was speaking and Brook was speaking, and like really harping on the line, the familiarity and the words that Brook was saying. And I think that at minimum, that Gunko video that I was making was to give another option to the people saying that Gunko is a Ginny clone, Gunko is related to like Bonnie's half sister, and I just didn't believe that, and I couldn't put that in full words on a stream, so I was making a video, and I would say that this obviously corroborates that because Gunko predates Ginny and Bonnie by decades, but now it's confirmed that it's like it's not that like they're like Gunko existed in Brook's like past, like straight up Gunko. Now the question mark is who is Gunko in this flashback, which I'm sure we'll talk about more thing, but I want to get to the super chats because if we start talking about that right now, me and Sai will talk on forever. So I want to get to super chats because surely we'll get to that spot again in a second. We have Julian Torres with the $2 super chat says, dumbest 20-year-old. He knows there's villains, big L. And he's not referring to me. I know you guys, some of you guys think that I'm, 20, 40, whatever. But believe it or not, I am not the dumbest 20-year-old. It is Colin. Because believe it or not, he is the apparently ripe age of 20. The naive age of 20.
Well, don't say that too loudly, Par. I said that about Ronya, saying, oh yeah, Ronya's a loser. You can't call her a child because she's 20. And they're like, oh, Sai, so what, you think Ronya can have sex now? It's like, whoa.
God damn.
What the hell are you doing?
Dude, that's it.
I know. I said that, and they're like, oh, Sai, do you believe that, this little kid is like an adult and should have consent? It's like, what are we doing? Huh? I was like, what are we doing?
That's unironically.
I was using that to slander people, guys. Come on.
That's ironically. Remember when we were talking about the Sanji thing, and they were talking about the weird, like the Sanji saving Bonnie, and people were like, "Oh my god, he must love Sanji. Sanji must love Bonnie," and it's a freaky thing. It's like,
yeah.
Or he saw if I saw a kid in the middle of the road, I would jump in to save them. I think that's a normal thing to do.
They literally did just take it from 0 to 100. Like I wasn't even talking about that. I was just using it to slander Ronya.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even, when you started off, I didn't think that you were gonna go that far because I was like, besides that's just a double standard. Of course we can't call Ronya stupid because she's a girl. Colin's a dude. We can beat him up a little bit. It doesn't matter.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's like the dad thing where it's like you have a 3-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. That 3-year-old son is getting tossed across the room, flung in the air like a pillow, versus you princess, that's like the thing, right? The same thing. That's where I thought you were going, but you went Twitter with it. That's crazy. Was this on Twitter or on your channel?
It was on YouTube. There was just one guy.
You got one guide. Gotcha.
Yeah, I got one guide, but I was like, what a crazy ass comment. It's insane.
Yeah, that's wild. That yeah. So Colin doing that, I honestly, no, I'm not saying, okay, guys, careful. I'm not saying Oda's making a mistake. I'm just saying that I genuinely think it would have been better to have the other kids do put like out Colin and Scopper's relationship, because I like when Oda separates Colin from the rest of the kids to emphasize how he's different, his warrior mentality. It, you know, was it did it need to be here? No. I just personally would have preferred it for Colin, and I think it would have gotten the same effect because, like you see it, like Scopper's not mad at his son, right? But it was something that he's like, don't give it away, Colin. And it would have been cool if Colin didn't give it away, you know, and the other kids did. And it's like, you know, he still can't be mad at the other kids, right? Imagine he just like starts beating, like, it's like, you stupid idiot, why'd you do that, you
Maybe
know?
he does.
Yeah, starts parenting the other kids. Like, oh man, this is Harold's agenda. You guys don't know a thing about the real world. I taught my son correctly, like some shit like that, right? Um, but yeah. So other than that, like,
Colin's the traitor.
I think another large conversation we had last week was that whatever Oda did with the kids was the data point we needed in the whatever Oda did with the kids in this chapter is the data point we needed to know how important the kids are for the arc and the rest of the story. And I think we threw out a bunch of ideas that could, whatever, is Colin gonna constructive role for themselves. So I feel like it's not, I feel like the kid, like Ronia was like a one of one situation, right? Like is Scotty gonna show out? I don't know. And it is gonna
Maybe.
matter. I don't really think so. I'm not too keen on it. I think that Khan is probably the main character that's gonna be like, you know, because I equated this to like Luffy's naivety around Shanks. He's like, well, you're strong enough. Why? Just because I'm strong doesn't mean like I should. Like, it's not really necessary. He just threw water on me. It's not a big deal. And you know, Colin's naivety, but it's like, yeah, you don't need to like out your dad's identity, like, or your own identity technically, right? But you know,
Apparently the stream was lagging, by the way.
oh, it is. Oh shoot,
Yeah,
I
people
see.
are saying that Ange got to you.
Oh no, I see. Par had a rough childhood. Yep, that's why my stream is lagging. I'm joking. That was obviously probably before. Are we lagging? Is it just me? We lagging? Emus after the stream? Okay, so my OBS says no errors. I think that's a YouTube thing. Cause let me see Twitch. Oh, we have Mega Migs. Sorry, I missed this. Hold on, let me read this. Twitch, is it lagging over there? I believe power from Emu is. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read that later. That's
Jesus
wild.
Christ.
Okay. I'm gonna read that later because that's awesome. But that with skipping some topics to get there. Let me know. It's fine now. We're okay now. Okay. If we're good now, then we're good. I'll go to the next super chat. I think the one kid was like deadpan when Scopper got hit. It's which kid? Deadpan when Scopper got hit? Oh, we just see Colin's reaction, I feel like, right? After Scopper gets hit. Oh no, we do see the other kids' reactions. Yeah. Does Ronya survive the next stab part? Here's what I'll say about that conversation. To show consistency, I did say that even if Ronya fell, I don't think that she would necessarily die. And to the point where the kids weren't worried about her falling. they were just like, but it's the underworld down there. And to me, that was funny because I was like, oh, the problem is the location that she's going to, not the fact that she's like 5,000 meters in the air. like she's not gonna go splat. It doesn't matter where she splats. Like, she isn't the problem. She splats. Like, but they're like, no, you're gonna land in Compton. And it's like, wait, what?
Good way to put it.
Yeah, there's like, oh no, you're gonna go drop down in the hood, bro. That's like, wait, if someone jumped off the Empire State Building, I'm like, damn, you landed in the bad part of Manhattan. Like, that's not what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be like, no, you're gonna die on contact. Like, but you know, the kids didn't even think that she would die. Harold didn't, not Harold. Hiredin didn't die, but that's because like Luffy caught them or whatever. But you know, I was, if Ronya splatted on the ground, she would die. But I did entertain the idea that she wouldn't die, just like I'm entertaining the possibility that this through and through stab that Colin had here in the future is not the same. This is the example I use on the reaction. Is not the same as when Shanks saw his like old ball fingers and the old guy get disintegrated by a rail gun, right? That was Shanks actually witnessing the actual disintegration of his crewmates and everyone he knew and loved. Whereas like this one isn't on the same tier as disintegration, is what I'm saying. And so I think that's a valid understanding, which is why we ended the poll like 30% of people would believe that Colin would not die from that attack. I presume if you get stabbed through the neck, you might just die. Just a guess. Yeah. The thing is, so I would also assume if you got slammed in the head 4 times by Kaido's Kanabo with no haki up, you would die, but then you would be wrong. I would assume that TNT would not be enough to kill Ashura Doji, and you would be wrong. Like, there's so many things in the series where it's just like, what? This guy doesn't die from this.
Grown-ass men to a little kid.
He's also a giant, though. Like, and she's not using a giant lance. She's using a toothpick compared to him. Like, realistically, you could miss. Like, the thing that she's
comparing trained fighters with years of experience to Colin.
The thing that she's using. Wait, Colin has years of experience. Just because he's slower at those years doesn't mean he doesn't have 20 years of experience. He's literally the guy who goes to a job interview and already has 20 years experience when he's 18. Like, that's what it is.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. And she's not using haki on a thing, you know. We see it's not using haki. So she's not even, we don't even see lightning strikes, there's no conquers, there's no haki. That's the reality, right? Like, Gerd would look at Colin in this injury and be like, it'll take a week. It'll take a few weeks, maybe months. We don't know with Gerd. Gerd's a little special too. So special in my heart. That's what I meant by that. You know, special place. But Ronya is a girl. I don't know why YouTube hid that comment. I don't know why that was held for moderation. That was crazy. But I showed your comment. I don't think
YouTube censors a lot of words.
But Ronya is a girl. I don't think there's anything wrong with that one, right?
They probably just didn't like that it implies sexism.
But
I mean,
if I said, but Hillary Clinton is a girl, is that sexism? I guess.
I think it would also try. Can somebody type that out?
But Ronya isn't a girl. That didn't get held. Damn, YouTube's woke politics here, crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was wild. I literally had to hit show. Maybe it's
that was true.
Maybe it's
because we accepted. Oh no, that one got denied.
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton sucks. Got nerfed.
Oh,
but Hillary Clinton is a girl. That one got striked. Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Huh. Yeah, you can't call people girls.
That's interesting. Par is a beautiful girl. Gunko is a girl.
Gunko is a girl got hit.
Wait, maybe that's But Rania is a
But Runya
boy.
is a boy also.
What?
That one also got hit too.
Yeah.
No.
What the heck?
Runya is a boy does not go through.
Is it Ronya? Is Ronya like some term we don't know?
Hillary Clinton is not a girl got hit.
But
Gunko's a girl got hit.
Colin is a boy.
Deadbeat Scammer got hit. Yeah, so you can't assume gender on YouTube without it like hitting you down.
And then to show you guys, I'm gonna show all these comments now.
Wow. Yeah, we just got like, I see the moderated messages because I'm a mod in Par's chat, but I saw like just 10 different things get slapped down.
That was so random because there was other comments that did whatever. Maybe like I have a weird setting on. Maybe they changed like the moderation setting, and so like something that I had moderates it now. But I feel like this has been like people have said Bonnie is a girl, and that's never been moderated. So that's why
like a problem.
I'm assuming it might be a setting I have that updated and it overcorrects, but like what setting overcorrects that? That's wild.
Yeah, what setting does that?
Yeah. Hello, anime. Welcome. No lag anymore. I can wait for a response. Yeah, I'll check that out, Mega Migs. But yeah, next super chat, we have Alejandro Solis with the 18 months membership. Appreciate it, Alejandro. I apologize for crashing out on you on the whole, honestly, Sai is right first chat, even though it wasn't your first chat. I was gonna make you a martyr, but 18 months, appreciate it. You got plot armor in this community. Deadbeat Dad, Brooke leaving for over 50 years. So yeah, this is, I want to talk about the thing, and it seems like the next few are about this Brooke thing. Sai, can you tell me your interpretation of this from where we see Daddy, and then we see Ver, and then it's Gunko, to like when she starts running? Like what's happening there?
Like, what do you mean?
Like context.
I feel like you just perfectly described it.
No, like what is the flashback of? Who is having the flashback?
Okay. Yeah, so who's having the flashback? I believe Gunko is having a flashback this chapter.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want, because the way you said it, it made it sound like you think that I asked that because I don't think that, but that's not the case. There was people who, this one is not me, where they were like, Par, what if it's Emu's memories? Because Emu's tapped in onto Gunko here. And she goes, what is this memory?
Emu's memories are what we're seeing. Is that what you're saying?
Not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. They said it in the chat, and
Who's they? Par, who is they?
They were there. I promise you, they were there.
Who is it? Ronya? Who's telling you this?
No,
who's giving you these people?
I promise they were there in the chat. They're not. They may not be talking right now.
Okay.
Jody List. Jody List said, "I think it's a."
Are they in the room with us, Par?
Jody List says, "I think it's a mixed memory of Emu and Gunko's brain. Her memories are scrambled." So there is angry, and then there's other people. Crash. No, this I obviously knew how it sounded when I said this.
Okay.
but it's funnier because on the stream I literally said, like, I don't agree with this sentiment, but if you read this a certain way, I could see how you could believe that this was Emu, because Emu's taking over, and she goes, what is this memory? So if it's not her memory, it'd be Emu's. But then I brought in, as far as looking at the bigger picture, then that would mean that Emu is intimately related to Brooke, which makes no sense unless we said Brooke was from the Void Century and the 50 year was like a time flux that he didn't realize, which doesn't make sense because he knew about Roger as a rookie. But then it would be crazy if like Yorkie was actually the first Nika or some shit like that. So yeah, but this is not me.
Wait, you have another theory that Yorkie's the first Nika?
No, 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 no.
Now we're just getting wild, Par. Yorkie's the first Nika, huh?
I knew that this is gonna happen, guys. So what happened? So if you guys go back to when I say this on stream, I preface all of this saying I do not believe this 3 times because I was like, I pray when it gets brought up again, nobody actually thinks I believe this. I'm just addressing the idea that someone brought it up. So I was like, I'm just helping out the people who may believe this to seeing that it's very unlikely that this is Emu's memories. And so I agree with you, Sai, that this is Gunko's memory. So the next question is, who is depicted in this memory? Like, how many people are here? And what do you extrapolate is Gunko's role here?
That's tough, right? Because I've seen people saying that maybe Brooke is the dad, which I don't believe in outright, simply because she says, "Brooke, is that you?"
Yes.
And I feel like, are you hello? Are you?
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I felt like I was the no, I agree with that, Sai. When she says Brooke, is that you, Brooke? Why would she say that if it was her dad? Because that'd be a little weird. She'd be like, Dad, is that you, Daddy? Because that's what Colin did.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
crazy.
no, that's exactly how I feel. Yeah, you're not crazy. You're not crazy.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, mainly because of that one speech, I automatically don't believe that Gunko is the daughter. I think Gunko might just be like a family friend or like somebody that Brooke saw back when he was alive. And I'd say the reason I think that this is when Brooke was a human is simply because of the text, right? Like, oh, like I want to be a pirate. I'm assuming that's Brooke saying it. We don't know for sure. It could be Gunko saying it as well. We've seen a lot of kids saying they want to be pirates when they grow up, so that wouldn't shock me. But yeah, I think this is like pre-Rumbar Pirate Brooke. And as far as Gunko goes, unfortunately I didn't talk about this in my review video, but I do think she is going to be nobility. I think according to some translators over on Twitter, the way she says father is kind of like a respectful way to say it, and typically you'd see that from a lot of princesses or like nobles. So I think there's a high chance that she could be like the princess of a kingdom, which would explain how she got into the Holy Knights and why she was possibly kidnapped.
Yeah.
You know. And we could get a lot of lore when it comes to like Brooke's kingdom as well.
We talked about that possibility before, which also jumps into a few other conversations about Brooke's background that, you know, always been interested in, talked about a few times. In my first Zoro video, my last Zoro video is ended on the part where it's like, it's very likely that, and I could never imagine in this way, but I said this is before the Holy Knights are ever, before Silhouette in Zoro video. I'm saying that Oda's going to introduce a group of swordsmen that are probably European, and these are the reasons why. That's what the video is about. And those swordsmen are going to be like the next, like, you know, blockade for Zoro. That's what the Zoro thing. But what I was saying was that it's very likely that Brooke's backstory is going to be very important. And if I had to put a finger on it, it'd be that there's a central west blue location that comes into play. And then later on, we found out that God Valley was in the West Blue, which we didn't know at the time. And so if you were to take that commentary and say Brooke past and Holy Knight past correlated, I still would never come to a conclusion that like Brooke and Gunko, a Holy Knight, would be like intimately related. And I'm saying intimate, not like romantic. I'm meaning like in like they're 1 degree of separation at minimum here. Like that's the reality. Like she knows Brooke. Like it can't be that she just saw Brooke with some kid and it's just like some passerby memory, because she knows the name and started running at Brooke. Like, is that you? There's some sort of intimacy that is most likely really positive and could explain the almost confusing gravitational pull that Soul King Brooke had on Gunko, because everything that Brook stood for as Soul King kind of is oppositional to Gunko's existence as a holy knight. And yet she gravitated to him, listens to the songs. And if she had a past life, and I'm saying past life roughly because we don't know the circumstances, but at the minimum, it's a past life that she does not remember. And if she had that kind of familiarity, it would make sense why her current standing is so Brook coded if it Brooke and her were friends at minimum. And based off this backstory, I could see a world where like, and this would be wild, but I could see a world where like they were husband and wife, and this could push that could have pushed Brooke to be like, you know, in a situation where you know, he leaves as a pirate and all that stuff. And that's why it's so insane for him to like grapple the fact that it's Gunko. But the thing is, Gunko's fully covered. If this was like 70 years ago and his wife died or something, then even if there was a world where Oda made Gunko Brook's wife, it wouldn't be that crazy. I don't think it's necessary for the story. I'm more aligned with like what Sai is saying with like the princess thing. But, you know, then you get into a part where it's like, okay, she's a princess. Is Brook like the Kyros of that nation? You know, is it something like that where, you know, he was one of the strong soldier, he had a kid, the wife was a princess, you know, like makes me want to go back to lines that Brook had maybe about Kyros. Like Oda has made things like that, but or maybe Sai
I mean,
also
Brooke hasn't even really met Kuros too, because Brooke was, I believe, one of the characters that left, right? Very early on.
Was he he left for Whole Cake Island, right? Because yeah. So
also there's even a chance that the girl who screams father, that might not even be Gunko too.
Right.
Which
exactly.
is kind of where I'm at right now. I don't think that person is Gunko. Simply because like I don't know, I just feel like the timeline would be weird. Like we see a panel of her grown up saying father, and then we go back and we see her as a kid. Like I feel like that's kind of odd. It could happen because like obviously the memories are skewed right now. She's remembering them like willy-nilly.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of like ifs about this. Like we don't know too much. Like Oda left it super ambiguous. You can literally craft like an entire novel out of it because it's just like bare bones.
Right. Which is why good pun. Which is why I was saving this for some after the because we could talk about this to death. Which I like that Sai mentioned. I was confused too because like that's why I was asking how many people are here, because is that actually Gunko with the long hair there, and or is that Gunko as a kid there? Or is that a different person?
Gunko's mom or sister?
Yeah, and I could see a world where like Gunko loses her dad, because the thing is, because Oda doesn't show the body, that could be a child with just long hair. It gave me the air of this is a grown up, but like I don't know. But the point is that it could be Gunko as through and through. She loses her dad. Gunko is now the new father figure. And I could see a world, because it's like a lot of people would argue, or not argue, they would say that Shanks is like a father figure to Luffy, but Luffy calls him Shanks. It's just a different version. If you had a Bonnie situation where it's like Kuma raised Bonnie from like 0 or 1 or 2 or whatever, then yeah, that's her dad, right? She's gonna call him daddy, right? But with the Shanks situation, like Luffy didn't really have a father figure. Shanks was put into that position, and he has the respect of like following him like someone would of their dad, but he calls him Shanks like a best friend, that kind of thing, of a role model type of thing. So it is interesting. And even if you were to think about how Shanks treats Luffy on that end, it is very similar to how Dragon treated Luffy, where Dragon watched Luffy from afar after the fact, like, you know, after he became a father. He just stayed at a distance, but he still cared enough to pay attention, cared enough to be watching. Shanks is kind of doing that, like, hey, I'm gonna wait for you to be a great pirate, and so I'm not gonna involve myself. I'm gonna watch from afar, and I'm gonna do what Dragon did. Dragon showed up at Logtown, saved a little bit. Not that Luffy really needed it against Green Bull, I don't think, because Nika, but Shanks showed up like, I'm gonna throw you a bone real quick. I'm gonna send a light. Wait, actually, he did. If Dragon sent that lightning strike, damn, that could have just been a hockey. Now that I think about it, if Shanks shot Green Bull with
hockey lightning strike,
yeah, like what if Dragon shot Buggy with a hockey lightning strike, just like Shanks shot? Listen, guys, that sounds crazy, but you guys also think that Dragon's the one putting Mary-Joie in this dire strait. So I don't want to hear anybody like, you really think that Dragon shot Buggy with the lightning strike in chapter 100? It's like, yeah, he would need to be that strong if we think that Dragon's running the fade with Mary-Joie right now. So that's what it. Please stop the Dragon League. That's crazy because I'm pretty sure Saf was out there saying that, yeah, it's probably Dragon rating Mary-Joie right now. Oh God. But yeah. But yeah, this Gunko thing is very, very interesting. I think where I'm at, I like the princess take, but that doesn't give us a cohesive line to where Gunko's at now, right? Because one context we know is that she doesn't have the memories. How did that happen? And then I think another context that I do want to know, because there's a certain, apparently the translations can go either way, but Saeed was bringing up that TCB translated this as that seems to require additional military force, saying that the Holy Knights in Elbaf need it, whereas Saeed was saying that there's no subject, so it's kind of vague, but contextually it would make sense if they were saying that the Holy Land needs additional military force.
Yeah.
And I was basically saying that, like, yeah, depending on the context, which we'll find out probably next chapter, if Emu is not speaking to the Holy Knights, then I think it would make sense that they're like, oh, we need it. Or if it's speaking like, hey, you guys are taking too long, then it's like you're talking to the Holy Knights. I think that matters to me mainly because it would tell us a circumstance. I feel like I want to know Emu's circumstance here with Gunko. Is Emu only capable of taking over Gunko, or is she, well, I'm saying she. Are you more convinced that Emu's a she after this chapter?
Yes. It goes up by like 20-30%. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I said the Emu's a baddie train is setting sail, baby. We got that long hair and we put it on Gunko and then we silhouetted and the eyes are there. You know what I mean? That's the most we got of Emu. And apparently Sandman tweeted while the stream was live that they are releasing an official Emu figurine that's just a silhouette and eyes. But I'm like, God damn, just throw the hair on that one, bro. Dude, they're really milking it, right? So Emu is a baddie. I'm down. Do you think the rest of Gunko's body will change or just the face? Like, if she could grow hair, what else can she grow?
Yeah, like if, like, this is gonna sound stupid, right? But if if Emu is a guy,
we'll see a bulge.
Yeah, will we see a bulge in their pants? You know what I mean? Like, it's like if they're able to like grow out Gunko's hair when they take over, what other body parts would get grown out?
It will
could very well happen.
We'll know if Gunko miraculously just has pants on. You know, just like
Gunko has long pants on now, yeah.
Yeah, then it's like, oh shit, Emu's the dude. Fuck.
It's confirmed, y'all.
Yeah. She couldn't possibly be a girl who likes wearing pants. That wouldn't make sense. Oda would never do that. Oh god, that'd be so funny if that's our bar. What do One Piece theorists really do? Trying to explain to like people outside the community if this silhouette's wearing pants, definitely dude.
She had pants last chapter, did she? I don't think she did.
No way.
I know there's a meme going about because one of the first people who like released the chapter, it was like the Arab community, and they actually photoshopped pants onto Gunko. You could be referencing that.
That's like
Gunko didn't have pants last chapter.
Was it Thailand? Their censorship of AOT? Was it them?
Oh yeah. And then like how China like censors blood, they just put like white stains on people.
Yeah, and then I think it's
Gunko didn't have pants last chapter though.
Thailand, like anyone knows Attack on Titan, which you guys should at least know what the giants look like. Titans, sorry. They're naked and they just don't have like genitals or whatever. But so then Thailand just puts them in clothes. Just have the put like t-shirts on. Like they I think with Aaron, then they did like the finale. Like I think that he's wearing the same like badass jacket that he's wearing in his giant form, which looks cool. But I forget if that was fan art or that was really how they censored. That shit was dope, but it's also so funny.
Oh, dude, the Kuma flashback with China's white liquid is gonna be so fun, dude. I can't wait.
Yeah. I feel like white liquid makes things worse. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, why not purple?
Yeah, like
Make
if
it
we're gonna
purple, dude.
change
Why white?
yeah. Like was the oh man, I forgot
It's cum.
no no, the purple monster. Remember there's a trend recently?
Oh, the Grimace Shake monster.
The Grimace Shake. Yeah, they don't want to fuel the Grimace Shake agenda by making purple liquid.
Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the Grimace Shake.
They want to support gooners.
That's why they don't do purple.
Yeah.
Why not blue then?
Blue.
Blue would be another good way to do it, right?
I feel like there's something related to blue blood, you know? I don't know. But yeah, going back to the whole did Gunko have pants on last chapter? No way.
She did not. No, it was just censorship.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. But yeah, this flashback is crazy enough vague. I don't know where Gunko's puts in, but I do not think that Brook is the father. I don't want to make this the Mortar show. I'm just saying, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I don't think that Brook is the dad. Could he be the husband? I could see that. I'd see that before the dad. And my logic is literally exact same as Sai. It's Gunko's line, Brook, is that you? That just does not, especially in a chapter where we have like a father-son relationship being like, played, emphasized, and the confirmation, Dad, is that you? Like it's just thrown in our face. Bonnie did the same thing. Not the same context, but like that emphasis point of how Oda does that. I don't think Gunko is the child here, though it makes it interesting because I would almost say like you could look at the Brook and the child thing as Gunko seeing it from her perspective, so she's watching Brook with the child. But then the question mark is, why was this memory so important for Gunko and honestly character shaping? Like the reason why, Sai, as a joke, I was saying that it could, the whole panty thing, like when we first found out that Gunko was a fan of Brook, everyone was like, oh my god, then the panty thing makes so much sense, because if she's a Soul King fan and she listens to the song, the panty thing's in there. But then I was thinking like, wait a second, what if it wasn't from the Soul King thing and it's from this past life thing? And the reason why Brook always asks for the panty thing, it's a shtick he had with his significant other, wife, girlfriend, whatever it was. And so it was always from then, and he just kept it with her, and then he just like broken, so he just like can't, and no girl would show his panties, but Gunko was the only one. And so Gunko was the thing, but then it would be weird if she was a princess and much younger than Brook. But Kiros.
Yeah, and then another way we could do it too is that maybe like it's not even a Gunko thing. Maybe it's like a Gunko sister, Gunko mom relation, right? And maybe that's where Brook got the panty thing from too.
Yeah,
there's so many like ifs about this this whole thing. Yeah. Like you can't really draw like a concise decision.
Yeah, I like that version of it. Like is kind of like Senior Pink coded, right? Like Senior Pink dressed up as a baby, right? And the reason why this isn't so important is it's a not side character, but it's a character that is unsuspected of having a crazy backstory that's related to us. And I think Gunko is a character that like elevated very quickly on that metric. Senior Pick was like night and day when we got that flashback, and it's like, oh god damn, Oda, what the hell? And we find out that his entire aesthetic was completely justified from some trauma where he's trying to cope with his wife's like loss of like a child who died in a mudslide. Like it's crazy. Yeah,
I think the only thing we can say for sure right now is just that Gunko is not Brook's child. I think I can say that with like near 100% certainty.
We put money on it.
Outside of that, though, everything else is like up in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I start off the questioning the way I did. Cause as crazy as I sound sometimes, guys, me and Sai, we agree on the things. And this is one. The Gunko flashback. It's kind of interesting. But and here's where we also agree. I think we also agree. Inside double down. This is not Emu's memory. Sai? Hey, you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was reading some of the chat.
Oh, okay.
Joe says she didn't say it is wait, is it you? She said, was it Brooke? As in, was the man she remembered the superstar SK Brooke? That's more of an assumption, I would say. I see where you're coming from though, but I think generally like Gunko just is not the kid of Brooke. That's just like where I'm at right now. That's true. If that's Brooke's daughter, he would have noticed right away. Yeah, I feel like he would have noticed sooner too.
So the intimate, like the thing that I feel like I hinge on with the recognition, because it works both ways. Gunko can't recognize Brooke because he's a skeleton. So that's like if Sai was skeleton.
The afro though, don't forget.
Okay.
Brooke has the afro so that people would remember him, like Laboon, right? Like if Brooke didn't have the afro, would Gunko actually remember him? Like that's like a genuine thing. Like maybe not. Maybe she'll like recognize the music, but like appearance wise, like nah, dude.
I hate
this could just be a random skeleton.
You compared Gunko to a whale. Like he went like, oh, maybe he'll recognize me with the afro. Maybe if it's the music, then the afro. If not the afro, then the music. It was like hopeful that the whale would do it, but like I don't think that like.
It's a defining feature, man.
There's what so Gunko.
How many skeletons with afros do you know, huh?
Okay, but there's many people with afros. Frankie's two henchmen women.
Afros. What are you talking about here?
Yeah, but she didn't know him as a skeleton afro.
And the look at his height, dude. The guy's like damn near 10 feet tall.
Yeah, but she didn't know him as a skeleton afro.
Do you know with afros?
That's Soul King Brooke. That's the point, right? Like she would need to recognize like Jimi Hendrix Brooke, right? That's who Oda like made him look like, is Jimi Hendrix or something like that. But yeah, it's like the blues Brooke, right? So like point is that
the blues Brooke,
she sees a skeleton. It wouldn't be the one from. How old is Brooke supposed to be when he died?
I don't remember exactly.
But I just estimate
the Brooke timeline slips my mind. All I know is that Brooke is in his 90s.
But like not really 90. He's just like that's like 90 minus 50 of the time he's dead, and then minus like 20.
You can't, like erase the wait, are you like not are you omitting the portion where like he's a spirit and just floating around?
Well, I'm not if like he's like he was a lot. I'm not his age.
Like his total age is like 90, right?
His age. Yeah, I would say that, but like when he died, he wasn't 90. He like
of course.
Yeah. So like he died at like 40, and he's been alive for 50. Not alive, but like sentient for 50 years. I don't think he was aging.
You want to say he's alive?
He was 38 at dead. So my assumption is if he's been floating around for 50 years and he's 38 when he died, then minus like 18 years to when this flashback is. So that's around what, 20 plus 50, 70 years ago, right? On Brooke's scale of time, like even if he saw the spitting image of his daughter running around, I think it's valid for him not to recognize like that, because it's like,
you don't expect it.
Yeah, it's 70 years, and not that he would forget, but it's like that would be wild, you know what I mean? Like it's almost so unbelievable that it would make sense that Brooke wouldn't be like, wait a second, that's just my daughter, you know what I mean? Like he wouldn't do that. And then he finds out like he's tried to kill the daughter earlier. He saw Usopp ass blaster, and she reformed. So when you see your daughter is now immortal and reforming limbs, you're like, yeah, my daughter couldn't do that shit. You know what I mean? So like, it's even more ghoulish. Like, it's like like if people could not recognize Superman with and Clark Kent with just the glasses difference, this is a valid point where Brooke is like, yeah, that couldn't be my daughter. She died 70 years ago, and she's not immortal. If she was immortal, I probably wouldn't be a pirate right now. I'd probably be a dad. Like, so yeah, I don't think it's a daughter though. But just going back to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that Gunko gets out of this all right? Like we save her from Emu and she joins the crew or becomes an ally or something, or just goes back home. Yeah.
Oh God, it depends on the relationship. Is because imagine we find out Brooke is the Luffy of his timeline, like straight up has a princess harem running around.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, because like if Gunko is a princess, right? And let's say Gunko's current situation, where she doesn't have the saint title, but she's very obviously very close to Emu, to the point that Emu is possessing her body. Isn't there a princess that we think that Luffy knows that would probably react very similar to this situation if she saw a skeletified Luffy walking around, that Emu wants? And like, wouldn't Vivi
Yamato? Well, Vivi, yeah.
Yeah, the vessel. I want Vivi. And it's like, not a saint technically. Gunko not a saint. Vessel. Could it be that Gunko was the Vivi of Brooke's timeline or something like that? Like some kind of like descendant that she wanted? Like that'd be kind of interesting. It would be crazy if we find out that Brooke's kingdom was originally Nerona's, like the Nerona kingdom. That would
he's tied to the most important kingdom of them all.
Yeah. Oh, that was another thing that people, because like people were like, bro, this is the daughter. And then when people said Emu, this is Emu's flashback, I was like, you understand that then you would be saying that Brooke is Nerona, like he's Nerona Brooke. And then that's when I stopped talking about it. I was like, there ain't no way. Imagine giving Brooke the most insane time.
The Nerona tax.
Yeah. So I would much sooner believe that Gunko is like Nerona timeline and Brooke is from the kingdom that Nerona like what hailed from. Like that's a believable thing. I'm not saying that that's the most probable thing, but if I were to wonder, like, why is Gunko set apart from the rest of the Holy Knights, is being possessed by Emu in the same vein that a lot of people think that Vivi would be under. Vivi is a under the radar celestial dragon that is only not a celestial dragon by like the stipulation that Lily never came back, because they were like, to this day they're like, did she betray us or was it a mistake? Like they were like, bro, we don't know where she went either. And they were gonna kill Cobra, so it didn't matter if they told them. But you know, from that point on, essentially from what we understand, Lily would have been a celestial dragon had she just stayed at the celestial thing. Like that's it. So like if we were to say the difference between a person is celestial dragon status is just a human who stayed on the like Holy Land, I guess, but effectively Vivi would be a celestial dragon that Emu does want, and a lot of people think that she's a vessel. Maybe the story that Gunko fits is because Gunko is a girl held moderated. That's crazy. But yeah, that I could see that. The Nerona thing. We might get Nerona stuff from the Brook timeline, which wouldn't be that crazy in my opinion. I think Emu's original kingdom was Germa. I see it differently. I actually talked about this before, but Judge has a crazy line in Whole Cake Island that like I haven't seen many people even reference when talking about Germa, but he explains to like, I forget him, like while he's being talking to Big Mom, he's like, oh, centuries ago we used to rule the thing, and like the way he's talking about it, it's like he's avenging his like a celestial dragon heritage. And I'm pretty sure we talked about this on stream. His ship is called Saint Germain, so like the ship is Saint Germain, and it's like, wait, like wouldn't it make sense that that ship and probably has a tie to his heritage or something like that, and he wants to avenge his heritage. He wants to be back in rule like his family used to be. So wouldn't be that crazy if there was such a dragon thing. I at least see that in the story. So um I wouldn't put Emu in the same bucket there for Judge, but it could make sense why Judge has the same tendencies as the Celestial Dragons with the cloning and like the human experimentation. So there's that.
And the good look.
Good looks. Good looks?
Yeah.
Do the Celestial Dragons, is that one of their main things side that they
I mean, you look at the Gorsei, you know, Charlia, you look at the Holy Knights, yeah. Some good looking
look
people.
at the Gorsei. See, I'm gonna have a flashback real quick, guys. I remember Prime. This is Prime. Sai in his prime time, bro. That Sai was not afraid of anything because he was like on his island, just yapping on his own. And he came on to one of our first collabs, and he goes, "Have you looked at the Gorsei? They look like they can't even get out of their seats. They look like they'd break a
but
hip."
that's me being ageist, though.
Yeah, but it was all on looks. There was you
Yeah,
were like,
okay.
Par, I'm a world government
They don't
supporter,
look
but
strong, but they looked cool. I never said they didn't look cool.
oh,
Go back, rewind the tapes. I never said the Gorsei don't look cool. I just said they look old, and because they're old, you know, I didn't expect too much from them.
This is.
But I always thought they looked cool. And like, imagine Saint Saturn, right? Like, imagine that guy in his prime. Saint Saturn. Okay, like, do you think Saint Saturn in his prime would have destroyed Egghead?
No,
You don't think so? Like, prime Saturn.
I think we saw Prime.
I think it's kind of like how people say Prime Whitebeard would have like destroyed Marineford.
No,
it's like the same thing.
We saw Prime. We saw the best of his abilities.
Who, Whitebeard?
No, Saturn.
I don't think we did. I mean, Prime Turn is like he's a different beast.
See, the thing is, the difference is Whitebeard, Garb, Rayleigh. You could even add Scopper. They all acknowledge the difference. At no point in Saturn's entire turmoil or any of the Gorsei did they go, "Catch me when I was 700 years younger." None of them said that shit, bro. None of them. You know
why?
Why?
Because I mean, Saturn has a tattoo that says "No regrets, no excuses." So Saturn's talking about
did I miss this
BS,
tattoo?
bro.
I missed.
Saturn was not going to spout that BS. You know, if he took an L, he took it on the chin.
Wait, hold on.
Saturn had a dialogue box where he says that he would never make excuses for a loss, even though he's like deathly ill, even though his muscles are atrophied, even though he has like testicular cancer.
What are we adding?
Saturn,
what in the diagnosis, bro?
Saturn, despite all the debuffs, did not once complain. And then he even brought up Whitebeard, saying, "Oh, that old man was complaining about his loss even in his deathbed."
Okay, Saeed, you're the arbiter of like telling me facts and details. I can't have you going, "I remember that."
I mean, you're the guy who didn't even know that Wapol got decapitated.
When did
you are the guy that did not know that our good old King Wapol got decapitated and put his head got snapped back on by the 20 MDs.
You're the one who had I believe my chatter. You had to double check. I believed my chatter. And it went against your agenda. First of all, you were like, when in One Piece could someone get stabbed and the next survive?
Yeah.
And then they were like, Wapol got...
People often forget the scene where Venus said, "Man, if I was in my prime, I'd break all of Zoro's swords" when they clashed. No, that was a crazy scene. I remember that.
It says no regrets. That's funny. You had me at the no regrets. I honestly was like, did I miss a face tattoo? Like, is it on his forehead? Like, did the anime add that as an impact frame? Like, when he transformed? Because I didn't watch the anime scene yet. That'd be hilarious if Saturn had an impact frame. No regrets.
No regrets, no excuses.
Yeah, and then the rest of Egghead pans through exactly how it does in the manga, and then we see him get executed in full regret. Like, no, Emu, why? Let me speak. None. Oh, God, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think the Gorsei, if they were in their prime, they'd be like the delightful kids from down the lane. They'd just be ruling the show.
They weren't even that good.
The delightful kids from down the lane.
They were just obnoxious.
They were my favorite characters from the show, to be honest.
Yeah, because you like bad characters.
I like. What do you? Okay, you're calling the delightful kids from down the lane bad characters.
They call
who's the next
Sprinkles
bad character? Their father?
Jimmies. You Jimmies?
They're kind of like Celestial Dragons of Codename Kids Next Doors. Now I think about it.
What happened?
I love those dudes, man. They were the only reason why I watched that show. Them and Father. Father was so freaking sick. He's a dude. You know, now I think about it, Father's essentially Emu, like just a silhouetted character the entire time.
We
like,
should watch
a depiction of the devil almost.
We should watch Codename Kids Next Door and do week to week conversations.
Gosh, we should. Wait, we should. Where do you watch it on? Like, I don't think it's on any of the big streaming platforms, right?
Yeah, that's some propaganda shit. That's some revisionist history. Where's Codename Kids Next Door? Hold on.
Father's kind of like Sun God Nika. He's literally a guy that just has fire powers out of nowhere. And he's just all silhouetted. Oh, man.
Apple TV?
What a great show.
That's disgusting.
What is it?
It's
Appy TV?
Apple TV. We only have it on Apple TV.
Oh, Apple TV.
There's literally no other place. That's
Max?
so annoying.
I could see it being on Max. Max has a lot of cartoons.
Huh. But yeah.
I freaking love those guys, man. Especially when they became good guys for a minute and you learn that they were like Squad Zero or something. That was their lore, right? Like they were like the strongest squad, but they got their memories wiped.
I mean, that's what we're gonna get of the Celestial Dragons, right? The whole answer probably just the Squad Zero pirates, right? Like Emu is a part.
I mean,
of
I think the
Joy Boy's
same
crew.
with like the Gorosei, maybe, right? Like we're gonna get a flashback of the Gorosei, and they're all good people, but they just got corrupted.
Yeah,
maybe even like the 20 Kingdoms back in the day.
Yeah, I had a friend
good
who had a
evil.
theory saying that like it's possible that the Gorosei were like on the same crew as there's I swear there's some guy who had that video.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that. The Joy Boy crew theories, like all the Gorosei were members at one point or something.
Yeah, there was another guy who got it off of like a picture of the Gorosei, predicted the names of the planet names, like that was legendary. And then there was another guy who built off of that one. I think he referenced each other. Some guy, I don't know who.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
your best friend.
Alejandro. Oh wait, no. Alejandro Solis with the 18 months membership. Deadbeat dad Brooke leaving for over 50 plus years. So I think we beat the dead horse on the Brooke being the dad here. But it would be contextually wild if like Brooke like left for milk and never came back. Like it would be kind of like, damn, Oda, what are you trying to say about that? Like, you know, and Oda did.
It'd be kind of interesting if like there was a, you know, like we have like all these crazy dreams, like finding the all blue, you know, strongest swordsman, the One Piece, mapping the entire world, traveling through the entire world, finding a cure to all diseases. Like, what if there was one pirate on Luffy's crew whose goal was to have a kid on every island?
Oh, we're kicking that kid off the crew immediately. I can't deal with the ramifications. That's
like, wild. And then his name's Curtis, so his epithet would be Cream Pie Curtis or something.
What in the? Okay. I was gonna take it a different direction, but okay, Cream Pie Curtis just needs a show out. Okay.
Sorry, the mind wanders.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say with the deadbeat dad Brooke. Oh, the leaving for milk. Oh yeah. You know what's funny about that? I was thinking about that, but Oda did have Brooke do that on Thriller Bark. Brooke left everybody to go to the kitchen to get milk so they could recuperate.
Oh, okay, he got salt.
But he got salt after. Like he got salt when he came back, but he went there.
Yeah, after he regenerated.
Yeah. With milk, so he actually did have Brooke leave to get milk, and he does have like when with Luffy, him and Luffy were drinking milk. So like technically, if Brooke were to have a kid, you could argue that like he was looking for milk. But that was a problem much later on. So it's up to Oda to see if he wants to tie those two. I wouldn't go as far as say thematics together because that's racist, but like there is definitely a trope in some parts of the world that tie certain dads and leaving milk. I'm not gonna,
God, I hate pulling out.
what? Don't.
Yeah, because we're talking about cream pie Curtis.
No, we weren't. No, you were talking about that. We were not talking about that. Oh God,
That should be like if we ever do like One Piece D&D again. I guess that's the character I'd make.
that's fucking crazy. Um, um, do you think Brooke has a kid or had a kid?
I think it'd be a crime if he didn't, but
Like a crime to his character, like like we should put him in prison for not
nah, dude, he's
procreating.
like Brooke is like 90 years old. You tell me he never like, I don't know, left the milk in somebody?
50 years of those are without the tools. He didn't have the milk.
True, but he could have done like what I talked about. Where,
Why are you so hellbent on cream pie Curtis being canon, bro?
no, I'm not talking about that. That's the disgusting part. Like maybe like the milk bones can do something else. Like maybe he just like maybe that creature we see like in the midst of Thriller Bark in the Florian Triangle. Maybe that's Brooke's child. Like he had nowhere to drop the load, so it just dropped it in the ocean instead, and then it gave birth to that monster. And the reason why they're like giant pillars is because they're giant bones.
No, how did we get here? No, it couldn't have.
Curtis versus Ushiano.
No. How did we get here, bro? I listen. You guys heard what Sai said. I zoned out, and I was like, "Is my YouTube channel okay?" I saw who said gagging Saf. What?
Gagging Greg.
I like looked at the thing in my peripherals. I see ain't no way someone said gagging Greg. That's crazy. Okay, another Brooke related super chat. I'm honestly worried. Trevor Boyer.
Bondage Bob.
Trevor Boyer, $5 super chat says, depending on how young Brooke is in the flashback, Gunko could be his younger sister. There's like, I think afros are a little hereditary. And I'm going to go out on a limb and just say Gunko may not have the same.
Maybe they're half siblings.
That's true. It could be from the dad's side, right? It could be like,
yeah,
you're right. Okay. Oh, Cook side. That's crazy. Yeah.
That's a good one, Saf.
No, that one's staying moderated. Stop it. That's a warning. Oh God. Oh,
sorry.
God.
No more sex joke, guys. I'll stop now.
The what's it called? Him having a younger sister, half sibling. I guess it could be the Herald thing. So then could it be that Brooke like looked at Gunko like, oh, your mom had dirty blood, like something like that, like, or is it more like wholesome?
No, I don't think they're like that.
Here's a question. I looked at the hair in the flashback, right? The first panel where you see that like person that's probably Gunko, but her hair is short now. I thought that's Gunko, and that's Gunko's long hair. And I looked at Gunko with long hair here, and I'm like, is that Gunko's like prime? Like, is that like her past life? Or is that Emu's hair? But we both talked about it, like, that's probably Emu's hair, but like, is that just Gunko's real hair? Like original hair? Like real voice, but like real hair?
That's tough. I mean, we also don't even know if that's Gunko, right? Like we talked about like, oh, Gunko sister, Gunko mom, Gunko adjacent.
Yeah.
Like I'd like to imagine the hair we see at the end of the chapter is Emu's hair. Kind of like how both the eyes are now Emu's.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, yeah, I don't think that's Gunko as a kid, but I don't know about that Gunko person there. And that's another thing why the whole, again, someone in the chat said, hey, is this Emu's memory? Because another thing is that the hair matches with the thing, and that could make sense if it's all Emu, but also, hair is kind of generic. Some could say me and you have the same haircut, right? Like, aside from my beard, right? People could say we're both growing out our hair. We both pull back our hair the same way, you know, like if we were to be drawn in black and white, like you kind of draw the same haircut a little bit. So,
Yeah, the main difference between us outside of the beard would just be like skin color.
which wouldn't really reflect well in the manga, right? We've seen like Saturn's pink or purple in the anime. I couldn't tell that.
That is true.
I couldn't see color, honestly. It's black and white. So,
I mean, if you told me Loki had purple hair when we first saw him, I wouldn't believe you, man.
yeah. I went with like the more Aryan method. I thought she thought he was blonde or blue eyes, you know, just blue eyes, white dragon over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, but no, I would have said nah. He has purple hair, which you know. Now I want to know where Harold's hair is at, you know, because Hiruden came out normal, you know, like, but is it Loki's mom or dad that had the crazy hair? We don't know. We don't know.
I think it's Loki's mom.
Loki's mom, yeah.
Yeah, Loki's mom probably had the purple hair. Then Harold.
What if? Because here's the thing.
Has there ever been a person who's been bald since the day they were born? Is there like a case of that out there?
Like medically, yeah.
Hey, yo, guys, let me know.
I feel like medically, I'm sure this bald baby that stayed bald, like,
no, like literally, you've never grown any hair. Has there been a human like that out there?
Like, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, a human. Okay, not One Piece world. Like,
no, Buddha doesn't count. We can't bring up like mythological figures like that.
Buddha's not. Oh.
Buddha's bald as hell, dude.
No,
what are you talking about?
The mythological part, not the bald part.
Yeah, hey, is Buddha not like a mythos, like Jesus and all them? Like,
I feel
they're
like
among the gods.
I feel like Buddha's less mythos. I mean, yeah, mythos, but like less mythos.
I mean,
than Jesus.
look at like Sengoku. Sengoku has a mythical devil fruit, and it's the Buddha. Go fight Oda, man.
No, I'm saying Buddha's less mythos.
Reading comprehension.
Because at least like we have like very consistent depiction of him. That's not really changed, right? Isn't that like
the Buddha?
Yeah. I don't think it's.
I mean, there's like kid Buddhas. Like I've seen versions of Buddha that's like a child and he's bald, but like we don't count Buddha. I'm talking about like real people. Like people who are like, I don't know, documented in medical records and shit.
Yeah. People who didn't live like 800 years of life, like Noah or Adam and Eve.
Alopecia.
Yeah.
Okay. But don't some people? Well, I don't know how alopecia exactly. I know some people develop it over the years, though.
It's like male pattern baldness. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so like they start with hair, and then they develop alopecia, and then that's when they're bald.
Wait, what was this relevant to?
The Rock, he had hair. He had curly hair. He was kind of like Brooke.
Shut the fuck up.
Jason Statham.
You brought up baldness.
No, Vin Diesel had hair. Vin Diesel, he became bald at like the age of 25 or something.
My brain cells are deleting.
No, this is an important question, Par.
No, what were we talking about before?
We were talking about where Loki got the hair from, and then we were talking about like, oh, the purple probably came from the mom, and then we're talking about Harold's hair, and then we brought up the big theory that maybe Harold never had hair in the first
place. We brought up, yeah, famously we. Oh God, yeah. I feel like you put Patrick like Wumbo, I Wumbo, you, he, she, we Wumbo, like everybody Wumbos. Like that's how I feel right now.
Everybody Wumbos, bro.
Yeah. The what's it called? The
Jesus and Buddha are both real. Yeah, like the stories behind them though, like what they're able to do, like their power, like power scaling Jesus and Buddha is really tough.
Yeah, apparently.
Like what's real and what isn't, right? Like are some stories real? Are all of them real? Like we don't really know.
Yeah, apparently.
So that's why it's such a power scale.
He's not even. His name wasn't even Jesus, right? It was like
it's like scaling Saint Saturn before Egghead. It's like, okay, what is he capable of?
Yeah.
We need to see him like for our own eyes. Like we need, I don't know, one of those devil fruits to pop up here in Elbath.
But yeah, so there was a theory that, like, I heard one of my friends had a theory that like, so they were tracking all the people with like blue hair, and they were like, oh, like, but if Vivi's a celestial dragon, like Buggy's probably a celestial dragon because the blue hair. It's not that many people with blue hair, and it's like rare, and so it's like along that line they were talking about like purple hair and stuff like that. And so Loki having purple hair, is it possible that his mom was like not just related to Celestial Dragons, but related to Buggy?
Nah.
Yeah, probably not. That makes sense.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think there was ever a giant celestial dragon?
No.
Damn.
It'd be disgusting.
Yeah. Yahweh is how Sai pronounces you watch. Yawabawa.
You watch.
Bro, today Sai came with like 7 different things and acted like they were all the same. He said you Yahweh or something like that. He said Waha. Waha. And then people were saying it's like
pretty good.
Yuhabak.
Alexander the Great. Ooh, yeah.
What about Alexander the Great?
I think he'd make a really good devil fruit.
Wait, Alexander the Great? Why?
Yeah.
Why would he make a great devil fruit?
Like as like a mythical human.
I mean, he just like he would just be leading armies, the great fighter. Like what would you
like
get?
Super strong lightning abilities.
What in the Fate series are you talking about, you hooligan?
No, okay, we talked about it a while back. But if Christopher Columbus had a mythological devil fruit, he'd be cracked, right?
Now secondly,
like if Chopper,
he asked AI to depict Columbus as like a mythos now. Like I don't know, like his superpower would be like deadly accurate. His thing would just be what mythos. Like he would just walk in, everyone is just infected. You need Chopper to create the Columbus antivirus, right? Like that's pretty much what that was.
Columbus would kind of be like Zoro with his Ashura. How Zoro pops out like extra heads and like arms for his attack. Imagine when Christopher Columbus goes in for his final attack, you see like all of the 3 ships, like the Santa Maria right behind him. Like the 3 ships just shoot cannons at you.
Okay, Sai, we're gonna do something real quick.
That'd be so
Name
sick, man.
the ships other than the Santa Maria.
There's
one. Come on, there's the main one.
I just know Maria, bro. Come on.
The May.
Oh, like the Mayflower.
There we go. Yeah, at least I just wanted to hear that.
Kind of lame though.
Okay, but are you smart in the 3rd grade question right there? And can you name?
Hey.
I'd expect someone who.
I don't know I don't like Christopher Columbus as much as the next guy. So I mean, if you want to do all the Christopher C research, man, that's
this sounds like the kind of guy that asks AI to make Christopher Columbus art. Doesn't know his ships, has lightning gun.
Yeah, I have like 10 pictures of Christopher Columbus saved on my computer. Just him with lightning guns and lightning sword.
That's so funny. Oh god.
Chris C, my man.
But yeah, the younger sister
would kill in like a rabbit hunting tournament, bro. He'd be like one of the top scorers, man. Do you think Garling has like Mihawk flashbacks about Christopher Columbus? Like, I usually hunt down those rabbits, but that Christopher C, he was my number 1 rival.
I think that
was his Mihawk, man. Oh god.
I think he probably sucked ass at hunting, right? Didn't he rely? Isn't that the whole point of Thanksgiving, that the Native Americans did all the hunting? And they're like, here, you can't grow crops, but there's plenty of food on the land as long as you destroy the land. And then comes like, funny brown guy, give us turkey. Let's destroy the land anyways. We don't understand what they're saying anyways.
They did say he had a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Cream Pie Columbus was insane.
Oh my god. Yeah. So anyways, Brooke, younger sister, Gunko theory. I'm not too far on board, but imagine a world where Brooke turns and he becomes a celestial dragon because he realizes where Gunko's at. And he's like, damn, I could have had it good. Why be a pirate when I could have been a holy knight? Do you think that there's a world where Brooke turns?
I think that'd be a fun what if.
Yeah. Brooke as a villain would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, Brooke as a villain, even like I don't know. Brooke as a villain. I guess all the Straw Hats as a villain would be like a nice spin-off. Like imagine we get like an opposite like parallel dimension where Shamrock, Garling, Sommers, like they're the heroes, and then Luffy is like the main Holy Knight or a part of the Gorsei.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Zoro is substituted for Venus,
Yeah.
or Venus is substituted for Zoro. Like that'd be a lot of.
Yeah, it's a lot of. There's a. Damn,
I
the
think
Straw
people have done
Hats.
like fan art of that before, but like Straw Hat Celestials.
Yeah, if the Straw Hats was the Gorsei, they would win Egghead.
But they'd lose their plot armor though, and then they're no longer in their prime, just like the Gorsei.
You're impeccable, incredible, fantastic.
What are you talking about?
You're just so great at sowing seeds of like chaos, weaving in the agenda. You're wow, incredible, masterclass. Growth Stongs with the $5 super that says, "Hey, hi Par, if you get a chance, check out my theory. Joy Girl turned into a video about Uranus being the Emerald City. I promise you won't be disappointed." Damn, that's fucking dope. Joy Girl. Girl Socks, you got it. You got that motion with Joy Girl? What the hell? What the hell? Get me. Joy Girl, please collab. Has collabed with Joy Girl in the past, but like, Girl Socks, please. Help me. Help a guy out. Help a small streamer out, please.
Emerald City in 2025, damn. Yeah, somebody brought up Raijin Island the other day, and I was like, man, I don't think we're going back to Raijin Island, man.
Emerald City as Uranus is not that crazy, I feel like, in the sense of it'd be good placement for what were the three things that Bellamy, it was El Dorado,
Emerald City, Sky Island, the City of Gold, yeah.
And then Emerald City and Laughtail. If you were to say Emerald City,
Laughtail, did he?
Yeah, I think he did, right? That was why
I don't think he said that.
I think he was saying like they're all pipe dreams, like all the same, they're all mythical places, right? It may not look like it, but Par is a big 100K sub YouTuber. Wait, why are you laughing? Wait, that was the craziest time to laugh.
I just love that so much. Let me see here. Oh, you're right. The Lost City of Gold, Emerald City, and then the Treasure One Piece.
Size reaction was crazy, right? Like, what just happened? Why? No, okay, here, I'm gonna show you guys something. Check this out. Look, check this out. This isn't mean to flex. Hello. So here's the thing. There's a check mark next to the name. That means that YouTube verified me 100K. I just haven't posted in like 9 months. And so I've dropped from 100K, but I still don't know why Sai unprompted,
man.
Why Sai laughed like that.
Par just never posts, brother. Somebody did like a Parcast checklist, and then one of the first ones was Par saying he's gonna release a theory and he never does. Par says he has a theory and it works, but it never releases.
I'll have you know, some people know the theories. Some people
every hour Par says, by the way, guys, I'm working on a theory. It should release next week. Never releases.
And then sometimes I just say what it is, and sometimes I don't. But like,
you literally did this stream where you're like, yeah, guys, I had a Gunko theory that I was working on, but man, life just got in the way.
Yeah. I mean, that one I could still post. That one is fine, but I explain parts of that one on stream, so that's why I talk about it. But
I love you, Par. I just wish you'd post more, man.
Yeah, me too. Ferris Fire, you're a real one. This is in my theory.
And then the reason I laughed when they said that you don't act like a 100K streamer is because I look at the quality of your video camera sometimes in the setup. I'm like, man, this could be better.
That's what I was, because see, the reason why chat
it could be way better.
why I was laughing, because it's like, yeah, this is 100K streamer right here.
And yeah, no, it's funnier from my angle because they can't see it, but I see like the full on screen, and I see Par's shirt clipping in and out. I see like the crazy marks all over Par's chest.
They can see it.
It just looks so funny, man.
Here, let's let them see this. This is what Sai sees right
Show
now.
to the world.
And then if I do my jacket like this,
and then his chair like phases in and out of existence.
Hold on, if I do,
like
yeah, so my jacket
like
doesn't do that
camera.
if I fold it like this. But when I start opening up my jacket, it stops registering at its clothes and then it hides it. Yeah, see, like that.
I guess the reaction I had was like from Clash of the Titans, where he beheads like one of the champions of the arena, and he's playing through my head when somebody said that about Par.
I promise, guys.
And then the times when Par has like the blurry camera and like it zooms in on his face, or like the parts where it has like a godly glow on Par. Like Par has so many funny issues with like his camera. It's so.
I just want to point out it's
kills me.
Comedically similar to Morge, but me and Morge have opposite problems. Like Morge just didn't have a second monitor for most of his YouTube career, and even with the second monitor, he didn't know how it worked.
And then I don't know if Par's okay with me saying this, but like I remember I was talking to Par on the 50/50 the other day, and Par was like, yeah, you know, like I purposefully downgrade my setup. I purposefully stream in 720p because he doesn't want AI to be trained on him. And I was like, okay, sure. But like now you're just nerfing yourself.
Well, okay. See, I could put it in 4K right now. I could
stream in 4K, but I just don't, guys.
Yeah.
I want this quality. This is perfection.
Okay, let me see if
like, all right, okay.
Wait, hold on. I do have Pro. Wait, hold on. All right, see now. Man. So I'm gonna do 4K next time. All right, next stream I'll do 4K.
Next stream is being 4K.
But yeah. But the only problem is I'm not gonna stay. I'll open up the stream in 4K and then I'll downgrade because it's possible. It's on the drop down. It's purposely
start in 4K and then downgrade. Show proof.
Yeah, I'll do it next time. I can't do it right now because then I have to off the camera first.
And that's true. Like your PC lags when you like do the most like minor things. Like you open an extra tab and the stream starts lagging to hell and back.
Yeah, that never happened on this setup. But my old setup was when I had 500 tabs open, so that would make sense. But and then my other computer broke. But yeah, I could see how 100K YouTuber quality issues.
I'm not gonna lie, when your birthday rolled around, I was like, man, should I buy Par like a new camera, a new microphone? Like I actually debated for a second, like, man, what should I do?
No, my mic is budget, but my camera can do 4K. I just don't, because I don't want 4K. I don't want my pores to show up, you know?
There's nothing wrong with pores, brother. I got scars and everything. I show that off in 4K.
Yeah, but like, what a sad backstory. Oh god. Yeah, it's possible. 4K for kids. Exactly. Yeah. So I'll do. Remind me if you guys are here at the start of next stream. Remind me if I forget the 4K thing. Size face in 4K is a scary thought. Jokes on you. He's already in 4K.
Already in 4K. Not right now, but like on my videos.
Yeah, because Sai has fiber internet, so he could just upload like 50 gigs.
Like Par, though. For like the first 2 years of YouTube, I didn't know my camera could do 4K, so I recorded. In, like,
I know my camera can do 4K. I purposely leave it there. I could lower the res.
That exact same thing too.
No, no.
I used to say that exact same thing, guys.
But the side.
I actually knew my camera could do this the entire time. Yeah. I just didn't want it.
The difference is that Sai was closer to a Sai that came in Lay's chips bags, and that Sai didn't know.
Lay's chip bags that came in socks. Thank you very much.
Oh, my bad. Wait, wasn't the other video like?
No, I never. Oh no, that was me. Like,
wait, the mic cut out. Wait, don't repeat what you said. No. But you don't. No. Stop. You don't even repeat what he said. That was a perfect mic drop moment. That was it was
like Oda back to Marineford when he talked about Shanks appearing. He's like, "Oh, like do with it what you will."
That was crazy timing.
It was a redacted segment.
Yeah, yeah, that was awesome. I thought you did it on purpose, but your hands were down, and I was like, huh, how did he no hands that? I guess third leg coming in clutch like crazy. Um, but yeah, shout outs Growth Stonks. Go if you guys haven't watched this Joy Girl video that talks about Emerald City, definitely probably a dope theory. Growth Stonks usually coming in with heat. I don't remember too many. I don't remember too many moments when I said Growth Stonks, you're on a list now. I've never said that, so probably good theories. We have
And shout out
drink.
to the boy Arcade Craniacs as well. Love his YouTube channel.
We have arcade craniacs.
Oh no, he's not here, but I just popped on my monitor and I typed in YouTube and he was the first channel that popped up. Love that guy. He's my favorite like One Piece YouTuber.
It's a One Piece YouTuber.
Well, he doesn't do One Piece YouTube, but I like to imagine he watches One Piece.
See, that's what I thought at first. Sai isn't shouting at a One Piece YouTuber, and I was genuinely surprised. It's like, oh wow, I've never heard of this guy, and I was like, I just thought that Sai was just open up a tab and just said the first thing that came to mind, and that's what you did. And I was like, oh, he doesn't make One Piece content.
I watch his videos like every day. He just uploaded 30 minutes ago. His newest video is called "Ordering Tung 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 Sahur Potion from the Dark Web at 3 a.m." Quotation marks. He came to my house.
Okay, see, that sounds about right about the kind of content Sai would want.
I love that content. It's so funny, man.
I don't want to sound racist, but I didn't understand the first few words you said in the thing.
It's from your people. What the hell?
Wait, what? What did you say? Can you repeat? Tongue?
Yeah, tung 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 sahur, dude. Come on, you should know all about that.
I don't know what that was. Are you okay, Sai?
I'm good. I'm good. We can move on.
Drink water. 5 year super chat says if you look at Brooke's shoulder, closely at the flashback, it kind of looks like a military shoulder, a Paulette.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Which would be ironic. Like he's a Navy, like a Marine, and then the little kid's like, "Wow, I want to be a Marine when I grow up." Well, you see, my dream is to be a pirate, young girl. And she's like, "What? What do you mean?" Like, you know what I mean? Like that's like a.
Oh, you're so fucking cooking. And Brooke has like a really nice like sword on too. I didn't even notice a sword.
Yeah,
dude, that Brooke mogs current day Brooke. Oh god.
Yeah.
Man, can we get that Brooke back?
I mean, we are. That's what the flashback is. I hate to break it to you.
No. Like current day. Current day.
Oh.
Like Brooke needs to awaken so that he can become a human again because he looks way better.
Yeah, because you said, "Can we get that Brooke back?" And I was like, "Yes, Sai. That's the point of a flashback. We're flashing back into getting it back." Like,
and then there's like music coming out, and like Brooke's he doesn't have his hand on a piano or a violin either. Music is being emitted from his heart, kind of like Sun God Nika.
Yeah. You know what they did say? That's why Who's Who asked a Fishman about Nika. There was a certain like racial tendency of Nika, according to Who's Who, at least associated with
Man, sometimes like when I do these chapter read throughs with you, I'm just like, man, I wish I added this to my video.
Yeah,
I even know.
See the vision, right? Yeah, and then you're
opening my eyes.
But like, and so like this would be like if a firefighter said like, "Oh, I want to be a firefighter when I grow up," and the firefighter responds, "You see, my dream is to be an arsonist." Like that's it. The kid was like
Firefly from Batman, like a firefighter at first.
Oh, is that a Batman villain? That would be a Batman.
Yeah, Firefly, in parentheses, Garfield Lins is a supervillain. Let's see here.
He sets fires to things. He's a villain, a Batman level arsonist who used to be a firefighter. Yeah, it sounds about right for Batman's town. Like they become so disenfranchised.
Oh no, he's a special effects expert who became the Firefly.
Oh, see, that makes more sense.
Yeah, damn it.
This one is Brooke is a Marine Navy member that famously said he was like part of the Cavalier or whatever, and had like his his what's it called? Sword techniques. He learned it from within the ranks. And then the kid, allegedly while he's on duty, is just like, yeah, I really just want to be a criminal instead. This is just like a wild situation to be in. So I don't know what that says about Brook or his nation, or you know, because like you could look at Garp and be like, he doesn't follow most of the protocol, but is he pirate like? Not necessarily. Like he makes pirate like decisions. He's very Luffy coded, but yeah, he's more or less an marine, and especially the more recent chapters showed us like the justice side of things. So it's
Yeah.
interesting. Wonder what Oda's cooking with Brook with that. Um,
If Binks was a Giga Chad, would Sai like him? Yeah. If Binks was a cool person, then I'd ignore the song.
it could be that Gunko is Binks and her sake is what Nika was talking about. That would make a lot of sense,
I like that,
honestly.
Thomas.
Yeah. We have Scuba
Bronco is
Seven.
a
Wait, what happened?
no, just reading the chat.
Gotcha. Brago is assessed as fairy tale. Yeah, so is Sai once upon a time.
I hate Fairy Tail.
He used to be a fairy tale YouTuber. and
A long time ago,
and Brago used to watch Sai back in the wee
like a
days.
decade ago, man.
Yeah. I think probably more than a decade now.
I used to make videos in my car because I didn't have an apartment yet.
Yeah. When you used to say your camera doesn't have I don't know how the quality mixes or whatever. I purposely am dropping.
Hey, I filmed on an iPhone back then, man.
Back then, 720 was peak quality, actually.
Yeah, 720 was the best humanity could offer.
Yeah. Scuba 7, $5 super says Gunko could be Yorkie's daughter. Yorkie's epithet was calico. It's a type of very resistant fabric. Could it parallel Gunko's arrow, fruit bandages? I didn't know that about calico.
Me too. I just go to a cat right away when I hear calico.
Yeah, with what's it called? Hold on.
Yorkie's daughter would be interesting. I wouldn't mind that. I don't hate that theory because it could open the door for Yorkie to still be alive, which I know people might. I mean, I know it leaves a bad taste in my mouth having all these characters still being alive after the shit they go through, but I'd be cool if they had like a little reunion. And Oda has like a weird, not weird, it's an understandable soft spot for like father daughter relationships because he has like a bunch of daughters. So yeah, I could see that.
Hold on, I
That's
gotta
not bad.
do something real quick. You keep reading chat.
All right, I'll go to the next super chat. Drink water with the €5. Gonna call it. It is permanent infusion, but depending on the hockey you use, the effect of regeneration differs. That wouldn't be bad. I think, like, that is where I was yesterday. I still think hockey infusion is the best bet. But now that Chopper is the one kind of forefronting the whole search for the combat ability to hurt the Holy Knights, I think it has to be something that Chopper can do. And Chopper's, so far has not shown an ounce of hockey. Not even like a one attack hockey bloom. So if the answer is hockey infusion, which would be like possibly an advanced technique of hockey, I don't think most of the Strats could use that. Like Frankie hasn't shown hockey, Robin hasn't shown hockey, Usopp not well, Usopp with observation, yeah. Nami hasn't, right? Brook hasn't. So I think that's kind of like my problem with it. I still like the idea, but since Chopper is like going to Scopper, I think the chances of that being true are like lower by the day, which is unfortunate because that's where I'm at. Let's see here. Next super chat is from Zam D Al, $5. What do you think is going on in the Holy Land? My guess is Lafitte either put bombs in Umit's fleet heading to Morijua, or he went there himself causing. I think that it has to be like somebody up there in the Holy Land. If it's simply bombs, I don't think that Emu would feel the need to bring back Sommers or Killingham or Gunko or to speed up their mission. I think somebody's actively attacking it because bomb is devastating. But at that point, just put out the fire and you're kind of done, right? You don't need the Holy Knights for that. Well, maybe you need like one or two to do the work, but yeah, it sounds like they're in actual maritime warfare right now, at least in my opinion. What about you, Par? Where were you? Oh, Par's still going on. Okay. Take your time, Par. We
Nah,
can
I'm
revisit
back.
these whenever Par gets back. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Yeah, the what's it called? Well, I just want to say we're gonna get back to the Yorkie part because I think we skipped that like full conversation. I got distracted. That's my bad. What were we talking about just now? My wife came.
Um, Whether or not there's an actual person up there, Marie Joie, because Zambial is saying that maybe it's just bombs in like the boxes. They said fleet heading to Marie Joie, but I think it's an actual person causing chaos.
Yeah,
I don't think it's just simply
we
bombs.
talked about this before in the scope of Shamrocks being recalled. Like it would be silly to me if they recalled Shamrocks, who is our like I'm not gonna definitively say, but I think logically the strongest asset that they have outside of the Gorosei. And so would you need him to find like a wild goose like chase like after Easter eggs like around Marijuana? Like where's the apple? Where's the explosive stuff? Like that doesn't necessarily make too much sense. Instead of like spread and conquer, like have more holy knights on the issue, right? But um you would need Shamrocks if it's power related, right? And that's why it was interesting when they first recalled Shanks, because why couldn't another Holy Knight deal with figuring out the certain thing? Is Shamrocks like a supply chain expert? Like that's a little interesting. So um yeah, I just feel like for me, I'm more inclined to believe that like a dragon level powerhouse is there. And I'm saying dragon level powerhouse because the chat came to a conclusion together, and including Sai, that Dragon is the most logical person to be there despite his shortcomings in other aspects. So
It could also just be like Kaido and Big Mom.
yeah, that would be very interesting because like what like
Huh?
that would be a Nani moment for sure. um yeah, the and the other part, because I read the super chat earlier, was this is actually perfect timing to give it over to you, because I read those super chats earlier. Was that I feel like Lafitte and the Blackbeard position is to help the Holy Land. I don't see them ever griefing the world government. Like if there's any problem right now, they're maximum spectators or minimum spectators, maximum helping the world government. I don't see them like publicly, like it could be that they're inciting it, but like I don't see them like the way that it feels right now. It would only make sense if they're trying to counter Blackbeard fighting, if Blackbeard was the cause of this. But I don't think Blackbeard is the cause of the current thing, to the point, because like he literally just said I want to work with the world government. So that's kind of what it is. And yeah, we talked about the possibility of Shanks is causing it, but that just doesn't make too much sense. Like why now? And like for what reason? And like I mean, okay, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, because Oda could just give Shanks a reason, right? But I think Shanks going after Mare Joie now is like, huh? You know what I mean? It's a little It's a little question mark. Um if you were to say like, oh, they're in the way of the One Piece and Laugh Tale, then maybe, but I don't think they are, right? Unless the
Um,
man marked by flames is there, right?
yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I In my other video, I brought up the theory that maybe Shanks is the one doing this because he knows that the poneglyph is here, which of course is like an absurd theory, off rip.
Did you hear
But we
from a friend?
don't know, huh?
Did you hear that absurd theory from a friend?
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, okay, okay. So friend.
But yeah, like should you even mention like, hey, maybe the WG has it to keep the One Piece, which could be true. And if that is the case, and Shanks just needs that last poneglyph, then yeah, he would attack the Holy Land. And
Yeah.
I think that could be the main reason why they called Shamrock back first. Like, hey, your brother's here. Like, you need to do something about this guy.
So then would the story be that Shanks succeedingly raided it, got the thing, and is on the way to Laughdale, or is it that Shanks failed and then Luffy goes next? It'd be Shanks succeeded, right?
I think it'd be cool if Shanks succeeds. Yeah.
But then it would be like Shanks versus Shamrock, and then there's
Well, I
the
mean, you gotta remember
Gorosei.
Blackbeard is nearby too, right?
Ah.
So maybe Shanks could succeed and then Blackbeard swoops in while everybody's at 1 HP, which is typically how I think Blackbeard is going to beat Shanks in the end.
Yeah.
You know, Blackbeard is an opportunist, so maybe Shanks will wipe the floor with a lot of them, and then all of a sudden, at the very last minute, you know, Shanks is about to walk away. He's just fought a long, hard battle. Blackbeard at 100 HP comes in, and he swoops in for the kill.
I just want to address this. I see Tornado is saying something. If it's not the Revs, then Dragon doesn't face slander. Right?
Yeah, if it's not the Revs, then I think Dragon's gonna get dragged for like weeks, bro.
Really? Wait, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like if it's just Blackbeard doing this, right? It's not like that's not Dragon's fault. Like it's not like we're gonna say why wasn't it you, Dragon? Why wasn't it you
I think
instead?
a lot of people will say why wasn't it you, Dragon? Because Dragon explicitly said he's waiting for the Holy Knights to move before he does anything. They're finally moving. If the first person that attacks Murray's Raw after Dragon wanted this exact scenario isn't him, I think the Revs would get slandered.
Yeah, but okay.
He's already, dude. Dragon gets hit with so many memes already.
Okay.
About just looking east.
No,
like
no,
I have a meme saved to my phone of like, are you still looking east, Dragon? And it's like a picture of Ginny, Kuma, Bonnie, Vegapunk, Saba, like literally all the people that Dragon has. I wouldn't say failed, but you know, like the people who have gotten hurt under Dragon's watch. Ivankov's in there, Inazuma's in there, and it's like, yeah, like you know, Dragon isn't known for like moving, but he will one day. I think it just has to be today. If it's not today, then like I think he will get dragged in the mud. But
so separating you.
I hope it's Dragon
versus what people were saying, because I was asking you if you would slander him for that thing. I agree. I think that people will slander him because but okay. So like the other thing to take into account is. You were saying like, okay, he's setting up the barricade and he's waiting for them to move, but you also brought up and I think you always hype up the Blackbeard Pirates when they're like, you know, super tactical, show up last minute. Why do anything that's not efficient, right? Blackbeard's super efficient. Wouldn't it be the same thing if Dragon set up the circumstances like Blackbeard set up Marineford and then swooped in at the last to efficiently get his plan out in order? Wouldn't that be a W for Dragon?
Hear me out. I like Blackbeard more than Dragon. I meme on Dragon a lot. Doesn't mean I don't respect Dragon or, you know, I don't expect a lot from him, but I just love the jokes. So the minute Dragon gets another L, I'm going to be fucking laughing to the bank, bro.
Yeah, but
I know you will too. I know you will too.
Yeah.
Don't even pretend like, oh, why don't you do that? You're bringing up this silly hypothetical of like, oh, why would Dragon get slandered, knowing full damn well that me and you would be laughing for a solid 4 hours if Dragon is not the one attacking.
No. Okay. See, this is where it gets nuclear for me. If the Revs show up and Dragon's not there, it's nuclear for me on Dragon, and I'm a Dragon fan. If it's Blackbeard's crew is doing some crazy shit and Dragon's not there, it's gonna be funny, but it's not as funny as like the alternative, right? But I'll understand in the should have been you, Dragon, you know what I mean? Like where is Dragon? You know, this is gonna be the Where's Waldo but Dragon, you know what I mean? Like we're just gonna be searching. It's gonna be worse than Bogart, honestly. And so I get it, but yeah. So doesn't make sense for it to be Blackbeard. Trust this Dragon. It doesn't make sense that it's Blackbeard. That's what I'm saying. But like I'm saying hypothetically, if it's not Dragon, who's the alternative? It like the only alternative outside of Blackbeard that could like warrant this reaction. And I hesitate to say, because I don't want to give any ammo to these people, is Buggy's operation because of Mihawk. If it like, I could see the world's strongest swordsman is descended on Merijois, but like, and that's a
That'd be kind of
threat. Like
nuts.
Shamrock's couldn't handle him. Shanks needs to show up. Like this finally, like that would be a ZKK wet dream to see Mihawk crash out at Merijois and no one can stop him. And we just see Mihawk cross-legged, just like Darling. Like at when he got introduced, we just see Mihawk is like, when will someone competent show up? And then he's waiting for Zoro at the top. And then
Oh
Zoro
my
takes
god.
the reign of the series. It's like, sit down, Luffy. This is my series now. Like, that's a ZKK wet dream right now. You know, I don't see that happening. I don't see the Buggy's operation. Like, last conversation, Buggy's thing was like, we need wealth, fame, and power. I don't see the conclusion of that conversation. Like, so we raid Merijois. Like, I don't see them doing that. So
I mean, it kind of makes sense.
yeah, Buggy's like, why don't we aim for the top? And then all the henchmen like, Merijois, and then Mihawk and Crocodile like, this fucking nuisance, bro. And then like millions of their like henchmen are like shouting out, let's go, Merijois. I already put it in the GPS on the ship. Buggy, let's go. And Buggy's like, no, not Merijois. And then he shows up and he muggy balls, and that's the fire. That would be insane, right? Like if Emus is like, we had to deal with the muggy crisis on Wait, this is actually kind of funny now I think about it. I could see the henchmen be like, yeah, we're gonna take down the system, let's go to the system, woo! And then they couldn't do anything to stop them, right? That's kind of what happened at Marineford and all the other situations, right? Buggy was just like, sure, guys, let's do that. Oh, jeez. Woo! Woo! Have y'all seen the theory that Mihawk is a Celestial Dragon? The Mihawk is a Celestial Dragon, that's been a theory. But separating and that it's actually cross guild attacking Merijois, that could only have existed today, right? I feel like, and so or when the chapter released, so separating out, I haven't seen that theory, and I'm
Mihawk being a celestial dragon, that's like a long running
yes,
theory. But as far as like cross guild specifically attacking Merijois, I've not. I try to think about it, but it's tough because like I don't know why they would do it.
yeah,
Unless
unless
it's like
it's
Shanks, where like they need the poneglyph and it's there.
yeah, or it's what I said, and the henchmen were like mob mentality, ran with Buggy's
Yeah.
speech, and they were like, "Whoa, let's take it down!" And then they just ran with that. Which, like, I would hope Mihawk and Crocodile were like, "No, just stop." Like Mihawk,
I think you could easily talk your way out of that. Like, hey guys, before we do that, let's do something else first.
yeah. Unless Buggy was a part of it, he's like, "Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that." And then he like does his like weird monologue thing where he's like, shit, what am I walking myself into? Hopefully if I just keep going along, they'll still like me and they won't kill me. Some shit like that, right? So the Celestials are dumb enough to burn their own city down. Yeah, but that wouldn't warrant bringing back the Holy Knights, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's just like, maybe you need Ange. You need a
That's
competent
like
teacher.
one Gorus member saying, "Hey, don't do that," and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. I saw a comment earlier saying, Par, is Ange so incompetent she accidentally set fire to Merijois instead of the school and library?
That's pretty funny.
That is
I
like
like that one.
how bad she is at what she does. Like hey kids, Steven's sign, what are you afraid of? Turns into sieging Elbaf, leads them to their demise. That is the kind of slippery slope Ange finds herself. Lights a candle, accidentally causes the genocide of the world government. Like, holy shit, Ange. Ange could be that superhero from was it Deadpool, right? The luck one. That's what Ange is
I
like, but in
remember
reverse.
Deadpool.
The one Deadpool was assembling the people, and then she like had the luck power. But it's like,
Didn't she like die?
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But like, well, no, she didn't. She was lucky. I forget how she died. Did she die? No, did she survive?
I just remember like one guy falling to a wood chipper and that's it.
Yeah, Domino. Domino is the one.
Domino.
Ange is a good teacher because none of the kids listed her as their fear, as far as we know. I pitched the idea that killing him keeps her around because he saw her in all their dreams, all their nightmares. He's like, man, she's a common denominator. There's something important about her. That'd be pretty funny, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think my main fuel for saying Mihawk is like a celestial dragon is just like one of his attack names being like the 16 moons or something.
Mm,
And
mm.
and we do know that Emu is like what associated with the number 16.
Yeah,
So
may
yeah,
even be
yeah.
16.
That's why I mean Mihawk being a celestial dragon. I think that's always been like a shoe in theory.
Yeah. And the type when you catch her at hide and seek, she goes to everyone else's spot and goes, "They got us, guys! Hey, you in that barrel? They caught us!" Yeah,
They got us.
Yeah, and don't forget the contraband.
Guys, let's all come out.
Yeah. I'm also carrying illegal substances in my pocket too. Like, and he has cocaine. Like, he's calling out all the people.
So that's me. So Mihawk doesn't have any named attacks in like the manga that he said, but all of his attacks are named in the One Piece video game. And one of them, they went out of their way to name it just the 16 Moons, which you could say like the games aren't canon, which they're not.
But
Oda
Shanks is pretty
does.
accurate.
Yeah, Oda has a lot of say so in the games, and he also gives them like a lot of their shit, like the story. Moveset wouldn't be too surprising.
Oda's very tied to
So
the
if
power.
you actually go in, all of Mihawk's attacks are already named, just not like in the canon manga.
Per Matt Owens, the former showrunner of the One Piece live action, in his initial interviews that when the live action was released, he said Oda paid particular focus. The most difficult part of scripting everything was the critiques around the power system that Oda maintained, and you saying that Oda does that with like essentially all the things outside the series, and that is substantiated by Oda's own words. So that makes sense. And then also when Shanks got his like abilities, what he did to Kid has been what Shanks does to everybody in video games. It's literally Hockey Man, Lightning God, just like blasting people from a distance. He's literally like a Nell with black lightning, but more powerful.
Shanks.
Yeah, in the games.
Yeah, Shanks in the video games before we even saw the Kamusari had Kamusari light. I mean, yeah, they already gave him like the red lighting and everything. So the games are pretty accurate for the most part. And we do know that Oda has taken pride in like being a part of the games as well, like Odyssey, World Seeker, all those.
Yeah.
And then plus like even with that drawing that people are floating around of like somebody attacking the Holy Land, that is also from Oda, and he put that in a game. So yeah, if Mihawk's attack names are canon, if the 16-1 is like what Oda had envisioned, I mean it's like it's essentially confirmed at that point. Because that also mirrors Doflamingo's attack, which is the 16 heavenly bullets.
Yeah. And Doflamingo's a Celestial Dragon.
Yeah.
Alejandro Sosa with the $5 super chat. I'm worried about this one. So Lilith is the best girl. 2 years old chronologically, 24 years old physically, 65 years old mentally. We need more Lilith love.
I agree.
Dylan with the 21 months said hockey not technique. Love the content, lads.
Oh, like Joy Boys hockey knot?
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see another one of those for a while. And I like to imagine we could put hockey in more than just a knot.
Put it in the tip.
Like I put hockey in a jar.
I went backwards, you went forwards. This is how the brain works. This is your brain on drugs, guys. This is the depiction. You could end up like this one or that one.
Put it in a jar.
Yeah,
like a nice pickle marinade.
Yeah. You could be of the Sand Village or the Leaf Village. You choose.
And Par is obviously from the Sand Village. What?
Appreciate you, Dylan, for 21 months. Yeah, we gotta. I want Scopper to like as he falls down. He goes, "No, I should have told the Straw Hats how I did it, and this is how I did it, and at least tell us as he falls down." Like he's got to tell somebody, right? If Scopper dies without like giving any kind of like dissemination of this tactic, then I think like I don't know. I'd be upset. Scopper's supposed to be more helpful.
Massive fumble.
Yeah, at least leave a note. You know what I mean? Scuba
Yeah, it
7.
took him a while to like arrive to the scene. Like, why not just write a note while he's doing that? You know?
Yeah, like, hey, Straw Hats, I suspect that the Holy Knights are here based off of the thing I saw at the thing. And I couldn't explain it at the time because time is of the essence. So I took the time to write down this letter while I left you guys when you guys were going to Loki and the other people were going here. And I just disappeared and then showed up with the new giant pirates. In that time, I just wrote an instruction letter on how to defeat the Holy Knights. Perfect. It wouldn't be that crazy to be honest. Maybe do you think Scopper was calling in reinforcements? Like he was calling the old gang in that time that he left?
No.
Oh, okay. Scuba 7 $5 super chat says Summers uses a technique that sprouts thorns on the ground called Gurin Jigoku Crimson Hell. The same name as level 1 Impel Down. His Devil Fruit Awakening. I love that you said that because when I said the Crimson Hell, I mean, this is a thing. Like a lot of people believe all of Impel Down is because of awakenings, and that one was one of the ones that's like it was a little bit weird, but it's not that weird because it's a super easy power to insert in the story. And look, Oda did, and he inserted the guy with the same exact thing. So it could be that is a result of whatever devil fruit power exists in the past, whether it was a devil fruit or like the actual person that had this power. I don't know. But yeah, there's probably some relation there. Wouldn't be too surprised. Maybe like, because another thing about the Crimson Hell and those things is that Buggy or Bon Clay was explaining like a secondary purpose of Impel Down was to go around and capture these giant freakish monsters and imprison them so they're not wreaking havoc all over the world. And the Crimson Thorn thing was a way, like, was the first thing, and then underneath that, like, you couldn't escape. Like, there was a hole straight to that, but you couldn't get up past that, allegedly, because of the thorns. So, like, then underneath that, you had the basilisks and, like, the manticores and stuff like that. So maybe that's what Summers has been up to. He was animal hunting, like Toriko or something like that. So, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. I'd be excited to see like a starvation hell coming into play somehow.
Yeah. If Anime Dimension 29 months said sad part about Gunko is she is very old. If Brook or Luffy liberates her, it means death or becoming so old that she is close to dying. It's heartbreak. I said I would save this afterwards, after we talk about the Brook stuff. And so now that we talked about it, yeah, what do you think about this whole like perennial youth, I guess? Is that Emu?
See, I'm a lover deep down, brother. I hope Gunko survives no matter what, despite the age. I think in a cursed timeline, the minute we save Gunko, she's just gonna evaporate into dust. She's gonna get gomaged.
Preserve the memory of Gunko. I mean, the reality is like
I wouldn't like it if Gunko died at this point. I think, I've always been in the boat. Like Gunko's too cute to die.
Okay, I like that boat. Can I be on that boat?
You could be on the boat.
Okay. By the way, did the one God Knight actually die? What's the verdict? There's no verdict. Sommers is weird.
He's not dead.
He's not dead, but like I don't think there's a verdict. It's just kind of like
I mean, he's still reacting. He's cut in half. He's not getting.
Yeah,
especially not now that his boss is here too. The boss that potentially gave him all the power.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous example of like there's a friend of mine on the stream that like position that like there's a world where the future Scopper saw of Colin getting stabbed in the neck that wouldn't result in Colin dying. There's actually like 30% of the voters on the stream when we asked about
really that. Just pardon his viewers, but yeah.
No, it's a friend. It was definitely a friend.
it was a friend who told me about
that. And so and then you look at the exact like
no tornado,
pretty much same thing. Sommers being impaled, and he's still alive, so it's not that crazy to think about. That guy sounded weird when he said that. Oh yeah, that friend. Woo, that theory.
He's on that fent, dude.
No, that's funny you said that because when they switched off of the when did they do? They switched off of the Straw Hats, right? And then they went to the school. And then they went to the school and all the kids were sleeping outside. I was like, this is why you don't do fentanyl, kid. like all these kids are just
this is why you don't do it. You're just gonna be passed out on the ground.
Yeah, OD'd. Yeah.
On the streets of Seattle.
Yeah. Well, Seattle. I was gonna say Philly, but yeah, that makes sense too. Seattle has the epidemic. Um, but yeah, but yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't know what happens with Gunko. Like, I don't know what the perennial youth situation is. It is curious because now we know, like, 70 years ago, Gunko wasn't like. The thing is, like, this could be your 80-year-old form, right? What's the difference between this and Shocky, right? I imagine if you went back in time to prime.
West Virginia is the fentanyl capital. What?
I mean, that makes sense.
Really?
What are you supposed to do in West Virginia other than drugs? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why we have movie
West
theaters.
Virginia, Columbia, Tennessee, and Delaware.
Yeah,
What?
you need something other than cows, bro. Like fucking
I wasn't
cows
expecting
take
that.
like it. You can only do that for so many years. Siblings, that's Alabama's thing. You can't do that out in West Virginia. They got to do something unique. Fentanyl's
The
the
most
thing.
deaths is Florida, or no, sorry, Florida and California and New York. But if you're going by like just if you're averaging it, West Virginia takes the cake.
Damn, damn, that's crazy. Um, but yeah, so we have what's it called? Wait, did I adjust this thing? Hold on, sorry, I got distracted again.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
good.
okay, cool. I did adjust that thing. Um, Saint
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 Shade,
Saint Shade, $2
my
super
guy.
chat said. I was gonna pronounce it the other way. Can we say Sai is right if we super chat it? What the heck, Saint Shade? Ooh.
You know, you can easily change your YouTube name. If you can, you should all just in solidarity, just become saints.
In
Like
solidarity
I
of
thought,
what?
I
In
genuinely thought about that a while back when I was doing a One Piece channel. I thought about just naming it Saint Sai.
Okay, but in solidarity with what, Sai? What cause do you have to be in solidarity to change your YouTube name to Saint? Oh, you froze. Oh shit. Wait, is the stream lagging?
Oh, froze for a second. Sorry, I'm back.
Was that Discord? Okay, that was
I think that was Discord.
yeah, yeah.
But I was about to say, like, solidarity with the Holy Knights and Emu.
Okay, guys, if you want to show solidarity with the Emu and the Holy Knights in their time of need, feel free to drop a saint in the front. That seems like, hey guys, change your profile picture to this thing. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like that after a while. That might be a harem. That might be haram. Wait, what? Adding saint to your. Oh yeah, that's funny. Wait, Cookie Ninja. Wait, hold on. Are you? Wait, that's funny that you say that because, what's originally there were saints in Islam. Originally, there was a breaking point though. There was a revolution. I agree to a certain extent with the revolution, but I don't agree with what they did with that, and that largely is the problem that exists. But yeah, that might be haram. It's not technically haram. I know it. Yeah. I talked about this before, guys, but it is funny because this will actually come up in a video. This is actually gonna come up in a video, but so I'm not gonna get into the lore of it right now. But what he's referencing is that as opposed to like Christianity, there's no saints in Islam. We don't saint people, but the reality is that like it's kind of like a square rectangle thing. All prophets would be considered saints, but the canon, which is what sainthood isn't, you can't canonification of it. There's a canon of saints that existed after most of the people like that would have been saints that we consider prophets. And so because the Abrahamic religions are all correlated, because they're kind of just after each other. It's a third book, Islam, right? But the thing is, in Islam, the main difference is that the problem that they had with saints wasn't the saint part. It was the idolification of saints. So offsetting like that there's one god, but then you'd have a feast day and have like murals and things, and that was what they had an issue with. And so at the time they desecrated and destroyed a bunch of the places for saints, which, you know, that part is like, yo, that's crazy. But their reasoning is that it was against God to like create idols of anything that wasn't God. And idolification, kind of like, you know, you don't want to believe in people like as if they're God, or like like I mean, not to get too into this talk, but there was a whole reformation when it came to, are the prophets sinless? Because originally, I think a lot of the prophets, not prophets, saints, they were, they had their own sin, but then it felt weird, so then they changed a little bit. But yeah, as you guys can tell, that there's stuff that is related to this that would be going to video, hence why I know a little bit about it. But yeah, it was pretty interesting because I was of the same thing that Cookie Ninja was saying earlier. But then I was like, wait a second, they believe it makes sense. But then, you know, the idolification, it's the same thing of like people like it was to prevent the ideas of people like making idols out of like Kanye West or Elon Musk, like that kind of like insane belief system is to hate, like prevent that kind of a thing. Like
Shout
not
out
kings.
Kanye.
There's no, like, kings don't get that reverence. Saints don't get that reference. To a certain extent, the prophets don't get that level, but you know, they were on the tier closest to God. But yeah, when you look at the literature, there's some translations, I forget the guy, but there's a translator, a Christian scholar that translated the text and found that like this word in the Quran is saint, which would be like the same thing that Christianity had. But yeah, that's a long spiel about all that stuff, but it's pretty interesting when you look at it. And it is probably relevant. What happened?
Oh, it's because I said shout out. Somebody said shout out Psy.
Shout out Psy. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, but
yeah. I think I said shout out to Kanye West.
Oh, yeah. Shout outs to Kanye. Yeah, remember earlier, guys, when I said like it's not about the Kanye, you don't ask the question of are you a fan of Kanye? It's when did you become a fan of Kanye? And I've never heard Psy talk positively about Kanye before the last 8 months. So I don't know.
Kanye's kind of funny, bro. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but what's your take? I don't really have a take.
Yeah,
I'm not really religious, or I don't follow any like.
Oh, wait, I think they're asking about Kanye.
Like that, so.
I think
about Kanye. Oh, I think Kanye's funny.
Yeah. Well, guys, listen to our 50/50 podcast about Kanye West and his recent thing. That'll give you a better look at what Psy's talking about, because he's just being silly right now.
Kanye's a really funny guy, man.
Do you denounce Nazism, Psy?
Oh yeah, I denounce Nazism, but you gotta admit, dude, Kanye, he's a gold mine, bro.
Yeah, I think that's what they were asking. Is that
like I've paid more attention to Kanye these past 8 months than I have the entirety of my life. Well, I don't really care about graduation.
Yeah, right on to One Piece chapter 1149, guys. Oh, and you know what's funny? Saint Shade. Can we say Psy is right? He's super shady. I don't know. What was Psy right about just now? Is Kanye just a funny guy? Woohoo!
Kanye's hilarious, man.
Or is he a victim?
He's a funny guy to follow.
Is he? The thing is, guys, my current stance is that Kanye is a tragic victim of a drug dealing dentist. Now, I don't know who sounds more crazy, Psy, who just says he's a funny guy, or me.
11 hours ago, the news for Kanye West just broke. Kanye West ditches his anti-Semitic beliefs after a FaceTime call with his kids.
See, that's what I'm saying. It was the nitrous
and
oxide.
He even tweeted it. He tweeted today, "I'm done with the anti-Semitism."
Yeah,
so he's good now, guys. He's clean
again. It's because he was getting gassed by his like. Nah, this isn't a joke, guys. He was getting gassed by his dentist. That he started seeing the wrong vision, like brain damage.
Kanye, he had like a Gunko moment, right? Are we not afforded a Gunko moment where we just regain our consciousness for like a brief second?
These memories, and then instead of Gunko going, "Brooke, is that you?" He goes, "Kids, I have kids." That's crazy.
Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Donda. He just starts running.
We have D Kutch with the $2 super chat says, "Brooke, are you my dad?" No, I don't have privates. Yo ho ho. That's also funny because I misread it as private for like 15 rereads when I reread that
That's
page. I kept saying private. And I meant like private in the army, but you made a very good that you should be a writer. You need to help because Oda missed a few of those lines in Elbaf, I feel like. And
few easy jokes, bro.
yeah, like when his head was not on his body, there was a few things he could have said. But wait, Brooke, are you my dad? Wait, what? Wait, you don't have. Wait, I just realized the ramifications of this super chat. Did you just like out yourself as a eunuch? Is that what it is?
No, Brooke is a eunuch.
Yeah, no, but he says, Brooke, are you my dad? No, I don't have privates. Oh, I get it now. No. Brooke, are you my dad? No, he couldn't be because he doesn't have... this joke?
Took you a while.
Yeah, this joke is levels to it. It's like tiramisu.
Yeah, it has levels to it. Yeah. It's like when you put a rat in a maze and he gets lost.
Yeah. There's layers to it. Off brand with the 2000 super just says Emu might take over Loki and heal him. Love y'all. Thoughts?
That'd be kind of fun.
I
hope Emu can cover everybody.
Yeah, that is.
I think it's limited to Gunko.
Do you think that you think it's limited to Gunko?
Yeah, I mean, it could be the mark of the abyss that lets him take control of you, but I think it's very noteworthy that Gunko has heterochromia eyes, and that when Gunko regains her memory, it's with her left eye, and then when Emu takes over, it starts with her right eye. So I think it's definitely just an eye thing.
Yeah, double layered eyes.
I think you can give his eye to multiple people, but yeah, right now it's just Gunko.
Yeah, the double layered eyes strike once again. They say lightning never strikes twice in one spot, but who knows? Drink water. €5 super chat. That Sai is cooking. Oda had Ange crying twice in the same page.
No, I'm not convinced. Hey, you gotta remember, Killingham did tell her you did your best.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. He's just like, here, I'll help your little whittle hands out. I'll set fire to that one, which is funny because I was like, yo, they could just do it themselves. And then he did.
Yeah, it's not like the library's far that Ange can't like set a building on fire. Like, no, Killingham was helping out a Nakama, bro.
Is that how you spun it in the video you just dropped?
No, I'm saving that for a separate video. And then Ange is crying because she wished that she could burn it down faster.
Damn.
Ange is crying because the embers aren't large enough.
Is that a theory from a friend?
Ange is crying because the kids aren't burning in that fire too.
Is that your friend's theory?
It's my theory, Par.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't hide behind stuff like that, like you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I actually have friends.
I have a theory. I wear it on my sleeve, brother.
Sorry, I have friends. I don't know why you're shaming me and my friends that watch One Piece.
Yeah, you have a friend that read One Piece chapter 1149 and told you these theories.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have any friends. Oh god! Hey, Cookie Ninja! I don't think Bart has friends. Hey, wait, sorry. What? Holy shit! There he is. Wait, what do you mean? And who approved that one? Not that you shouldn't approve it, but like, why did it get hold back anyways? Holy shit! There
I approved it.
Probably just the shit part. Sai has no friends. Yeah, that's why he makes the theories all by himself, guys.
Yeah, I take pride, just like
Mihawk. It's friends with baboons.
Yeah, just like Mihawk, very solitary, just kind of hanging out.
I'm the friend who tells
like a rose out of Bleach.
Yeah.
Friends make you weak.
But yeah, with that, guys, this is one of the longest the knock up streams. Lost track of time, honestly. This chapter was pretty awesome.
Very girthy.
Very, yeah. Felt the motion in the ocean for sure. Got knocked up, and it was by Emu, apparently. Apparently, Gunko has Emu inside her as well. So, like, all around, it's crazy what's happening. It's crazy what's about to happen. I guess one last thing. Do you think that we're going to get a Holy Land start to the next chapter?
No. I think we're going to continue with Emu's cream pie.
This is not Curtis the cream pie. I don't know why Emu's got roped into this. this
It was the
connotation
joke we made earlier.
about emu.
Like emu's inside of Gunko.
I meant like the double layered eye. Sai.
Oh,
Sai was why you're banned. You're banned.
yeah.
You're
I,
banned. This guy.
I didn't get a lot of hours of sleep last night, so I don't know what's happening. Where am I?
I removed the comment. I removed the comment. Message deleted.
I'll put it back. Damn.
I was just deleted it. This is the start. This is the slippery slope of power.
Emu D back shots. That's a good one.
Pimp D Slick saying that makes sense. Yeah,
For the court.
yeah. Sai, how come Emu didn't take control of? See, that's something I said earlier. Was that like there had to be a reason why Egghead wasn't like so significant, but that is a significant point here that Emu is active, and going forward, now we have to calculate Emu into the equations. Like before, when the Revs raided Marijois, I don't think anybody, like, even though it was realistic, I don't think anybody calculated Emu in the defense force. Like, oh, surely they're gonna fail. Sabo and the few good men, they're gonna fail because Emu is gonna run defense. I don't think anybody thought that was gonna happen, but I don't think anybody thought that wasn't possible. But now it's different. Now Emu is like, this is too slow. I need you guys here. I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna show the world what true power is. And so now moving forward, like meaning that in the past it's a different scope. Something changed. We just had to wait for that. Personally, I feel like Egghead was a time to like activate. But we're just gonna have to wait and see with this one. It is interesting. And again, it may be that like a limiting factor is if Emu could not do that with Saturn and it's just Gunko. And I would like that, but that would like also elevate Gunko in so high in terms of backstory importance. Like learning about Gunko would tell us about Emu. Like that's how important Gunko's backstory becomes if we find out that Emu can only possess Gunko. So there's a lot of gravity to that, but without too much more yapping, we're gonna leave the 6-hour 25-minute stream in the maze. And wait, is next stream in June? We got one more.
May. Yeah.
Oh, damn. All right. So
May 30th.
The first stream in
May
May. No, we had one in May already. Damn it. All right. There's nothing special about the stream other than it's long and about 11:49. Even 11:49 is not really that fun of a number. 6 hours I'll never get back. You weren't even here for the full 6 hours, Cookie Ninja. You literally showed up. Am I late? Am I late? And then the mods are like, yes. And then you're like, damn.
Tornado's message got held for review because he said the word.
Sai was right. Oh, it got held? Oh no, I gotta fix that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tornado. That's my apologies. Set a bad precedent. But yeah, thank you, Sai, for coming on to the knock-up stream in the Milky Way stream. I didn't mean for that word, but as you guys know, between me and Sai, all it takes is 1 second, just like the chapter of this title of this chapter. And with that, guys, thank you for liking the stream, which also coincidentally takes 1 second. Awesome. And hopefully my a video will come out, and unfortunately it does not take 1 second to post that, but maybe in the future it will be. Maybe when I get fiber internet it'll take 1 second to upload like it does for Sai. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys, peace out.